Well, the fourth one
Kosho,
would
you
be
don't even
you could change the
wouldn't even be able to
magnification
steel
of
man
how
my
you looked
position.
at it.
Kosho wouldn't be able to steal my position still. Go ahead, Kosho. What's my actual contention? Give it a shot.
Your contention is that this object, one's moving, one's not moving. And as you move away from this stationary object, that stationary object should be getting smaller, and when you move towards it, it should be getting bigger. You're moving in one direction consistently. You're not changing that direction. However, the size change at this time happens to go from being bigger and then smaller. And you haven't changed
still don't
direction
know
from it.
After all this time, you still don't know it. Would you like me to tell you again? You still don't know it, Kosho. You claim to be
Why
a
don't you
smart
get
guy.
to your point and make your claim, and then we'll
like a
address
runner,
the claim
like
rather
a runner,
than play
like
20
a runner.
questions.
Sure, like a runner on a track. It's not a straight course. It's a curved path. Now, wherever foci point of the observers that's stationary, it could be whatever point of the track. The concept is valid and objectively true. If I move towards this observer, it doesn't matter where the foci of that observer is on the track, it will only produce two effects, which is the growing in size and then the reducing in size. The problem is that that's not what the data says about the bodies that move. The bodies that move in relation to that one particular motion show that there's a third effect. The third effect, it says it stops growing, reduces in size, and then proceeds to grow in size as the Earth is moving away from it, or the sun is setting. Right?
If you go on
let
to
me
say
finish.
exactly what
Let
I
me
said,
finish.
I was
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So the point is that has been always the problem in the contention is how do you get the observed third motion of it stopping, reducing in size when the sunset is happening, and then as the sunset just sets, it starts to grow in size again. This doesn't happen in a modeled course if you have a spherical rotation from sunset to sunrise to sunset, and you have three motions observed from just those sunrise and sunset. Two motions don't create a third, or two motions don't create a third effect. Three effects. It's two effects.
That didn't sound like you were almost done, dude.
Yeah, motions
I had to rethink what I was saying there.
What motions?
Anyway, go ahead and model it if you can.
All right, are you going to answer or not?
Well, I was Bacon interjected, right? So I thought now I'm talking to Bacon.
What are the motions that you think the sunset exhibits?
So it's not whether I think. I'm looking at the data. Okay.
All right. Well, you tell me what your data makes you think is going on.
Okay. Sunrise to sunset, the Earth rotates 12 hours, right? In that 12-hour period.
Okay, we'll take that as an example. Go ahead.
So you have a sunrise to sunset. Now, these are just arbitrary numbers. They're just 12 is not exact, But anyway, the point is you have the sunrise and sunset. Well, these are two motions, right? Sunrise and sunset is two motions, correct?
Why do you think that's two motions?
So let me rephrase it. It's one motion in total between 2 points. So what I'm saying is that one motion has two effects. Okay? So for instance, if you have
what
parallax,
do you think those effects are?
You have a beginning. Okay, according to your model, there's an apparent diameter size change of the sun daily, and it shows that there's an increase in size, a decreasing in size, and then an increasing in size again, based on the cycle, summer or winter. You can go and see this. So what it would imply is that
we're not looking at different seasons. We're looking at one sunrise to one sunset. What is the apparent change in the size of the sun that you feel you have?
So it's nothing about the apparent size change due to the optical nature of a human eye. We're talking about the stellarium data and what it indicates. Do you follow?
And what do you think stellarium is telling you?
So it's not what I think stellarium's telling me. It's
just
what
get on with it.
It's what stellarium says. Would you like to know what stellarium says, Bob?
Tell me what you think it says.
So I will tell you what stellarium says, because Kosho could back me up on it. It's not what I'm saying. And if you don't believe me, then I highly recommend that you should go look at the sun, go in July or go in December. Go in July and December. What you'll do is you'll see the apparent diameter sun change.
I'm not going in July and December. I'm going from sunrise one morning to sunset that afternoon, evening.
Sure.
Now, tell me how the sun changes size in the course of a day.
Okay, so the data shows that there's an apparent diameter sun size change. Now, like I said, depending on the season.
During the course of a day?
During the course of a day, Bob.
How much?
It doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, no, it does matter. It does matter. Because
Stop, Bob.
technically,
Again,
from
building a
sunrise and
straw man
sunset,
for your argument. Building
at
a straw man is
sunrise
not
and
going to work for your
sunset,
argument.
the sun is
Dude,
4,000
dude,
miles further than it is at
the
noon.
data
So what is your
matches.
point?
The data matches the data shows that there is a problem. What the problem is, you have one motion, which is two points, and you have
Can
two
you blow
positions.
your nose or something?
Yeah. So if you look at those 2 points, you're going to have 2 effects. It's one motion, but there's 2 effects, right? Sunrise and sunset, those are 2 effects, one motion. The problem is that the body of the sun that we see displays 3 characteristics or 3 motions, not 2. And so the explanation, Bob, is called the equation of time, and they have an abduction where they say that it's due to the elliptical path of the Earth around the sun and the speed. That's what ChatGPT
Does the equation of time occur during a single day?
Yes. Every
Okay,
day.
so what does the equation of time change by every day?
So again, it's enough to where
Answer my question. You said
it's
the
enough.
equation of time. I applaud you for even knowing what that is. But
Get
tell
out of
me
here
how
wasting
it
my
changes
time.
in one
Yeah,
day.
get out of here wasting my time. So the point again, this is the contention, Bob. The contention is not for me to tell you how much. The contention is to show you that the data shows that there's 3 motions. When there's a sunrise to sunset, the sun is doing 3 things that don't match the motion as if you were a runner on a track, coming close to and moving away from
All right, you're not getting to
stationary
your point.
object.
I'm done with you.
Yeah, you still don't understand maybe. So Bob, you can't have a sunrise and sunset have the sun have 3 motions to it. Your explanation for the problem, however,
you
is the sun.
You haven't denoted 3 motions to the sun yet.
So again, in Stellarium, I keep bringing up Stellarium. I keep telling you to go
Tell
look
me
at the sun.
what the 3 motions are. Now, either answer that question right now, or we're done. Tell me what 3 motions you're claiming are occurring.
It increases in size, stops increasing in size, reduces increasing in size, and then stops, and then increases in size again.
When?
Okay, and that's all in a day.
When?
All in a day,
I bet
every
Bob,
day.
When
Bob, I bet you can
does each
predict
of
what
these
day it
occur?
is.
Holy shit.
Okay,
Doesn't
so
matter what day.
we have sunrise where we have
Doesn't matter what day,
refractive
Show.
effects.
Again, you're trying to build a straw man, dude.
No, I'm done with you. Now it's my turn to talk. During
you're not done
the
with
course
nothing, Bob.
of one day,
You're done with nothing. You're not done with anything, dude.
we have refractive effects at the horizon at sunrise and sunset, and then we have the sun at noon. And as it makes its course through the sky, it doesn't change size. At sunrise and sunset, you get some refractive events that do cause a very, very, very tiny change in size directly due to the effects of the atmosphere. The sun itself does not change in size. The fact that there is such a thing as an equation of time is meaningless when you look at it from a single day. You just make the correction.
Bob,
and
you
that's
got no
it.
argument. You got no argument, dude. The equation of time exists to show you the functionality of the Earth's actual motions don't match our clock time, and that's why we have to compensate for it, because we're not in present reality. Present reality has been a construct due to the phenomenon. We try to correct it for a calendar that was based on the hierarchies that ruled the world. You want to accept all that? Sure, go ahead. My contention again is having all of those motions from sunrise to sunset, and I just gave you an analogy that's practical, demonstratable, and repeatable. You can go model this if you want. You cannot get a third motion unless you are telling that second body to do another function. But ironically, if the Earth is stationary, it works totally fine with the sun on an elliptical path doing its cycle. You see, it gets complicated when you try to claim rotation for it. Thanks.
It's not complicated at all. What is the equation of time?
You still don't know the problem then.
What is the equation of time?
You take the clock time and you minus it, it's either 14 minutes in the wintertime faster and 60 minutes in the summertime slower. That's the added up overall part of it. And you subtract, I can't remember if it's subtract your solar time to your sundial, or you correct for the sundial by minusing, and then you can get your approximate hour rear time. I haven't done it a bit, but anyway, you subtract clock time from.
Okay, so you understand that there's about a 14 or a 15 minute variation in clock time versus what?
16 minutes in the summer, 14 minutes in the winter. So it's 14 minutes faster in the winter, and it's 16 minutes slower in the summer.
14 minutes faster than what?
Which would explain the sun in Lima. For instance, if you were going to make a smaller
14 minutes faster than what?
Clock time.
Okay. And what does it compare clock time to?
60 by 24.
What does it compare clock time to?
60 by 24.
60 by 60 by 24 is dimensions. All right. What is the
60 by 60, dude? 60 minutes, 60 seconds clock time. That's what it's compared to.
All right. You're not getting it. So let me help you out.
Yeah.
The equation of time does two things. One, it compares the clock time of noon to solar noon. Second, it gives you a declination of the sun.
You still don't even know the problem.
You're
just wasting my time. What's the problem there, buddy? How do you get a third motion when you just gave me an example? Either, yeah, you did, because you gave an example that the second runner that's stationary is growing in size. That was one of your alternate solutions. Again, I know what modern science says, what the solution is. It's still, you cannot model it, whether it's the abduction they've come up with to tell you. You can't model it, nor can you apply it in a practicality to have it. And who gives you that data? Not me. Stellarium. You want to talk about how much? I don't care about how much. The Stellarium data shows that the sun speeds up and slows down in diameter size. It doesn't match the rotation in the model. You can't model three functions in one motion.
If you know it's changing size, Daddy, surely you know how much it's changing size. Why can't you answer that?
So again, I didn't invent the machine. I didn't invent the software. What I do see is that the software optically measures the apparent diameter of the sun. So all I'm doing is looking at that data and try to model if there is a globe and it's geocentric and the sun's going around, there's nothing wrong with that. The idea behind it, though, however, is how do you get all these motions attributed to one constant rotation of the Earth? It's impossible to have all of these stars do what they do, sun and moon all do what they do, and have one constant rotation. No, that's why you had to create a solar mean time. It's because it didn't agree. Yeah, sure, it meets up with the solstices and whatever clock time and solar time. They match at the solstices and equinoxes. It's the only time that they line up. But you understand, right?
I've got some really good videos that'll help you with this.
Not helping
it'll help you with twilight.
Don't know the problem.
Help you with solar time. It'll help you with
no, dude. You still don't know the problem. Look, I'm not a blender expert like Bacon is, but I can model stuff together. I can put things on. I can put cameras on. I can play out motions. I can fuck around with the physics of it. You cannot have one rotation in a day, have a body have three apparent motions. It does not work. That's my point.
I don't agree that you have three motions.
Okay, tell me the time. I want to check out Stellarium, please.
Doesn't matter. Go look at the apparent diameter change, speed it up from sunrise to sunset, watch the data very closely, because you'll see as it proceeds through its cycle, whether you're in North America and it's going to be winter time or summertime, whether it's North America. Listen, dude. You pick a date. You pick a date. Whether it's in North America.
Can I speak to Data? Can I speak to Bob and Bacon?
So they still don't know the problem, right?
Yeah,
maybe Bacon knows.
Dude, Data, hold on. Because you interrupted me before, or you told me that I couldn't staleman you. I stalemaned you, and then you repeated back what I said to you, right? So give me a second so I can tell these guys. When Data first told me this 2 years ago, I thought about it for a second. And then I was able to predict exactly the date. He wouldn't tell me until after I told him the predicted date. And that's because this thing that he's talking about, you can see why it would happen at a certain time of the year. Why you would be moving. Why your distance to the sun would be apparent in the rotation of the Earth more so than the movement around the sun. If that makes sense. Like there is a time where you're supposed to be moving towards it or from it, and that should be the majority of why the angular size change is happening. It's almost never really based on the rotation of the Earth, but there is a time where the rotation of the Earth can indeed give you this like.
Can I guess when that is?
Yeah.
Well, that makes a little bit more sense.
It's in. Yeah, but he said 3 times. What you're saying is just like two times. It gets bigger and then smaller.
Yeah, but he really isn't describing what his 3 motions are.
Yeah.
And
so
quite frankly, I think that our model will handle it nicely if he can come up with a coherent description of his 3 motions.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing.
I've said it over and over again, right? Again, it's just like another.
Let someone else speak for once, man.
Just trying to straw man me.
Stop, dude. Let Bacon respond.
Dude, you still don't even understand the arguments. It's like crazy. You can't even be genuine enough to repeat back what I'm suggesting.
Yet.
The sun changes apparent diameter size daily. The motions that it's described in the apparent size of it changing doesn't match if you're along a path coming close to something and moving away.
Show the changes in motion.
Because the object itself doesn't follow the principle. In other words,
dude, unless yourself, man.
Unless the sun,
show the data.
Unless the sun at the last minute decides to catch up with rotation. So in other words, this is really the problem. As it's proceeding to sunrise.
You got to stop doing this, man. I don't know why you're allowed to just nonstop talk. Just let Bacon respond, dude. You're making like
because you guys are still not understanding. You wanted concise and clear. I keep getting interrupted when I get to the crescendo. So this is as easy as it is. There's an apparent size change of the sun that happens daily. If the Earth is moving away from it, right? Like I said, we're rotating back away from the sun. Then the sun wouldn't increase in size during the sunset. Do you understand? It adds a third motion.
Refraction.
So instead of it's the apparent diameter size change. So when you claim it's refraction, again, it's just another bullshit, which actually would lend to the flat earther argument as well. But the point is that's what you're observing. So there's no way.
But if you give us equal time to respond
between 2 physical bodies. There's no way to get that effect between 2 physical bodies, dude.
For the love of God, man. Please, man. Take a breather.
I was trying to say one thing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was just gonna if there's 3 motions and you said the data that Stellarium supports it, I just wanted to go to Stellarium and see what you're talking about because you're making a very bad job explaining what you're talking about. So I just wanted to go to Stellarium.
What do you have? What do you have difficulty? What do you have difficulty understanding? What do you have difficulty understanding? Be specific.
What the hell you're talking about with the angular size of the sun? You said 3 motions. I want to see if I see the 3 motions.
So it's called the angular diameter in Stellarium.
I know the angle.
Yeah, I've said it many times.
Okay. Hey, dude, if you want the answer,
no, I don't care. I don't care.
The answer to your question, when he says 3 motions,
the dates are arbitrary.
Forget the words motion and think he's saying 3 causes. There's 3 causes. There's 2. There's moving away and moving towards. Those are the 2 of the causes. And there's one more cause. And there's one more cause, and this is what he's alluding to.
Can I guess that?
Yes.
The orbit of the Earth around the body center of the
Earth. That's already been given the explanation. I've already stated this. Either you just knew. I already stated that was the modern explanation of it. The elliptical path around the sun. The elliptical path around the sun. That's it. That's the explanation, right?
So that provides 2. That provides
here's the problem.
That provides.
Here's the problem.
Making sure he understands his part, dude.
In reality,
damn it, man.
In reality, you can't make that work. You have to invoke other attributes. You cannot invoke this.
We're trying to make sure he's on the same page.
As you see sunrise, just pick any day of the week. It don't matter. Any day of the week, pick the sun's apparent diameter size, watch it in sped up motion. You'll see as it rises in the morning, it will increase in size.
Dude, you're a madman, man. Listen, Bacon.
It will. Let me finish, dude. Let me finish.
You just muted your mic.
You never finished
again, dude. You muted your mic and I said I opened mine.
As per the Stellarium, remember this is Stellarium data.
He's asking if he can finish his interruption. That's what he's
asking. Bacon, the 2 causes, that's represented by the orbit. That's the point, is that the orbit represents 2 of the causes when you're moving towards or when you're moving away from the sun. These are 2 of the causes. And he's saying...
Isn't that the same cause?
Well, I know, but I'm speaking in his language. What he said is
My language, it's
movements.
very concise.
Hold on, dude.
You still don't understand.
Dude.
I've
What
said
he
it
means
how
is,
many times?
Jesus Christ, dude. What he means is 3 causes. And when I'm saying 3 causes, obviously 2 of those causes are the same thing, just in 2 different directions. But this is what he means. And so he's saying there's, other than the forward or the towards and away from that you're moving towards the sun during the orbit, he's saying there's another movement because it's giving you this
The Earth
reading on
rotation.
this day.
Yeah, the Earth rotation would be the
Exactly.
second most significant.
So you
one.
can say this, but I'm telling you, model it doesn't work.
But that
Okay.
was also a bit
You
too close,
can't have
because
a
that also makes
12-hour
the-
rotation of a sphere between that A point and B point, and then have a foci point where the sun is at, or where you, anyway, in the model it's arbitrary where it is. You put it at that particular location. You're not going to have, as you proceed around a track, you're not going to have that particular item increase, stop. Okay, so this is why it's a problem. As the sun rises with you in the morning. It gets larger, and then as it sunsets away from you, it stops increasing in size, starts to reduce in size as it's moving away from you. But then just before the sunset, it increases in size again towards you. Okay, so this is not modelable. You can't model this effect. So the other explanation is refraction, right? Just like as Bob came up to. So in reality, you cannot get a body to decrease in size, and increase in size as you're moving away from it. That's the problem. Technically, as you're moving away from it, it would reduce in size, but that's not what Stellarium shows. Stellarium shows the opposite of that, which if you go to try to model that, you cannot model that. The only way it would work is if the Earth was stationary and the sun was on the elliptical path doing its course, because the sun could do that. And what do we notice the sun do? Well, when we put a stick in the ground, it doesn't necessarily move at 15 degrees, but that shadow moves at a rate greater than its angular altitude change. So if I watch a 6-hour period of an angle change of the sun, I'll get 4 degrees of an angle change in 1 hour, but then the shadow is almost 15 degrees. So this kind of stuff is, like, to me, fascinating, but it shows that you can only get that if one body's stationary.
Right. The obvious thing is that the elliptical orbit makes the Earth get closer and further from the sun, and if the Earth is spinning, that also makes you get closer and further from the sun. And if you add those two, and that doesn't match observation, then you have a point. So then I'll ask you if you have done that. If you got the distance that one second, let me just finish that question. If you got the distance that the elliptic orbit gives you, and then the distance the rotation gives you, add those up and check that against Stellarium. Is that what you did?
What I did is I tried to model a course of an object coming close and moving away, and having that object maintain the parameters that Stellarium would. In other words, if my object is moving away from that object, how do I keep its size or ratio in comparison to the distance that it's moved away? Well, technically, I'd actually have to move it towards the object. Okay, so that's one way I can maintain the size. And then obviously sunset comes and you can't see. So that's no, because this is about actual physical relationships, two bodies in motion. Okay, if one body is stationary and the other body is moving, then all these alternate effects can only be abducted, because there's no way I can test any of these things. 0, by the way. They can only be abducted through explanations here of what you may think be happening. See, the less of the
it's like but it's not that funny.
I know, dude. Yeah. It's fucking aggravating, because it's like people, if other people can get in and clear up what you're saying or trying to get across data, but you don't stop talking long enough for anybody else to get in.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the fuck, dude? But
you can have all these abductions to what you want to explain. At the end of the day, you cannot model it in reality.
Okay. Well, I already did in the time that you were talking. I did so. But Bacon. Think about this.
You make the sophist models of all sophists, man.
Stop it.
I'm trying to listen to Coach.
Yeah, Bacon. Think about it in the perihelion and aphelion, our distance to the sun. You know, from it being 91.4 when it's closest and 94.5 when it's furthest. And if you're considering the angular size change to be reflective of how close we are to either one of those numbers, right? So it's like, you know, you would expect during the when we're 94.5 million miles away, that should be when the sun is the smallest, right? But now if you consider moment by moment or day by day how fast that distance is either increasing or decreasing, like, you know, if you had the orbit drawn
Yeah, I
out,
get it.
right?
I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
sure
So
what you mean.
right, yeah. So if you there is a time when you would expect the difference to be the difference to be affected greater by the rotation than by the
Yeah, I'll guess that's in between. Like there are 2 points in the orbit where the distance between the Earth and the Sun stops increasing and starts decreasing, and vice versa.
right,
I would say that those are the 2 points where.
right. And you think about it during, like, if it, like, let's say the aphelion, or like let's say it doesn't matter when it's closer or further. Let's say equal times before and after that. So 8 hours before and 8 hours after, you expect your distance to be identical, right? Your distance should be identical 12 hours before you reach the closest point and 12 hours after, right? Because it's like, you know,
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Because of this reason, there's a time where you can be fooled, as data has, that this is a discrepancy or something like that, when it's simply the rotation of the Earth being an influence of the angular size change versus, you know, the movement towards or from it.
So if that's true, Kosho, what causes the no apparent size change and then the reduction of it and then the increasing of it as it proceeds to move away?
Well, the thing that I said, like, if it's
What do you
same
say? Can
time
you model
before,
that for me? Can you put
yeah.
a camera on it, and then show me something increasing, reducing, and then increasing in size as you move away from it,
Let's cut
without
to
having the stationary body moving, or
let's entertain the audience.
What did Bob offer?
Yeah.
Bob offered the explanation that it grew in size. That was his explanation of how it could
was guessing
appear.
what you were
Data,
saying,
finish
dude.
your fucking sentence, dude. Come on.
Yeah, guessing what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? I mean, it grows in parent size. That's one
That
effect.
doesn't matter what
Your effect is
Bob
the
said, dude.
perihelion.
Doesn't matter.
Your effect's the perihelion, right? So, and then you claim to model it, right?
Dude, let's cut
So
to the chase, Data. Just give the date. Give the date so that we
the
can all
dates are
go,
irrelevant.
oh, yeah,
The
that makes
dates
sense.
are irrelevant. Again, I've already
No, it's
said it. I'm
not
going to say it
irrelevant,
again.
Data. The date
You
is
can. It happens
extremely
daily.
relevant.
Pick a day of the week. Pick. It doesn't
I'll
matter
pick a day.
whatever month.
Okay,
Go
I'll
pick anything.
a date. I'm gonna pick the date, Data. I'm gonna pick September 21st. September 21st. Does this happen on September 21st?
You can pick. Why don't you pick? Go to April. Go to.
Okay,
Go
well,
to.
I'm gonna pick my birthday. It's at the end of April. Pick any date at the end of April. Okay.
Yeah.
And I want you to
Dude,
show me that this happens at the end
don't
of
care.
April.
The dates are arbitrary. The functionality of stellarium is indifferent to the day and month and week. The
So this happens
stellarium
at the
data
end of
shows the
April?
apparent diameter size change regardless of the day and month, because it happens every day, every 6 months. So
It
the point
obviously
is
hold on, Data, real quick. It obviously has to happen. You guys acknowledge this, and so it has to happen slowly every day throughout the course of the whole time. Huh?
It doesn't happen every day at all.
yes, it does. It speeds
has
up,
to happen
increase
every
in
day
size,
because-
slows down,
hold
and
on.
then it does the same function every day. It's not special or any other days. Now,
There's
there are
not
other
a day
days that
where it. Hold on,
there's
Data.
other days that have greater effects, but the point is it happens daily.
I know you've been trying to go at him with this for a while. Let me just explain it to him. The sun gets slower when it's in the north or the south or something, and then it starts to get faster and then slower again, or faster, slower, faster, slower, faster, slower. Either one of those, whatever. I forget which one it does. But
faster in the south, slower in the north. That's right.
no,
yeah,
that's not how it works. It goes faster,
it's
slower, faster.
in the north during the summer, and then faster in the south. So for instance, in North America, if you want to read the equation at a time, because there's two ways to read it: in the south or the north. Being that we're in the north, you're going to have it 16 minutes slower in the summer. and 15 minutes faster in the winter, which makes sense because if I'm the north and the bigger circle of the sun in Lima is in the south and it moves faster, that would be kind of coincidental to
This
keep,
isn't.
maybe keep up with
Hold on.
constant time because it moves faster,
Hold on. Is this with the speed of the subsolar point?
No. We're not talking about the speed of the subsolar point. He's talking about the speed of the Earth in the orbit around the sun.
By how fast the sun's going?
Yeah, but
That's the opposite.
Yeah, we're talking about the angular size change of the sun, but he's using the movement of the orbit around the sun to give us the angular size change.
No,
Right.
I'm using the angular size change of the sun to show you that there's three motions, which doesn't work on your globe model, dude.
Okay, what do
You
we
can't have. Go ahead and model anything, even draw it out. You cannot have two locations, sunrise and sunset in this case, and one motion through provide a stationary object to move three ways, which means increase in size to you, decrease in size to you, and then increase in size to you as you move away from it. That's what happens every day. Now, if it's the cycle can be reverse of that, depending on whether you're in the north or the south and whether it's summer or winter. But the function of it happens daily, which it indicates is the speeding up and the slowing down of the apparent diameter size change of the sun.
I think I got it. Hold on, Data. Hold on. This can't be a never-ending sentence. I think I got it. So you're saying the sun gets bigger and smaller because we're moving away from it by thousands of miles from the rotation, right? That's one bigger and smaller, right?
Mm-hmm. Can I give you an example real quick?
Is that right, Data? You just yes or no real quick. Hold on.
So the sun would indicate the sunrise and the sunset would indicate that as you were moving, the body of Earth was rotating towards the sun would increase in apparent diameter. That's what Stellarium says. That's what we either globe or flat. It's perceived to be the object moving closer, therefore it gets bigger in size
throughout the course of the day.
The whole thing, it shows it increasing in size and decreasing. So as it's moving towards you, it increases. As it moves away from you, it decreases. Just as if you would expect on a flat Earth, it's also represented in Stellarium data. More importantly, though, and this is the contention, this is the main crux of it all, if I'm moving away from it, how does the sun continue to increase in size then? In apparent diameter size, if I'm moving away from it. The only way that would be possible, in my opinion, is if the Earth was stationary and the sun was moving on its independent body, because the rotation itself of the Earth happens to be responsible for the sun's apparent motion. But we have apparent motion problems when we go up and down latitudes. You don't have perfect 15 degrees. You've got sometimes in an hour it changes 4 degrees on one latitude. Or one longitude, sorry. Move down the same longitude all the way down.
Can you just make the point that way other people can?
The point is that I'm giving you the contention of the idea is to have a rotating body, and you're on that moving rotating body.
Repeat himself.
You're attributing to the other bodies that you witness and their functions due to your rotation in your path. And I'm saying if you go to model that, it doesn't work.
Bravo. Hey, real quick, dude, check this out. Simple stuff, okay? So whenever you ask him to give you the dates, he won't. But when he did this 2 years ago, I was able to predict exactly when this happened. And I'll do it again now, and I'll show you because I'm actually looking at the data right now, okay? So I'm going to let you know that if you... Yep, just as I thought. So if you look at... he says it happens every day or every week. It doesn't.
Every day
happens. So let me give you.
Every day you will have the sun speed up and slow down, reduce in size, stop growing in size, and then every day just read the apparent diameter information.
Hold on, dude. Because what happens is if you look at the distance of the sun on any given day, using whatever tool you want to use, the distance change. So from like 24-hour period for today and tomorrow. It's about 21,000 miles. That's the distance that how the distance of the sun is changing. So 21,000 miles. And so if you compare the 8,000 miles that you are furthest from the sun at any given point from some other point, 8,000 miles, 21,000 miles is going to be more than that. And is going to be the bigger influence. There's only two times in the year where that's not true. and it's to Bacon knew exactly when it was. I know exactly when it is. It doesn't happen every day, and it's January 2nd to 5th, and July 2nd to 5th, or 3rd to 6th. But either way, on these days, so for instance, on July 3rd and July 4th and July 5th, our distance to the sun is consistent. So it doesn't change by any value at all. So for that reason, the distance that you are from the sun because of your rotation is going to be the influence of what changes the angular size of the sun. It's that clear. And you can prove me wrong, data, by giving me any other date where this happens. Like any date outside of these ranges.
It's arbitrary, the date. Like I said, every day, if you look at the apparent diameter of the sun, you will notice, just speed it up in stellarium, you will notice that it will slow down, slightly reverse, and then continue on. It is a ritualistic thing, independent of any ad hoc or abduction story that you have to tell. I'm solely going based on the function of the apparent diameter change, which in reality would indicate to me if something is increasing in size, I'm getting close to it. If something is not increasing in size, then I'm at the same distance to it. And if it's reducing in size, well, then it's moving away from me. It's pretty basic physics, I think. And that's what stellarium is showing me. So I tried to model that concept with two bodies. I cannot get two bodies, one that has a constant velocity, to match that apparent effect. Something has to give and take. You want to invoke refraction? You can, but I ain't gonna do shit. It's actually going to add to your problems because each longitude line, or each if you go down one longitude line and you move up the latitudes, you've got distances a couple hundred miles apart. The sun is moving at 14 degrees, but at a couple hundred miles away, it's moving at 8 degrees.
Arguments, please.
It's not branching my argument. The point is the only way to get these fluctuations in movement would be have to have a stationary Earth. And whether Earth's a ball, don't matter. I'm talking about a stationary surface to have these effects. Your model equating to a constant rotation cannot display these effects. Don't care what path you claim to put it on. You can't model it in physics.
I'm not sure how you're addressing what Kushu said. If you can't just say it's an arbitrary date when the thing you're describing only 1 second, dude. I see you turning on your mic. Hold on. You can't. The only 2 points on the Earth's orbit that it happens is the ones that we would expect it to happen, and if that doesn't happen in other dates, that pretty much debunks your point. And you're not picking up other dates. You're just saying it's arbitrary. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't mean it.
You don't want to try any other dates. If you're going to cherry pick dates and say that's the only date, you're wrong. Pick any arbitrary date. Look at the apparent diameter of the sun.
Yeah,
it will increase in size. It will stop increasing in size and then increase in size, or vice versa, depending on what cycle and whether you're the north or the south. So, for instance, if you're in the north, you're going to see it rise to you, and if it's north in the summer, okay, it's coming to summertime, you're going to see it increase in size to you and then reduce in size to you as it moves, but then also increase in size to you again as it sunsets. So it doesn't hold response, like the effect physically in the physical world that effect would not be derived from a constant motion body rotating. That's without a second body influence. You can't add in refraction or any of that stuff because you can't get a motion out of refraction. You just get an apparent position. So you're talking about this motion that it's in stellarium. Show me how that's modeled in physics. Even though it's so slight and so minute, it's still measurable. It's still there, and it shows you that the sun is moving and speeding up and slowing down, not the Earth.
Well, I never thought of it like that, man. I think you got something. I'm sorry to get nasty with you, Data. It's just aggravating. I'm sorry. I think you know that you're aggravating, though, Data.
Maybe somebody should start another conversation before Data fucking starts talking again.
Does anybody understand the problem?
No.
You don't. So you getting closer
Okay, I
to
do,
buddy.
I understand.
You getting closer to your buddy, he's going to increase in size. And then as you move away from him, he's going to decrease in size. And the only way for him to increase in size is you're moving away from him is for him to move. Right? That would you'd have to have happen. And if you want to invoke a refraction and all this other shit, that's as simple as it is. And I fight tooth and nail to give you basic examples.
Yeah, that's
and I
true.
get interrupted for it.
It's all right, man. I feel bad. I feel bad.
Oh, it's feel bad. You feel bad. Get out of here, Coach. Don't suck up.
Oh, I mean, like, I have to, dude. I don't want you to
Mr. Agent Man.
add something to the book, and then you're gonna say like, "Oh yeah, by the way, this is when Kosho sucked someone's dick on camera." Like, what? I never did that. But anyways, but still though, in this graphic that I posted for July, you can see that outside of the range that I highlighted, the date before it and the day after it represents a distance. It looks like an estimate because it's obviously they rounded, and so because of this rounding that they did, it seems there's 10,000 miles in between these the distance change between these two dates. So 10,000 miles is going to be about what the distance change is, and that's greater. That's greater than the 8,000 miles. That will be the maximum difference, but depending on one side of the.
Do you still understand the contention yet?
Hold on a second, dude. That's the reason why this happens is because it's expected to happen in these ranges. It's not expected to happen outside of it, right? So I don't understand. If it's expected to happen, then what's the issue?
So again, you cannot physically model a body moving around another body and having 3 known results of going around the body when there's only 2 known results, which is increasing and decreasing in size. Like again, the issue is that it's not just increasing and decreasing, it's also going back and increasing as you move away from it, which would indicate you're drawing closer to the observer as you're moving away from it. This is not physically modelable. You can't, unless you have the second body move in relationship to the first moving body. That is something that is just fact. You can draw this out, you can model this out all you want. But what Stellarium is showing you is that the sun is speeding up, increasing in size, stopping, reducing in size, and then increasing in size again, which would indicate an independence to me in its own motion, because now you have to relate as well of the sine motion of the moon, which also has anomalies to it that basically are unexplainable, and you have all these constant means or constant values to help line this shit up. I guess the whole point in the exercise is to understand that the reality we try to line up is based in a model. We don't live in that model. Hence why these constants are, you can invalidate them.
Hey, Bacon, did you say that you went into Stellarium and you, checked or did something?
Already checked it. I mean, that's not the first time I hear Data making the argument.
What did you find when you checked it?
Well, there's a couple days in which, most of the days it's either just increasing if it's on the half of the orbit that is getting closer to the sun. Sorry, it's increasing, and it's decreasing if it's in the other half of it. And yeah, at the furthest and closest points, it's where you can see that the thing, just like predicted.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I asked the date is to see if there was like these three different things going on. Like that's what I first understood, that the sun was getting bigger and smaller like 3 times during the same date. That wouldn't make any sense. So
Well, I mean, yeah, I think he meant like.
Hold on, real quick, Kosho, real quick. Data, you got to at least give us the data. I mean,
He
you're not
left,
really living up to your name right now. Like, you got to tell us where is this data? Like, where is it at? Where can we at least find it?
Well, yeah, where's this data? He just left.
He did just leave.
left.
I'll give you a spoiler, because whenever I was playing this game with him 2 years ago, the date that that he claimed it was, even because I guessed it right, and then he said it was actually, I think he said June 29th, or he might have said December 29th or something. So that's like 2 or 3 days earlier than it's supposed to be. But regardless, that's exactly, it doesn't matter, because I counted that as him just shifting the numbers just because he didn't want to say I guessed it right. But this is saying it's exactly when it's supposed to happen, like at the end of the year, and then in the middle of the year, like around July 3rd and around January.
Yeah, get it. Yeah, well, he brought up another thing in Stellarium that maybe you have heard about the sunrise in Perth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got the time. He'd sent the timestamp that time. So I went to Stellarium, got the ground positions, went to Blender, modeled exactly what was going on there. And the direction of the sun matched like exactly what you get in the Stellarium, like exactly.
Yeah, dude, he's masturbating to that. You know how many people have done that? I've modeled it. Ruhif has modeled it.
Really?
Yeah, and what's his name?
We can make a collab out of people who model data things.
It's a bunch of people to model it, dude. He fucking probably puts it in some folder and jerks off to it, because there's a guy, Stingray, the guy who's like really good. He like models for video games or whatever. He modeled it. Armor modeled it, I think.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. And he said that I did something wrong, so I zipped all the screenshots I got from Solarium that I use, or like everything. Put everything on the zip folder, every data that I used, the Blender files, all that. Then I sent him. It's okay. Point out what the problems. I'm pretty sure he never even downloaded it.
It's fun. It's fun sometimes, but it does. Yeah, it's for some reason it does. I guess it just bothers me a little bit when people make the claim like they've asked for this, nobody can do it. Like 8 people have done it. They give it to them, and show. And
Hey,
I think it's just a game.
If the solar system's all set up like you guys say it is, and the sun rises, will it not change the distance between us from when it's straight overhead to when it rises to when it sets?
Yes, it will.
So that'll be one bigger and smaller, right?
Not. You have to compare 2 things though, because you have to remember that 2 things are happening simultaneously: the rotation, as you're describing, and the orbit. So are the distance that we're traveling around the sun, which is going to give us a different distance to the sun, as it goes from 91 to 94 million miles. And so that's why you have to compare which one of those is the greater distance change in the same amount of time.
Or just are you saying they might cancel out on some days?
Kind of, yeah. Well, I mean, it's just that. Yeah, go ahead, Megan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not that they cancel out. Like one is going to be negative, the other one's going to be positive. You can just add them up. So sometimes, like if the difference in the orbit is faster, it's changing faster than the difference due to rotation, then that's going to be what's going to tell if the sun's going to be bigger or smaller. But if the distance towards the sun isn't changing significantly, which happens like twice the year in the year, then the distance due to the Earth's rotation is what tells you if the sun's going to get bigger or smaller. So it depends which factor is bigger. You just have to add them up and see what's going on.
Yeah. So, like for instance,
go
ahead.
The rotation will make it get bigger and smaller on its own, and then you're either going to have it. We're getting closer during that time of the year, or we're going to be getting farther away from the sun for that time of year. So, if it's, I'd have to think about this in my head.
Consider this
merry-go-round.
Sorry, go ahead, Becky.
No, go ahead. I said just merry-go-round, so you can make an example out of that. But Go ahead.
Yeah, consider this, Jeremy. I gotta think for a second, make sure I got this right. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna mess up these numbers, but forget about it. Like if you imagine at solar noon, and then at the sunset or sunrise. So the sun's closest at solar noon. It's furthest at sunset or sunrise. That's a quarter of a day. That's we're gonna call that. I don't want to do the math right now and figure out what the tangent of fucking that arc is, but that's we're just gonna say it's 4,000 mile difference. Because I used 8,000 miles and that was wrong before, but so it's about 4,000 miles different. We'll just pretend for right now. Anyways, my point is that right, so that's a 4,000 mile difference between 6 hours. So all you have to do is you have to look on, like I said, I use the data from timeanddate.com, and you can see what the distance to the sun is from day to day. And so from today and tomorrow, it's 21,000 miles. So a quarter of a day is about 5.25. So 5.25 thousand miles, which is greater than the 4,000 mile change of the rotation. So in the same amount of time that we're rotating, the movement around the distance of the sun from the orbit is greater. So for most days, that's true. There's only like a handful of days close to the apohelion and perihelion where that's not true, where the distance from the sun is greater or changes is greater based on the rotation from noon and sunset than how far we move. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm lost. I couldn't follow that.
Fucking asshole. All right.
Yeah, you guys
You?
sound,
I
yeah, you
did try.
sound,
Not my fault.
you guys sound like a bunch of nerds. What's going on in here, dude?
Hey, what's up, Issa?
We just got done talking to data, man. That takes nerd power. So
Yeah, sucks. These guys take that shit elsewhere.
what do you got today, Issa?
Oh, nothing. Oh,
Always got some news or something.
I'll tell you, I got the new shit for you,
Issa.
Kosha. I got the new conspiracy for you, Kosha. Aside from our good friend Maxwell G. Kambutsu coming up with free energy, but that's another topic. What the fuck is it? Oh yeah, so check this shit out, dude.
Shout out to the boy Max.
Maxwell G. Kambutsu, old Maxie boy. Old Zimbabwe. Fucking. So yo, check this shit out. Do you know that contaminated grounds, like contaminated earth, can be seized by the government?
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I don't justify them doing that, but it makes sense that they would have a clause,
right? So check this shit out
with all to do that.
So like with all these fucking chemical explosions and shit like that. Like imagine, I'm aware of, but are you familiar with like the 15-minute cities kind of thing?
I've heard that phrase before, but I can't remember what it means.
Too. Me too. And I'm not, I mean, I guess from what I gather, it's like, like what we would have commonly heard of, like, smart cities and shit like that. Right. And like how they're trying to push people into the cities. So like, imagine if fucking like they just contaminated the shit out of all these rural lands. And then basically the government can come in and then seize the land due to contamination. And I like, what a fucking sinister fucking plot that would be, right?
Well, yeah, but we live in a country. I mean, do you remember the Bundy Ranch thing? That was a big deal.
Well, hold on. Like Bundy, it's like, are you talking? It's like some porn shit, right?
No, dude. No, it was like in. I don't remember. It was somewhere in the Midwest, and they had.
Are you talking?
Ranch.
No. You're talking about no.
Or, I don't know.
That might have been the name of the ranch, but what the fuck was the guy's Ruby Ridge or something?
No. This is recent, but it's like, to me, it's in the same category, so to speak, because it's when the federal government comes in and establishes himself and gets people taking a stand, and the people end up losing in this case. But it's kind of gray area in this case because they end up shooting the rancher and his son or whatever during a traffic stop which I think is bullshit. It's probably just an excuse to kill them. Or
Is
whatever.
hold on though? Is that sovereign shit? Is that
No.
that guy? Like, okay, forgive me then. I guess I'm totally unfamiliar.
Well, yeah, you might remember it. It might be even saying it wrong, to be honest. Yeah, I think it was Bundy, but anyways, they were trying to do eminent domain for this ranch for a long time, and they were basically standing their ground and not letting the federal government in.
I think you're talking about Ruby Ridge or something.
No. This is recent. Let me see if I can find him. Yeah.
Yeah. Forgive me for not. I'm so out of touch really with everything.
This is 2014, so they were in about a 21-year legal dispute with the United States Bureau of Land Management. So basically, it was an eminent domain type of thing, and then they ended up like taking a stand where they just had a bunch of ranchers like in solidarity, occupy their ranch or whatever, and that went on it was in the news for a couple months or whatever, but then there was a traffic stop where, like I said, I think the main ranch.
But that gets all into right, but that gets all into these guys like. Well, I wonder too. Eminent domain kind of causes a lot of different problems.
Yeah.
But also like these. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
I mean, what you're saying, that's kind of like
no. You're so. I mean, you're right. You're right. You're right on that. It's right on target. I just wonder because I've like the only difference being is like imagine like these bastards. I mean, you're right on target, man. It's a great point. I wish I knew more about it, so I'd really
probably do. I bet you do. It was.
I don't know if I do, brother. I really don't know. It's just that's an interesting caveat to this idea that they would be like. And that's why I bring it up as this, the evil conspiracy, you know what I mean, kind of thing. Is like that they'd fuck up the soil and everything, and then come in and fucking claim it, like through eminent domain or however they title it,
So is this a new law, or is this a law that they're establishing, or is
no?
This
I think
policy?
I don't know if they've got. I don't know if it's a new law or what it is, but I've heard this is the crazy conspiracy theory. I'm coming in like a crazy conspiracy theorist. I don't know enough about it. I don't know if it's a new law. I wouldn't think so because it kind of makes sense that they would have that. Do you know what I mean? Like if there was like a hazardous waste spill, they would take it over. You know what I mean? Like that. I get why that. I see that being a long-standing tradition. But the idea that they would then poison everything and then take it over. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of new to me. Maybe I'm just naive.
I gotta look at that law exactly because I mean it seems like that's like a weapon or that's a tool that would be used in that way, or it could be used in that way for sure. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, have you seen that new wall, the Saudi Arabian city that there's like a super duper ultra city that they're
the long line thing, the line.
Yeah, the line. Yeah, exactly. It's like fucking 170 kilometers city with one building with 170 kilometers or two buildings.
Yeah, like all inside and shit.
Yeah, but if that actually gets built, that's exactly what it will become. Is like it'll be like like you said, like a super city basically, where it's like they just package everybody in this thing and take everybody from everywhere else. Yeah.
Well, they'll have contaminated everywhere to live. So, like the only way you'll be able to, like there's even that theory of like them like fucking up the soil. Just so that the only thing that'll grow is like Monsanto seeds. Do you know what I mean? Like there's that idea too, I don't know if you've heard of that one, but but yeah, it was new to me, like the idea that these like train derailments and all this fucked up shit going on potentially is
what's this law called exactly, or what's the name? I want to see if I can find it.
Fuck if I know, brother.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I would assume it's an EPA clause or something.
Yes, I would imagine so. I think, and it sucks too because the thing I was watching, I think cited the law too. I just don't fucking know it. Yeah, it's like the shoddiest fucking phone charger.
Bless you.
Oh no, forgive me, man. I'm actually blowing the You know, like an old like Nintendo case. I don't know if you'd remember, man. We used to like have to blow it to clean it out. That's what I'm kind of doing to my the piece that goes to charge my phone into the wall. But thank you.
You're welcome. You know that parallel sailing thing you mentioned?
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what?
Right.
Hold on one. Hey, hold on 1 second, bro. Hold on 1 second. Let me just turn that in. What was that, Bacon?
I was gonna mention the parallel sailing thing.
Yeah.
Right. So it's just that you're treating the lines of latitude and longitude to be parallel, but you have to adjust for the length of a longitude, usually in the midpoint of your course. So you're going from point A to point B, so you get the average point, the average coordinate, and then you get what's the length of a longitude there, and then you create a grid system from that midpoint, and then you just treat the lines of latitude and longitude to be parallel. But that you have to take into account how big is a longitude at that latitude, which gets bigger as you go from the north towards the equator. But as you get past the equator, it gets smaller again. So that's not a very good flat Earth argument. Like once you take that into account, that's not a good argument for flat Earth. You get that, right? It's more of
I
a
would
globe
have to
thing.
see. I would have to see that. I mean, that's. I'll tell you what. That would be a good argument for the globe. But I don't think I've
Yes.
seen. I don't think I've seen that, and I don't know. You know that. I mean, you know what that is, bro? That's actually a decent experiment. You know what I mean? Because like,
Easier said than done.
I mean, of course, but like, you know, at the same time, like that's a great experiment. I've never seen that. I've never seen it. Do you know what I'm saying, man? And I don't think, because you know, you also think like the furthest south in the latitude people go is like 30s, man. Like, you know what I mean? They're
Well,
not
that's
going.
already a hell of a difference.
Well, and
Like
that's
take
what right. And I'm just saying, like, I agree. I think it would be enough maybe to calculate what you're referring to. Do you know what I mean? To see if it does go, like, if the lines of longitude get closer towards the south. But again, you know, your lines of longitude are imaginary anyway, and because you're emanating from the south, emanating. Let's say, like, you're navigating based off of the north. You know, your lines. You know, hey, that's a really great, experiment and a great way to, a thought pro. I like your idea there.
right.
I like your
Well,
idea.
that's
No,
pretty.
that's really cool. I mean, I just because you're right. You wouldn't wind up. You know what I mean? You'd be too like either you. That's a great fucking experiment, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you would verify. I mean, I'm sure there's.
Distances.
I'm sure they're right. Like, you know, and I wonder if you. I wonder if you couldn't just use regular standard GPS anyway. I just don't think this is something that's ever been calculated for, man. That's a really great fucking thing, Bacon. I really, really like that, and especially because, like, you know, I just don't know how you would. I mean, I know. I guess I can. I know how you would test it. I just find that interesting, man. It's be hard to verify. Let's say. That's a great one, dude. I just
Right.
think, and what's fat. You know, and I don't want to poo-poo that. I just my thing about that statement has been, and what is fascinating to me, regardless. I mean, that line of longitude thing will be great, dude. I really fucking like that. However, it always fascinated me that there's this wrinkle and there's this admission, you know, that comes from the concept of parallel sailing, that, you know, you could treat this 600 nautical mile distance as though it were flat and completely negate any kind of curvature. And that is why I think, it's because of that 600-mile radius in any direction versus even outside of parallel sailing that allows you to, quote unquote, treat the Earth as if it were flat. Because you're not going to calculate any kind of curvature within anything within 600 miles.
Right. Well,
I don't think ever.
It kind of depends on what you're doing, but
most people, you got to think bacon. Most people, when they sail, they're only charting like 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. You know what I mean?
No, people sail for thousands of miles.
Right, but they don't.
That does happen.
But okay, fair enough. But they might plot a course. Like, granted, I'm telling you, I hear you. People are going to Hawaii from Cali, like all kinds of shit like that. But I just mean, well, they're using a lot of GPS stuff to really make it, which is smart. But the the other side of that is just that most people, if they're casually, up and down the coast and this and that, they're just doing 50 miles or, you know what I mean? They're not charting these ridiculous things, and they're always correcting. No one would ever start a journey and navigate 1,000 miles and just stick to that heading. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're always correcting everything. You have to,
but the way you correct it.
Hey, check this out. You have to because of declination.
I was speaking for a long time.
Oh yeah, go on, bro. Forget it.
Right. Yeah, this way to account for this, the size of a longitude is pretty standard in navigation. Not just in parallel sailing, but in any sailing, you have to take into account the size of a longitude, and that's just the cosine of the latitude. That's it, and that's what you get on the sphere, and it's in both north direction and southern direction.
And as you come up to the and most people live in the north, and so we've always
there's a ton of sailing in the south too.
I agree, but I'm saying a lot of this. But again, it's like they don't go very far south. Is my point again, in the idea that think of what's the latitude of the southernmost point of Australia? It's like the 32nd latitude.
Yeah, that's already big enough. That's very, very.
Well, I'm just no. I understand what you mean for, let's say, our experiment there, but what I mean is that it's not that drastic in my opinion to the other side of things.
Kind of is.
I mean, not really, because you can't get to 50, 70. You know what I mean? Those areas to navigate. I just think that's where you would find the extremities most available to you. If you were traveling up here in the north, let's say, you could experiment with those lines of longitude fairly easily because you don't have to travel, let's say, too far. If you went up, I mean, you'd have to probably even go up quite a couple of degrees. You'd want to be as north as possible in order to see the extremity of the change in the latitude size. But in the south, you can't go down into those. You can't or people don't often go down into those areas because it's all Antarctica below a certain fucking.
Yeah, we don't have to go that deep. There's a lot of sailing going in between, Brazil and Europe, for example.
Yeah,
that's 20, 30 south. And that's big enough. Take for example, instead of getting a linear increase, which is what you would expect on something like the EMAP, you'd get a cosine function. So the difference would be that from 30 south to 30 north on the globe, you have the same size of latitude. On something like the EMAP, you have 71% bigger latitudes in the south than you have in the north. That's a huge thing. You're almost getting twice the size of a longitude. That's not something small. That's huge. You don't have to go to Antarctica.
Right. Well, I mean, I just wonder at what. I wonder if it's really taken into account for. I really don't know, man. That's why I say it's an interesting thought with the checking of the direction of the longitude in the south. I just think and I'm completely on board with the thought process of what you're saying. It's always struck me as odd that they could say that you could travel 600 miles without considering for any Earth's curvature. I don't think what you're saying. Well, my point is this: what you're saying for me does not demystify that fact.
Well, I can easily flip that around and say that you cannot treat the Earth as flat longer than 600 miles. It's going to start to get discrepancies if you treat the Earth as flat. So that becomes now a global argument. I mean, the fact that there's a limitation in which you can treat the Earth as flat isn't really a flat Earth argument, is it?
Oh no, well, I mean, the thing is, for me, is it's a hard time. It's hard for me to marry the idea that I could treat 600 miles as flat, but a boat is going over the curvature of the Earth 3 miles away from me. That is very hard for me to. It's very like they kind of exclude one another for me, which and it doesn't negate that there's a ball. It doesn't negate whatever.
It's just not very intuitive.
What's up?
It might be not intuitive. Why, like, given the scale of the size of the Earth?
Actually, how about this? It's counterintuitive.
Yes, sure. It doesn't mean it's wrong or that it's illogical. It's pretty logical, and it's kind of what you would expect.
I mean, I mean, if you're coming from the base point of the Earth as a ball, then I could see where you could try to make it make sense. However, I've a different preclusion at this point, and it's just fascinating that is one of the places where, because everyone's so adamant on like the curvature is just right over there, and and the idea to me has always seemed fucking nonsensical. It doesn't mean that the Earth's not a ball, though. It just means that those ideas are fucking retarded to me, and that when people try to put them together, I immediately think you're fucking wrong, because it doesn't mean that there isn't some truth to the matter, but I just think it doesn't make sense, and I can't, let's say, justify accepting both of them together. Like, I feel like there's more at play that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I just find it intriguing that they would admit that you could treat the 600 miles as flat. Now,
well,
to your
not that
point,
intriguing.
to you, but
no,
and,
I mean,
and to your point, I mean, I get it. Oh, no,
I can work out an example. I can work out an example with an actual sphere. Right? We can get just 2 points that are 600 miles away from each other. We get the inner point. We get the size of a longitude at that point. We plot the thing as a grid, and then we check how that compares to the sphere.
Well, Ruhif already did that. We haven't done it on because I got to think everything would be a model. But Ruhif has already done this. He did a whole video about it back in the day when I brought it up. And he showed that when he calculated and made his destination his heading, he just wound up like a fucking like a half a mile from where we were trying to be. There was no real problem with it on the globe either. Now, I mean, you start shooting for something farther, than that, and maybe, you know what I mean? Like, I think, again, like, I think when you're sailing, you're not plotting these huge courses, on, frequently. And I just think that it's just interesting how everyone is like, the curve is just right over there. But if you're navigating, you can basically treat the Earth as flat. It's just weird and contradictory.
Parallel sailing is not treating the Earth as flat, because.
Well, I mean, like, even how about this, dude? And here's the thing: it's like, you could say whatever you like after this, but every video that I've ever fucking watched about navigation, even before flat Earth, when I had a sextant, long before I got into flat Earth, I was into sailing and shit like that. Every fucking lesson and thing that I ever learned about navigation was you could treat the Earth as flat. It's not flat, but you can fucking just treat the Earth as flat to get all your measurements. And that is just an interesting thing.
Bullshit.
Well, and that's why I knew you'd say some shit like this, but like, because it's all I hear from you guys anymore, but it's really true. Like, Most videos, in fact, most fucking videos on navigation have to have like a 5-minute caveat as to why we're going to treat the Earth as flat in this experiment, but the Earth isn't flat and I'm not a flat earther. Every fucking navigation video after Flat Earth
That's
came out
not true.
has
This,
this.
I mean, 1 second. You
Bro,
sent. Let me
they
respond.
have
You
a little
sent a video.
caveat, these little bitches, but they didn't before, and that's
You
interesting.
sent a video, which a guy says that. I watched the video.
That's just one of them.
Right. Okay. Post more. Like I don't think
I don't
anyone's
really get,
saying
dude.
that.
How about this, bro?
I
don't
watched.
care. How about
One
this, bro?
second,
I don't
dude.
care if you're a flat earther or not. I really couldn't give a fuck, Bacon.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, I think it's fine for you to think. You know, I understand your paradigm. You know, I think I do. I think you underestimate what flat earthers know, and that's whatever. But the point being is, that, like, I come from, like, I'm just like, for myself, I come from I grew up with the same fucking thing that you grew up with. Like, I understand it all. I used to fucking think that the aliens were coming once we understood commerce. I fucking get it, dude. The point is that all of that goes out the window when a certain penny drops in one's own reality. Now, if that's not where you're at, that's fine. I really don't give a fuck anymore. I used to think people had to know. I don't care. But my thing about this is that the 600 miles we can treat as flat is fucking intriguing as hell in light of the fact that fucking Bill Nye and the rest of the clown show is saying that 3 miles over there, the fucking curve of the earth is dipping away. That makes no fucking, they're incongruent things. And the thing is that Bill Nye's a fucking entertainer and fucking parallel sailing is a fucking business practice.
Yeah, if you go further than that in parallel sailing, you're gonna get out of sight of the target you're trying to get to. That's why you can't do that too long. So it's not intriguing. It's like the reason why you can't do that for too long means that assumption is incorrect.
It's not
It's obvious because under that assumption, the size of the longitude is the same everywhere from the point we're established, which it's not the case. If you pick a different point, you have a different size of longitude. So
well, right, and we have not verified this in the southern AO, and we haven't done our experiment yet in the southern latitudes. I don't think the people in the south have even fucking thought of it this way.
Well, why do you
know
think
what I mean? Like, so, like, it's kind of a moot point in regards to if we were below the southern hemisphere and we were going to do this, and we could find that the actual longitudes got closer together as we went further south, that would be interesting. But that's not what we have here. Well, like, we don't look, dude.
Yeah, we do.
People travel in those areas. I doubt they're taking into consideration. I mean, I'm sure that they are. They're taking into consideration
they are.
Longitude and latitude and the rest of it. However, I don't know if it's put into the context with which we're referring to. And like I said to you, around about the 30th degree south, I don't know. Let me look on a globe even just to see what that.
Well, we get people.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we get people.
Fascinated, actually. Hold on. We'll go on.
Yeah, we get people going in both races. Yeah, much deeper than that in the south, like deeper than 50s, maybe.
No, but they're also on like a plotted course, bro. Hold on, now. Let me see if I can kind of get an idea of it for myself. Let me see map style. Turn on the grid.
600 miles of distance, like 45 miles of drop.
So yeah, no, but I'm talking like. Forgive me. Let's see here. So like, yo, at 30 degrees. Let me see what I'm finding here. 35 degrees up here. So 35 and 30 degrees. Let's say the box of longitude and latitude is fairly fucking square. But let's go and see how far south, like what are people traveling on in the southern latitude. And the farthest we've got is like, 80, 60, probably like 55 south to get around Argent. What is it?
Yeah, that's quite deep south.
Argentina.
Yeah, that's
what's that?
Yeah, that's Argentina.
Yeah. So like, you're talking like 60 south, like 55 degrees south over there.
60.
I'd love to see because even then you still got like a rectangular-esque thing. I'd love to see what they say. I just don't know if you'd be able to calculate that without trying to superimpose a model on it.
That's how you do it. Like parallel sailing, you get the size of the longitude from the cosine of your latitude.
Yeah,
That's what the globe gives you.
60 south.
Everywhere.
60 south is a good one to play with because it's going to be exactly.
I
half
agree.
the equator. Well, it's exactly.
I agree.
It's exactly half of the equator, so it's easy to compute or whatever.
I agree. Actually, you know what? Let's do it on fucking Google Earth right now. Let's see. So, like, they're gonna. All right, let me pull up my ruler. So let's see. We'll go to 55 south. So what is the difference?
Because 60 is exactly half, so 55 is pretty close to half.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, 55 is 55 is like the southern tip of why can't I put my marker down? Hold on.
What's half?
60 degrees is half.
Oh, the cosine of 60?
Well, no, you're
No.
thinking of it backwards because it goes to 90. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about then.
The distance, the latitude distance, I'm saying, like the latitude, the distance of the latitude of 60 degrees north and south should be about half of what it is at the equator.
This is wild, though. I'm pulling
size of latitude, I'm saying. Sorry.
Hey, yo.
No, longitude.
As I'm zooming in, check the Earth. All right, so zoomed out on the globe, there's this like drastic difference between everything. And now as you get closer and zoom in, there's these square boxes of your whatever, of your lines of longitude. So you'd have to do like a full degree is what I'm thinking to get the real most impact. Or actually you'd have to do 5 degree increments to get your a decent swath, like a decent differential in your lines of longitude. I don't even know if 60 degrees would be enough. So, I mean, I just don't know. I don't think this experiment that we're referring to, Bacon, has been done. And it looks to me, even on Google Earth, that when I zoom in, it squares out with the little lines of longitude that it has. And they become squares again. They're not angling. So if they're dealing with it like it's a perfect square down in 55 degrees, then I don't know if you're going to find that difference you're looking for to justify the globe. Because even on Google Earth, when I'm zooming in, it squares it out.
So the difference between like if you were at 25 south and you wanted to measure between two, if you want to measure between two latitudes.
Yeah, no, give me like 90 degrees south, and then give me like 80 degrees south, or whatever you're gonna do.
I'm doing 25. I'm doing 25 and 26 just because like I know people who live around there or whatever, but just for a reference. But yeah, at that reference, if you do 25 and 26 and you're comparing the distance between one longitude and then one longitude from there, so like, I don't know, 180 to 181 or
right, doing it on the 25th latitude and then doing it on the 26th latitude, you mean?
Yeah, right. So the difference between those two latitudes,
I don't think what is it? Yeah, what is it?
It's about a half mile.
Okay, so right, about a half mile, like inconsequential, kind of. What would you get? And this is what I was saying about do something kind of drastic with. And are you doing south?
Yeah, south.
Okay, cool.
Doesn't
so like
matter.
if you so check this out. Do like 25, or do like 20. Yeah, 25. Fuck it, 25 degrees south, and do 80 degrees south, or do 60 degrees south.
That's gonna be a big deal, but well, 60 is half.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Well, what I want to see what it calculates.
Well, I can, on top of my head, I can tell you what that is because it's.
Well, hold on. No, well, I'm saying like even like do it on Google Maps, like on the ruler, because I'm curious, like, what's the distance that they're really saying it is? Because it's weird when you start zooming in on the fucking thing, the lines of longitude look pretty damn square.
It should be about 27 miles.
Difference. Should be.
I mean, I told you that's why I'd like to do 60 degrees because it's easy to because it's exactly
Okay,
half.
right on. What'd you get at 60?
60 is half. 60 is half of the equator, so it's 35 or 34.5.
30.4, 30 point, or say that number again.
34. Yeah, 34.5 from
34.
one longitude to another longitude.
Got it. Yeah, interesting. I'd love to see it done. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that makes total sense. Like, I get it. I just don't know. We've, I'd love to hear of those calculations.
Well, Jeremy, we were talking about this earlier because Jeremy was enamored with this test that got suggested to him a couple years ago, and it was the same sentiments of what you're describing, using the subsolar point to make the measurement you're talking about, like the speed that it moves across the Earth, basically. To
calculate those lines.
Yeah, get smaller as you go further south. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I understand. Nobody's really down there. Shit, we don't even have footage of the 3-day sun, do we, boys?
Someone was saying that this dude Robert.
I do.
He's okay. Well, I'm just saying. I don't know about 3 days, but he said that the dude had footage of a 36-hour sun. Yeah.
Those fucking bastards. That shit is like, I don't know. It looks really CGI'd out. The only footage I've seen from down there, one of them is CGI'd to fuck, and one of them doesn't even have the sun in it. It's weird. I don't know. I haven't seen very much. That's what actually trips me out with my whole analemma thing. I don't know if you were around when I was tripping the fuck out about that, because that trips me out. The idea that the analemma would be bigger on one side and smaller on the other. I know how you make sense of it in your model. It's not good enough for me.
That's fair.
Yeah, but I hear you. The distances trip me out, because if the sun only changes in angular diameter a fucking little teeny bit throughout the year, then how drastic would that, like, why is that loop so drastic? I just don't get it. Like, I mean, you're going to say because of the size of the sun, but it's just weird to me. Because if the sun is the same size, then not that much has changed in regards to the sun's motion. But hey, man, but the globe has awesome answers for that shit too. I can't knock it for that. It's pretty trippy.
That's because you have awesome questions.
What is it?
That is because you have awesome questions.
Ah, well, thank you, man. And shit, it's so cool that all the people have asked these questions and they've been thought about before. It's just whether or not we agree with these conclusions, because all of them essentially are just proposals. And anytime you start to leap into the idea that that's where I think you become religious about it. It becomes faith-based. Doesn't mean you can't understand the theories. It's just whether or not you accept it wholeheartedly. And I think that's the problem with our society, is we've accepted these things wholeheartedly, A, without fully understanding them, and B, in such a way as to be opposed to anyone who rejects them. You know what I mean? Like, these are ludicrous concepts, you know what I mean? Like, to try to explain away as fact. Like, only madmen would try to say that they know. I'm still fascinated with fucking Moyak coming in and saying that the fucking Netherlands, when they were given the moon rocks from the astronauts that wound up to be fake a couple years later, that was just a practical joke from NASA.
Is that what Moyak said?
Yeah, man. What a shitty one, dude. Like, that's
funny.
That was some pulling some shit out of your ass if I ever heard it.
Well, it's almost as funny as the truth, which is worse than that. Hold on, I'm seeing what Bacon's saying. Bacon,
What's your truth?
Well, if I remember correctly, let me see if I get this straight. Is the Dutch and no, the ex-Dutch prime minister had this rock in his collection, and he was donating it to a museum, and the museum, and he claims to have gotten it from NASA. But this rock that the ex-prime minister was giving to the museum turns out to be a petrified wood. So, from there, you must have to make some assumptions, or try to remember the rest of the story. But it's very possible that someone stole the rock that he had, or that he was claimed to have been given 20 or 30 years prior, and then replaced it with that, or he was never given one and claimed he did, or he was old and senile, and who knows what the hell. But there's plenty of reasons why this guy who donated that rock to this museum, it was not a real rock. When all the other people who have
the
them,
guy was also an ambassador, right? Or like he was
oh,
giving
yeah,
it
maybe.
to. Who was the guy that gave the rock to the? I mean, forgive me. I know it was like a U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands, but who did he give it to?
I think it was the prime minister at that time, who, like I said, in his old age, I think in the 90s, early 2000s, maybe, he was donating it to a museum, and it was this museum who had it, and it was.
But he was the prime minister of fucking the Netherlands, though.
If I remember correctly, I'd have to look at it.
Right, he's not just some bum who was like, "Hey, I met the astronauts," fucking.
Yeah, but he was also Dutch.
Prime minister of the fucking Netherlands, who thought he had some fucking space rocks.
I gotta remember he was Dutch, so I never met a Dutch person who wasn't bizarre.
Fair enough.
It's funny because I have a Dutch last name and I'm not Dutch, but I was at the airport in Amsterdam and I got pulled aside, and the security was really fucking hounding me because they asked me what my last name was and I said it, and then they pronounced it correctly. Like, don't you mean it's this? I was like, yeah, I guess. And yeah, I guess they really just thought it was suspicious, and so they started questioning me for a little while about that.
You can't pronounce your own name?
I can't. I've gotten corrected on my first name even. Like, I tell people, I was like, yeah, I'm Jeremy. Like, don't you mean Jeremy? I'm like, what? That's the same thing.
Oh, by the way, you said you have an accent?
Oh, no, I was kidding. You don't have an accent.
No, you. I do have an accent.
Yeah, I know you do. So what'd you just say?
That you had an accent.
Oh, sure, yeah. Right now it's like an ambiguous accent, but I'm from New York. That means that it can be confused for many things, right? But I'm from New York originally. I live in Texas now, and so depending on my moods or my attitude, or if I'm drinking or angry, in Austin.
Oh, I knew it.
Well, yeah, it's a good guess. But yeah, depending on my attitude at the time, I could go from extremes.
I'm sure you can't guess my city, but.
Oh, I have your coordinates, dude. I've been selling it.
Do you? Oh, that's true. Yeah, you could guess my. You'd be even more. You'll get the coordinates off my table.
What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean?
Where my phone was.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, I have the coordinates of exactly where that table is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how precise is my GPS. Yeah, I don't think my phone gets to lower than a couple meters.
I want you to know, Bacon, that should be the next. Ever since this year started, they said last year was the year of the sextant and celestial navigation, and they're right. But this year should have been the year of GPS, dude. And
mainly now that we have Charlie on the house.
I don't know about that, because Charlie was asking me questions about GPS, and
damn.
Yeah, so I don't know
what I said.
Yeah, but I mean, he definitely has connections or whatever. But we know there's a Brazilian dude. His name's Michael Van Blitzen or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Doesn't sound Brazilian.
Yeah, it sounds like my name. It's Dutch. But let me pull up his channel.
Right.
Yeah, but I think he's a Brazilian. He reminds me of you. I'm like, this is basically Bacon, dude. Hold on, let me. like a 62 channel or 62 video course on GPS, and he'll basically he goes over every detail of the code, of the transmission, how it's, all the, so it's like the whole thing. And I'm going to be going over the raw data of like these what do you call that, differential GPS, which is where you take the base station data and compare it with your data, and you get the precision, the accuracy down to sub-centimeter. So you get a sub-centimeter position, right? Which can be used for a lot of really useful things, like seeing if buildings are tilting, seeing if water curves from a straight horizontal line. You can do a forced line thing. What else can you do? Basically, you do everything. Okay. You can do Jeremy's train track test.
Right.
I'm gonna post this Michael Van Blitzen guy, or whatever his name is. Yeah, this is what I imagine you look like.
Let me see. Seriously?
No, not really. I think he's Brazilian though, right?
Let me see how he sounds like. I don't think so.
Let me see. I got that information from somewhere. Sometimes I say things, I forget how I know it, and it might not be true. And
it's called common sense.
Okay, well, I think he has like his school or somewhere. It's been on here before. Let me just look. Let me find it, because I had the information before.
I'm taking a look at his LinkedIn. I don't know how to say. LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Yes.
He has a LinkedIn that you can see. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, there's a LinkedIn with his name. California State University. There's also in Spanish. So I don't think he's Brazilian.
Hold on, dude.
Doesn't sound Brazilian.
Okay, so LMU is a top-ranked Catholic university rooted in Jesuit and Marymount traditions. I'm trying to see where this. I think it's an American school. Hold on, in Los Angeles. It's probably a different dude. It's not the same guy, dude.
Okay, next try.
Give me a second, dude. Oh yeah, he does work. He works at Raytheon in America.
I wonder what kind of cosmology do they teach in these Jesuit schools? Anybody know?
Probably the legit one.
Which is?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
You mean the Big Bang cosmology? Is that what they teach?
Yeah, probably. Wasn't it a Jesuit priest that came up with the Big Bang?
Yeah, one of their own. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So how do you feel following a Jesuit religious tradition? Cosmology?
I feel pretty good. I feel great. I don't know. Is that, what do you say? What am I supposed to feel? Catholic people
being
believe
a
a lot of the
non-believer,
stuff
I would imagine that would bother you, no?
No.
Doesn't bother you?
Believe it or not, there's Satanists and necrophiliacs who also like Chinese food and pizza and stuff, but or they believe the Earth is a globe. But those things aren't related, right? Just because they also believe the same thing I believe, but they have these other ideas, doesn't attach me to their other ideas.
Yeah, but it's like the entire origin story of this entire realm in human life that you're adapting, right?
Yeah, but okay, so I know people have a thing against Jesuits, but my understanding of the Jesuits is sort of a response to the what do you call that? The Enlightenment era and scientific reasoning, that kind of thing. It's like a response to that, and they wanted to, I guess, also have a contribution to that instead of being against it. So you have these people who are science, based. It's like a science based arm of the Catholic Church. That's how I think of it, at least. And yeah, so I don't think that their conclusions should be different than mine if we're both basing our understandings in science, right? Does that make sense?
Well, in a way, but I don't know. To me, it sounds strange that an atheist or a non-believer in that
Not an
particular
atheist.
religion, okay, a non-believer in that particular religion would believe in that cosmology and fight for it. To me, I find that a little strange.
I know, but if you think about what I just said, though, it makes sense that a Muslim, a Hindu, a Jew, a gay, and myself would, if we all are using science to come to a conclusion, we should circle on the same conclusion. None of those other things would really be, it shouldn't even come into what we're doing, which is science, right?
Yeah, but did I hear you just put gay in part of a religion?
No, I was just comparing different groups of people that have different ideas than me. That's what I was doing. I said Jew, even though that counts as me. So, but it doesn't matter what I did. It doesn't matter how much sense it made. Just think of different groups is what I meant.
Remember, Kocho was in the Navy.
The modern Navy, dude. So be careful. The modern Navy.
And he knows 4 languages. Keep that in mind.
And I learned 4 languages. That's probably more
they
accurate.
taught you 4 languages.
They didn't teach me any languages. They started to teach me a language. I got paid for 2 languages that they did not teach me. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. So,
well, how many languages minimum do you need before you go into PsyOps? Let's say. Do you have any idea?
I think you need to know at least 1 so they can talk to you, so they can communicate with you, and you can understand what they're saying. But other than that, there's no requirement to know a multitude of languages to be in PsyOps. Why would that be a requirement?
Well, how are you going to spy on the Russians, on the Iranians? You got to learn at least some Russian, I would imagine. No.
If they need somebody to spy on the Russians, they'll get a Russian-speaking linguist, either someone they taught Russian to or someone who's getting paid because they know Russian. So in the military, there's tests you can take for any other language, any non-English language. And if you get certain proficiencies on what you know in that language, you get extra money on your paycheck, depending on if those languages are like in demand for, like if that way they can pull you.
Is that what they did with you?
Yeah, I got paid for 2 other languages. Yeah.
Right. Who did you communicate with those languages?
I did have to get pulled into 1 mission, but I didn't have to. Like, I got pulled out of my command to go a part of another command for a brief time because of that. But I didn't have to actually, like, they didn't need me to do any translating or anything. So, but I had a friend who also
cool.
he's Muslim, or he's Egyptian, and he was on a ship, and the same thing. Like, he knows Arabic and he knows Farsi actually. But they pulled him from the ship at one point and put him on a little raft or whatever the hell you call them. And he had to go with a group that was going to talk to some suspicious people or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, don't think for 1 second I think you're paid for doing what you do now, because if you were, I mean, someone like me could figure it out. That's pretty stupid. Right?
Sure. And plus, if there was any competency at all in our government, they would probably not find it useful what I was doing, and they would say, "Why the fuck are we paying this guy?" What are we paying this ass?
Yeah, what?
Also, a potential scenario where someone could be compromised, meaning they maybe got in trouble in the military, something happened, and they were sat down, and it's like, yo, you'll go to prison for life, or you can do all this stuff for us. And if you tell anyone, we're going to put you in prison for life.
No. Don't get me wrong. Now, there are people in these groups that are paid, like that dude research and learn how people react in groups and blah, blah, blah. I know that 100% as a fact.
In this community, you're saying?
In every community. They didn't tell me Flat Earth or this Discord or whatever. They just said they go into groups and play both sides and do kind of what you hear every day here. Like, no one here might be that, right? But that's how it would happen. And they just study how everybody reacts and what they can get away with, blah, 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 how far they can push people, how groups react. It's studies being done.
Yeah.
Not only the military does that, but companies do that.
Well, I don't think the military does that personally, but I do think that this would exist in our government, but probably as a division.
No, the Navy, though. I'll tell you right now, it's the Navy that I know 100% has, part of their intelligence gathering, whatever they want to call it. I forget what she said it was. She's 100% the Navy does it.
But for psychological analysis?
I'll be honest, I don't remember what department she said she was in. It was something like that. PsyOps, Intel, whatever. But the main point is, she said, yeah, there's groups of Navy people that sit in rooms, or a lot of them work, in different places on their computers that troll.
Well, I know J-Trig in UK does that, and yeah, I could see people from the military being, like I said, not recruited, recruited and probably attached to like a intelligence sort of outfit that was doing this kind of stuff. I mean, and I guess there are some intelligence or some, what do you call that? Like when I say psyops, like I would think that those are more what I said, intelligence agencies, but probably they could have military attached with them. You know what? It would be over my. It would be. I wouldn't have the clearance to know about this. So
I don't know anyone in the military. Any person I've ever talked to that's had any, officers and, whatever in my family and friends that were in the military that knew their military buddies that learned languages and were multilingual that weren't in intelligence one way or another.
Yeah, well, that is intelligence. Well,
that's what I'm saying. They were part of that group. They would do things like this.
Oh, like I said, I could see that, but that, like I said, my job required top secret clearance before I got it switched or whatever. So that's how I got my clearance. But clearances even above that, and in that one as well. Like I'm allowed to know of that kind of stuff if it's only top secret clearance, but there's no reason for it to be, for me to become aware of it or whatever. And like I said, there's clearances above top secret. So if it's part of that, then I just don't know. I don't know. It's just not available for me to learn about.
Yeah, even I talked to a retired. Well, he got out of the Navy, but flew jets for the Navy basically, and he didn't even have really high clearance. He was basically need to know.
Yeah, he probably had a secret. Well, need to know is a lot to sometimes above top secret. Although I think that's like, I forget exactly how it works, but I know that
they were like, they don't tell me shit, bro. They tell me about my missing. That's it.
Probably had a secret. He probably had a secret clearance. But even that clearance, you're not allowed to talk about any of this stuff. So
yeah, I know he's out of the Navy. He still can't talk about stuff.
Yeah,
like even just a little that he knows, he can't even say that. I have a first cousin that's high up. He has higher clearance than this guy, and he's told me some stuff like through other like other people, and it's not so. It's nothing that makes a difference. It's not national security stuff, but he's like, yeah, I know shit that I don't want to know. Like I wish I didn't know. It's stupid. I don't know a lot of people in the military right now that want to be in the military. Like they're having issues, like want to get out. The pilot, him and his fiance, they both got out early, like asked to get out.
I think officers can leave whenever they want, kind of. I forget how it works exactly for officers. But,
he went through an ordeal, man. It was like a year of going through the channels and having to get, whatever looked at, or just make sure he was sane and all that. But he just wanted out. He had some moral issues with a couple things and just wanted to get out. And they actually let him out after, but it took a while, right? Spent a lot of money on him for I think he went 4 years, maybe 2 years in Pensacola and 2 more years of training elsewhere just to, get up to speed. A lot of money, and then 2 or 3 years in, and then got out.
It's weird because, like I have a top secret, or I had a top secret. It's probably not valid anymore, but I know the clearances, but I know there's things above top secret, and they can be called, like I said, need to know, above top secret. I've heard both that, but typically I don't think you can. I don't know how you get how you get that attached with you or whatever, like how you become in, because I don't even know what they're called. So I just know top secret is the highest that I know that you can actually get approved of, and they call it, they say this is your clearance. But I think if you have a different kind of clearances above that, I think it's like it's just very specific, probably.
One thing, like a couple of years back, we were discussing. I remember we were at dinner with the family, and we were like talking about the like listening to your phone calls and TV. It's when they did the Super Bowl interview of the family and they used their smart TV to interview them. They didn't have a camera crew. So we were asking him questions about that, and he was like, come on, y'all are smarter than that. Of course they listen to that shit. He said, if you have anything, right, that you say anti-president or government, or, you even act like a terrorist, they're freaking gathering information left and right. He said they might not use your name, blah, 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 but they definitely keeping track.
Yeah. Well, who are you saying is keeping track? Because there definitely is tracking. Yeah, I mean, what's that thing that Edward Snowden had? I mean, he said what they were doing back then. So, I mean, I just assume that it's all
like echelon.
Tracked, yeah. Say again, Mr. Roof?
The echelon.
Echelon and I think actually Echelon is the older one, but I think it's also the same. I think the one he talked about was called Prism, but I think Echelon and Prism are kind of under the same umbrella, maybe. Yeah.
So, Kosha, I'm not one for trying to call people out publicly for being agents or whatever, but you're just talking about all of your involvement in the Navy and these top secret clearances and all this stuff. But at the same time, you're going to say that your involvement in basically being like on the front lines of like Globe Defender for a good several years here, 5 years at least, daily, 18 hours a day. You're going to just say that it's just completely a hobby that has nothing to do with your military involvement or anything like that?
Well, we talked about this last night. The conversation like this doesn't make sense in a dialogue perspective, because I have a different paradigm than you do. So in my paradigm, what you're suggesting doesn't exist. In your paradigm, what you're suggesting would be assumed, right? So it's like it doesn't really make sense.
That's not what he asked, though.
I know, but I'm saying it's hard for me to answer that question, because from his paradigm, it's assumed, but from my paradigm, that what he suggested doesn't even make sense. So
it's a pointless
yeah, but what you're doing now and saying what you say every day is exactly what someone would do. I mean, that's
in his paradigm.
And you're saying
exactly.
Do you mean from the idea that the Earth isn't a globe and therefore they have something to hide, therefore they would have agents, kind of thing? Is that what you mean? Versus the Earth actually is a globe, so there would be no need for an agent. Is that what you're saying?
Something along those lines. What was Ruhif saying? But yeah, that's something along those lines. Yeah.
I'm saying that if I asked you, Kosho, if you are an agent, of course you're going to say no, even if you are, right?
That's true.
He didn't even say no. He had the chance to, and he kind of.
Yeah, he didn't say no. That's why I said that's not the question he asked.
Yeah, but then Rakia says something like, "Oh, that's what you would say if you were an agent or something." And I'm like, that's what Rakia would say if he was a conspiracy theorist. Like, it's just such a pointless conversation. Yeah.
That's my point. Is that, of course, my answer is no, just for the reason.
That wasn't the question either, though. If you asked me how I'm a conspiracy theorist, I said, well, as labeled, yeah, I would say I'm a conspiracy theorist about a lot of things, but I don't agree with that term. But if I was an agent and I was an ex-military that knew several different languages and I was here every day for 5 or 6 years, and someone asked me if I was involved with this in any way with the military, and I didn't say yes or no, that's strange, dude.
What Ruhiv just said though is you're right. If that was true, that you would say no, and so you would expect if they don't say no, that's weird. But no, if it was true, I would say no. If it wasn't true, I would say no. I would say
or
no.
You would answer like you did.
No, I would say no in both cases. And so the thing that makes it difficult is that we have two different paradigms. And so in your paradigm, I would say no in either case. That would be true probably. If it was the answer was no, I would say no. If the answer was yes, I would say no. In your paradigm. In my paradigm, the question seems silly because that entity wouldn't even exist, right? In my paradigm, yeah.
Just stop. I mean, that's why I don't think you are involved, because of the way you talk. Like, it would just be like over the top, too much. I think the people that would be the agents would be the people that would just, I mean, for example, I'm not saying he is, like, no tanks. You know what I'm saying? Like, this a little bit behind the scenes, but a little bit really aggressive.
Yourself, pussy.
Just kidding, man.
I don't think they recruit people.
Yeah, ask no thanks to what I told him the first day I met him.
Yeah, Rocky and FD and the whole crew over there are paranoid as hell. But continue, because I think that
I didn't call you an agent. I called you a troll. Relax, bro. I didn't call you an agent. But now I'm wondering.
We were just testing you, no tanks, and you failed miserably, so we didn't let you.
Paranoid. That was it. Paranoid. So I said they're paranoid as hell, but they might be onto something with Kosho. I just want to see where this goes.
I mean, does anybody understand what I'm saying about the dialogue that we're having, sort of, and the fact that we're coming at it from two different paradigms? It's going to lead to two different, totally, ideas of why this question is even being asked and what the answer is. Like,
whether you are or not, though, is your own. That would just be your own truth or your own situation. But I mean, to answer it in terms of like this philosophical paradigm thing, I mean, it wasn't really the question I asked, but I guess I mean, on that separate red herring topic, I guess I know what you mean, that if you're saying that the Earth absolutely just is a globe, then why would they need to send agents in to people talking about the Earth not being a globe if it absolutely is? I guess you could maybe extrapolate a possibility that they would still have someone in here just to kind of be tracking.
I think they would. Just a group study, right?
So if the Earth was a globe, there would still be agents in here, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I
maybe.
agree with that.
Are you a paid agent? Because you skated Gio's direct question.
I didn't skate it. I answered it. Ruhif answered it, and I agreed with Ruhif's assessment and then answered it again, but I will answer it a fifth time. I'd say no, but my answer would be no in either case in Gio's paradigm. And in my paradigm, and my paradigm is the only one where I would actually, it could possibly be yes, because I'd be joking or something.
I mean, even if you aren't, the way you're answering it is super shady. Like, you're definitely playing, like
that's what a conspiracy theorist.
You just said, like, I'd say no. Like, I already asked you, so it's not like a thing of like, oh, you would say if you were asked. You're like, well, I'd say no. It's almost like that's the script to say no. I mean, ask me, see what my response is. I mean,
are you an agent, Gio?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that makes you sound like an agent.
That's what you'd say.
Of course you would say that. I think Gio's an agent, not Kosho.
Absolutely not. I find that offensive.
I could just speak with the truth of what it is, directly and directly to the thing. I know exactly who I am, the family I was born in, the school I went to, my entire life. I absolutely am not associated with any form of military, or clandestine operations on any way, shape, or form. I could prove it to anyone if needed. I know my entire history, my entire life. So the answer
I
is
think you're protesting too much, Gio.
Ooh,
I think
that's
you're protesting too much.
deep agent there.
Actually, Gio, I totally believe you. Gio, I totally believe you. Kosho, I'm not so sure, bro.
But this is what I mean. That I no offense to you guys. I have to say no offense because I don't mean any offense by this.
I don't think you
But
could
you
give up
guys
that.
would be horrible, like auditors or like investigators if you know, you were really trying to suss out fucking agents, because Gio just gave every telltale sign that he was an actual agent.
No, that's
Yeah,
not a
like a
telltale sign. I
deep,
gave a
deep
direct.
agent.
I gave a direct answer that was direct and honest, and was
But I feel
instant.
like it was emphatic.
Yeah.
It was like very
Yeah, over the top.
No, that's how I speak.
Oh, yeah, now you guys sound like you're trying to attack him for being emphatic and yeah, that's very agent-like on both your parts. I don't think you
The
guys
lady doth
seem
protest
like
too
I
much.
don't think
Kosho
you
and
guys seem like people that would spend this much time
I think
without
they're
making
sitting in
money
the
at it.
same room.
I think that you guys would think it's stupid to spend this much
I
time
think
without making
Ruhif, Kosho, and Gio are in the same room.
Yeah.
They might be holding hands right now.
I'm an Australian agent for the US government.
That alone.
Well, I think
Australian.
there's something about like tone of voice. Like when someone lies, there's body language too. But when someone lies, there's a certain tone in the voice as well. So
they're walking around.
I'll test for that.
Answering it.
My wife says I'm the best liar she's ever met.
She's probably right. That's good. That's
See,
good
those
news.
kind of jokes too.
That's
That's
a
good
lie. Sit at the poker table with me and answer my questions and see if you don't get called.
You're
or if
I would
will
actually like to play
based
poker with you, okay?
on how you answer and what you answer.
yeah, probably, we could do it to everyone in here. So Raki, are you?
I'll
an
be at
agent?
all the main events. Just come join
The
me.
best, Rakia, you know the Tobias
No,
Rankin
absolutely not. I have nothing to do with the military.
All right, so you gave
versus,
literally the
Scott
same
Beaver.
answer. You gave literally a very similar answer I did. Just an instant, absolutely not truth statement. Done and done. Now, Ruhif, are you an agent?
No.
That sounded true. I don't think you are. So we could go through one at a time. We could go through one each person at a time, see how you respond. Kosho's response was like, well, I'm not trying to say Kosho is, but his response was like, well, it depends on what paradigm you come from. And then once we like went through all that, he's like, well, I would say no if you asked me. It's like, dude, I already asked you 10 minutes ago. I'm not saying he is an agent. I'm just saying he answered in a very sketchy way.
Hey, man. When you repeat it back to me, it makes me sound like a dweeb, okay?
You know what? You know when you really sounded
It's
like
almost
a dweeb? Hold on, I got something to say.
Like you daytime dream about other men.
You know what? There was an answer Kosho gave the other day, or not an answer, but a comment he made that sounded a lot like this, where somebody was talking about asking, or Apocryphon was asking about, asking the pilot if he thought the Earth was a spinning ball, and the pilot said no, it's flat, and then Kosho's like, he probably was just saying that because he didn't really want to answer the truth, and all these other things like
that. I didn't say
What would you
he
say?
didn't want to answer the truth. I said he probably said that because somebody asked him a ridiculous question and he wanted to play around with it. Because people don't, it's not every
Even
day
though
that
there's been
people
multiple
say
pilots
ridiculous
that
things
said
like that and really mean it.
So it seems like a trend with pilots than gaslighting people by saying it's stationary and flat.
They
So
say
there's lots of-
ridiculous things like it's a globe all the time.
Yeah, they
here's
do,
a
but
map.
but saying it's flat is a troll by all these pilots. Like it's like a common thing for pilots to do that now.
No,
Yeah,
no, we all know.
I think so.
He's a defense attorney.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Why
we
is that?
know that. Dude, New Perspective, they're defense attorneys, dude. Are you kidding me?
The thing I will say about
American Airlines pilot made this map herself from her logs.
I mean, one thing I'll say about pilots, like, could there be some that are like agents or have some higher knowledge? That could be the case. But in terms of some pilots that don't necessarily have some inside agent anything, they're just regular pilots. The thing that is interesting is that it is like their profession to be up in the air and to be seeing the Earth from that. And so it's like it's already aligned with their profession in the way that when they're asked about it, it is interesting because it kind of skates that line of like what they've actually observed and how they actually fly versus their belief system. So it is like a unique question to ask that.
There's no way if they didn't believe that. Hang on, let me get this out. There's no way they would answer they were anything to do with a flat earther if they weren't, because they know they get psyche val if they just said it, right? Like, what you said you were a flat earther on camera? You're grounded. We're going to do a psyche eval, and that might take a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
No way.
I just saw a video
They're
where
just
the
like,
pilot says, yeah, that the Earth's flat. And then, like, finds out the guy is recording and is upset. You know? Like, oh, he was probably just saying it, even though he got mad that it was being recorded.
Well, nobody likes
Yeah.
being recorded.
yeah, the surveyor did the same thing the other day. He was like, "You're recording?"
I used to work at an airport. I knew many of the pilots that thought the Earth is flat. I knew them
Yeah,
on
but
a
if you don't
personal
tell them
basis
up
and
front
talked to them
you're being
multiple
recorded,
times.
it seems,
So it doesn't
it
matter
seems
what
like you're
Ruhif.
being
Get him in here, Witsit. Get him in here.
It doesn't matter what Ruhif and Kosho say. You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew these
Oh,
people.
okay. I talk to people all the time, and they all say the Earth's a globe. The end.
That's
The end.
very
Like, never
exciting.
really
Good
mean
for
anything when
you.
you say the end anymore.
Good for
Exactly.
you.
Good for Witsit.
The end.
If you
The
want to
end.
appeal
Don't
to
ask
an
any more
authority,
questions. That's it. The end. I have to stop there. Otherwise, my common
if you want
sense
to
might kick
appeal
in, and
to an
I'll realize you guys
authority,
are right.
No one's appealing to authority. No one's saying that.
That's not appealing to an
Yeah, no
authority,
one's saying
dude.
that.
That's stating
then I'm
what
just
you've
dismissing
learned.
it. Then
Facts.
I'm just
No
dismissing
one's
it.
saying that since the authority says it, it's true, right? That's what you guys do. Like, I'm
Yes, there we
just
go.
pointing out this whole narrative that, like, all the videos of the pilots saying the Earth is flat, it actually isn't them meaning that the Earth is flat. It's just such a weird thing to do. Like, the fact that you guys do that with everything, it actually makes more flat earthers. If you're right about the globe, you're making flat earthers with your behavior.
Okay. If you can find a
Yeah,
pilot that
if
would
you
come in
make a
here,
video of
that'd be great.
a airline pilot and he says he's a glober, there's no problem with that. I believe that he thinks he lives on a globe. I don't have a problem with a pilot saying that. I don't
Yeah, but
think
the
it
problem
matters
is
one way or another.
that no pilot will come in here. No international pilot will come in here to answer any questions.
Dude,
They don't know
I'm
about here.
personally in contact with like 5 of them right now.
Please ask them to come in.
So here's
We'll
the
talk.
okay now.
No,
Let me,
yo, hold
And
on. You know
talk to
why?
who?
wait.
You?
Can I say
Yo,
something?
they
Listen.
won't come in because of people like you and your gang.
Exactly.
Of course.
So it's like
Exactly.
I'm
How about
supposed to
You're
bring.
not
how
an
about they talk to
international
Wolfie?
pilot, and then
Look, listen.
when they do, you're gonna call their work or someone is.
Exactly.
Huh?
So
Let's
like I'm
let's
the
get
good
Wolfie in.
boys in this group,
Let's get
the
Wolfie
big
in, shall
snitch
we?
boys who want to
Yeah,
get
let's
everybody
get
fired
Wolfie in.
and turn their life around and get their shit
Please
turned
spare
back.
us from
The
Wolfie.
big snitch
Please.
crew,
Why not
Ruhif.
get paid NASA Shill in here?
You can't even
He
land
flew
a
for
plane.
Pan Am.
Can we
You
not?
can't even land a
Ruhif,
plane in
why don't you ask
one at
Paid
a
NASA
time,
Shill
man. One
anything?
at a time, man.
Paid NASA Shill flew for Pan Am and refueled the SR-71, and you never asked him one question about being a pilot. Flew
Why
for
would I?
Pan Am, had the highest clearance. Like flew
I asked
I
Wolfie.
forget what they call it. Like he could fly freight,
Allegedly.
he could fly passengers for Pan Am.
Let's just
Yeah.
say if the
Any
Globers
questions I
could
ask
read the
Wolfie.
applications that I'm receiving right now through NASA, through NASA audits, which I can verify, I'm seeing their real resumes. I can verify their resumes. I'm literally in the process of doing it. Just in my resumes I've received for auditnasa.com alone, there are multiple pilots, and I already know multiple of them. But this is the question: should we bring a commercial pilot, right? That's like risking everything to talk to me about stuff in here to talk to people like you, who literally one of you guys will go contact where he works. Literally, one of the Globers in here will try to get him fired. I can't even fathom being that kind of person. So why would I bring them to you? You're going to show them a chart you made over and over.
We're going to quiz him on flight plans and flight routes.
Do that
You're
to
gonna
your
quiz an
people.
international pilot.
Do that
Yes.
to pay NASA Shill, the Pan Am boy.
Yes.
Yeah, who the hell are you, Ruhif?
Exactly. The
I know the Earth's a
FBI,
globe, and I know flight
How
the
are
routes.
you
federal
gonna
snitch.
quiz an international pilot?
Oh, like I said, if you
He's
don't
a
want it to be
federal
me,
snitch.
I'll get Wolfie in here. That's fine.
You're a
So
snitch.
you
That's
have
all you
one
are,
dude. You have
Ruhif.
one dude that's been caught like lying. Well,
Oh,
why would we
has he
listen to a
now?
dude that?
Has he really? Please tell me
Yeah,
about
you
Wolfie
either
now.
snitch or you lie. Either
Please,
way,
please
it's
show me
not
where.
good. You're a snitch
If
all
I
the
can
way
show
through. What do
you,
you mean show you where? You want to find out who people
Wolfie,
are? You want to get them in here and talk to them? That's what a snitch does. That's what a detective
where
does.
Wolfie lied, then you'll disavow him and stop bringing him up, right, Ruth?
Sure.
That's a
Was
lie.
Wolfie? Was Wolfie the dude that had the tits? Remember the guy in
That
your
had the
gang that was
tits.
like, yeah, remember there was like a dude that had boobs and he was like all
What?
against flat earthers
He's
back in
talking
the day.
about what's his name?
That doesn't matter.
Oh, Sean Hufford.
Some people do that for
Sean
bet.
Hufford, yeah, all the
Yeah.
him and Wolfie, they all used to make videos about me and shit. And
Sean Hufford got
and
excommunicated.
Ruhif, and you too, Ruhif. You're gorgeous.
Excommunicated.
You're
Yeah,
the
bloody
nicest
did.
of the bunch. However, dude, you guys suck, man. You know, no one's coming.
Sean Hufford ripped off Red's Rhetoric and a couple of people for like 10K or something. He just got fucking banished.
Yeah, dude, I remember when they exposed.
Sounds-
Yeah, he was getting like breast implants, dude. He was
Sounds about like a Glover.
He doesn't have breast implants.
Like that's who these people are, man. Never forget.
He's got a hormonal imbalance and he can't stop growing breasts.
No,
Yeah,
I
there's
just think
nothing wrong with that.
it's like it would be insane for example, I actually have, so I can't get too much details maybe, but I have someone that's in a Japanese space agency, and I have more than one person that works with and for NASA. I have physicists, I have 2 professors, I have engineers, I have more than one pilot, right? Official resumes. Okay, I have these people's like address, number, name, where they work, all that, right? And the dumbest thing I could do is Ruhif says I must be lying, so I need to go expose these people.
I didn't say that at all.
Let me go expose these people to verify or to prove to Kosho and Ruhif and Bacon that actually these people are flat earthers and they're wanting to audit NASA so that they can say, okay, I approve, and then run the risk of them like losing everything. Like, of course,
Can I ask
It won't make any difference to
Did I
I'd
say
rather audit
Witzer was lying?
Ruhif and Bacon and Kosho. I'd rather audit those 3 because they're the liars or the snitches.
Well, listen, nobody asked for that stuff. Me and Bacon didn't even talk. And you
Dude,
can
I'm
claim
making
you have
a
any,
point.
you can
Oh,
claim
why
you have
you
any, you can claim you have
why you
anybody's
defending
information. You
against
can
an
say
audit?
anything. You can claim you have anybody's
Right away.
information in their resumes and say anything about them. But what good does that do us when
I said audit Kosho, and then right as soon as I said audit Kosho, he spoke up. Isn't that weird?
Hey, yo,
So
Witzer, you
audit
know what you should
Ruhif,
do, Witzer?
Kosho, and Bacon. They're the snitch feds. Nobody
Hey,
else.
Witzer.
Don't worry about anybody else.
Dude,
Get like,
you make this so
oh my
toxic.
God,
It's like we're not even we're not demanding
nobody
you
cares.
bring this guy's stuff in.
Nobody cares. Yo,
Not-
what
Why
do you call
not?
it?
Witzer can act as a middle person if he wants, but I didn't call you a liar, Witzer. I just said please get them in here, or
Okay,
please
I'm
let
just
us
saying. I was just making
ask
a
questions
point,
of them.
dude. You guys take everything so personal, man. You guys are
Make
kind
it
of
personal.
sort of
When you,
stuck. Like me, Coach was like, I didn't say that. I was just using an example. I'm making an example.
Yeah.
I'm making a point, right? Why in that scenario you can agree it would be foolish of me to take their trust where they're reaching out to me behind the scenes with their profession and come try to show an anti-flat earther. What would I possibly gain from that other than like losing that person's trust? Like I was making a point. You guys are
Right.
actually not relevant in the equation in real life. That's my
Yeah.
point.
But the only way to expose these pilots as idiots or frauds is to have them exposed to questioning. And if you want to just be in your own sort
Yeah,
of
see,
echo
that's why
chamber,
nobody
that's
wants to
fine.
talk to you, bro.
Exactly.
That's
Why would I do
because,
that?
and that's where you reveal your hand, Ruhif, as a dick. Because
but
you're
they're
like,
only in his.
these people like,
Didn't we just say
no.
no
It shows
personal
your
attacks?
whole motive, dude.
We
It
just
shows your
said
whole
no
motive
personal attacks, didn't we?
when you talk like that, man.
Witzer, didn't you just say no personal attacks?
Dude, you
Yo,
just now said that they're liars and frauds. Like,
You said the only way
No,
to
I said they,
expose them if they
as
were
either
yeah,
liars.
but this is
idiots
what I'm
or
saying,
frauds.
dude. In real life, if I went out and you and Ruif, if Ruif and Kosho came out, we would like laugh.
Dude,
yo,
that's
hold
great.
on one
That's
second. Hey,
fantastic.
Ruhif,
I'm
That's
not
what I'm
asking
saying.
for
Wait,
anybody's
I'm
information,
talking, bro.
dude.
I'm
You can stop
talking.
bringing me up. I'm not asking for any
No,
information.
you're the
Dude.
one that's jumping in. So my point
Okay, so
is
stop
that
bringing me
it's
up then, dude.
the
Stop
way
saying,
you
"Oh,
guys.
you wouldn't give this
Can I
guy's
finish,
information
please?
because I
Can I
would have
finish,
it."
please?
I don't
Can I
want it.
finish, please? The way you guys act in here, right? It's kind of insane. It's like the way you
You
guys
just
think that
said no
you like.
personal attacks. You just
Wait,
said no
can you
Yeah,
please
just
stop,
stop
man?
making it personal, dude.
Okay,
Yeah.
you guys win.
hey, Witcher, let me ask a question. Hey, yo, Ruhif,
Yeah.
if let's say he brought one of these pilots in anonymously, right? And let's say he passed he had some mustard to what he was talking about. Do you think that it would be okay that he was doxxed and that people contacted where
No,
he works?
of course not. Why would
What
I
do you
think that's
think
okay?
makes these pilots, Ruhif, then believe that or understand that the Earth is flat? What do you think
What
tricking
I
them
think
all?
is they're just conspiracy theorists, like typical flat earthers. Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
Ruhif, wouldn't
what
you
could
have
you
to
show? And what
make
do you think
sure?
you
Hold
could
on,
show
Ruhif.
them
If you came across a
that would
flat
turn
Earth
them back
pilot,
to the globe?
if you came across a
Oh,
flat Earth pilot, wouldn't you think it your responsibility to report him so that he's not somebody who's flying a plane?
no.
You don't
Why
think
would I do
that?
that? No.
Because that's what you sounded like a second ago, right? That's kind of what you said.
No,
Right?
no, I didn't.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
hear him say that either. But so then, what do you think? What do you think you would be able to show a pilot that
He
would
said he wanted to
bring him
expose
back
him.
to the globe then
Oh
from the
no,
flat
for
Earth?
to show you guys that they're either frauds or idiots.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say, right? Think about the attitude that you're expressing. Okay, it's like I'm just trying to be real in the grand scheme of things. Okay, if there are people that are jeopardizing their profession, but they trust me, so for whatever reason they see my videos and they think that I'm trustworthy, they can trust me with their profession of years, their whole life. Why would I'm just saying in the grand scheme of things, in the giant equation here, you would have to admit that like your longing to try to like cross-examine them or something is completely and utterly irrelevant.
Okay, you can just have your echo chamber and I don't know, make your shitty documentary or whatever
Now
you're
you're
doing.
just trying to gaslight me, and what you guys do is you try to psychologically manipulate the flat earthers with this like reverse psychology to get your way. It's the same thing that people do in the chat.
Oh,
They're gonna
listen, yeah,
Chucky's
either
like, I
bring them
think
in or
Wits is
don't.
lying or
Whatever.
gullible because he's like, oh, Wits will have to prove me right.
Oh, you,
It's weird. It's like if you think it's a globe, cool. It's like cool, bro. Just go do something.
Yeah.
Okay, just go do
Yeah,
something.
wouldn't you be
you
more
can either
interested
bring
in
them
like
in or not.
like playing
It's
volleyball or something? Would you be
Say
like
again?
more interested in like something else?
I'm going go-karting in about an hour and a bit.
Go-karting
There
is
you go.
actually very fun, but it is just weird, bro. It's like you have to understand from our perspective, right? If I just wanted, I heard the people were talking about pilots. I'm like, what a coincidence! I literally jumped in Discord because I just got this map that was drawn by an American airliner, right? Like a American airline pilot, commercial pilot, and that she drew this. She tried to like speculatively draw a map based on her flight logs, and I just dropped in here. But it's like your guys immediately you're like, oh, we could just shit on it. She's an idiot. That's not a real pilot. That's some cartoon
If you
someone
want
drew on there. It's so easy to be you guys. That's all I'm saying. Like it's not like
if you want to
impressive.
present that to us on her behalf, that'd be great.
But you
I'm
get
kind
what
of
I'm
shitting
saying.
on it
Though. It's
too
very
because
easy to be you.
I don't know where she
Sure.
flew to the firmament and why she put that in her logs and on her map. So
Well, that's just
I
what
kind
some
of
pilot drew, right? Like this is the difference. I'm obviously not saying, oh, this pilot drew it. See, I'm not so delusional that I think that since people have a profession, they must be the arbiter of truth. You know, I don't think that there are some flat earthers that act like that. Globers act like that all the time. But then whenever it backfires, and I have an actual professor, like more than one professor, I even have a former astronomer, right? I have all these different professions that they appeal to that are willing to answer any of my questions, and they're reaching out and they want to audit NASA. They're also suspect of NASA. They think they're lying. They want to hold them accountable. I have people that work in NASA wanting to help. I have people that work at the Japanese Space Agency. These are like real life people, right? So it's like just really soak it in. In reality, you guys are irrelevant in that equation. In the equation we're trying to figure out, we're being lied to. NASA's lying to us. They're misleading us. They're doctoring footage, not admitting it till we catch them, etc. We want to hold them accountable. You guys want us to not hold them accountable. You guys want to convince us out of the mission, saying that no, there's nothing to see. You're just crazy. So it's like just really soak it in. In that equation, you're just a distraction.
Okay. I don't think we want to stop you from this auditing NASA. From my perspective, and I don't know if I speak for any other Globers in here, we just want the argument, pretty much. That's the fun part.
Well, that's funny because I'm getting like spammed by anti-flat earthers through the website, right? It's like it doesn't make. I'm just saying that it doesn't make any sense, bro. Like I would never do that if there was someone that thought that lizard gnomes morphed into politicians and they run the world. Okay, I would never go to them every day to be like, "You're so stupid. Show me your evidence." Like that's insane. That's to me, and they're like, I have a group of people that work with the politicians and know that they're lizard gnomes. You know, I wouldn't be like, prove it. They're lying. You know, I would never do that. It is kind of weird. It's clearly, and I don't want to be mean, but it's clearly like this need to fulfill the superiority complex. Objectively,
Okay.
that's what it is.
You're a narcissist thinking you have superior knowledge to all the rest of us about the Earth being flat. We can play that
More
game as well.
importantly,
But I
more
don't.
importantly,
I this is the difference. I
Vincent,
have
you
no
have a
idea.
human
Neither do I then,
superiority
right?
complex, man.
The difference is I have no idea what the Earth is. Like I have no idea. I could be completely wrong about what I think right now. I have no idea what's in the sky. You think you know that something's 45 billion light years away. I don't even know what the closest star is. I don't know how it operates. Like we're not the same, bro. We're fundamentally not the same. I'm sorry. And it just sucks to hear,
You're
like, if
lying.
anyone's having a productive
But more,
conversation, you guys just call them
you're
liars.
lying. More importantly, do you know how Ruhef got his job? Ruhef got his job because somebody said that Santa Claus was real. He said, "Nah, Santa Claus is real." And then a week later, somebody else said Santa Claus is real. And eventually, Ruhef's like, "What? 2 people now say Santa Claus is real?" And then eventually, a whole bunch of other people believe Santa Claus is real. And then Ruhef shows up trying to disprove Santa Claus.
I actually got my job by setting the record on one of the barrier tests, the mathematics test at the company. That's how I got the job. Pretty sure
You got the job. You got the job debating flat earthers because you did a job performance.
My actual job back in the day. Actually, my first job.
Sure. There's
was-
not a lot of people that want to discuss this stuff, so I get it. But the point is,
it's
Ruhef,
better than the bullshit.
Flat
back and forth
Earth
with
is
this,
like Santa Claus, right? Flat Earth is like Santa Claus. The first person you tell, "Hey, you know the Earth's flat? It's real. And you discount it, and another person says, "Hey, flat Earth is real." Another person keeps saying it. Eventually, you're going to have to look into it. But the whole time, you are saying that it's not real. So what are you looking into?
Yeah, my first job interview, I actually had food poisoning the night before. And I did this interview standing up because I said to them, if I sit down and it sort of compresses my stomach, I will probably throw up. And I still got the job. So that was pretty cool. Got the scholarship at least, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, there's a map that an American Airlines pilot drew. I have a person that
also-
works for the Japanese space agency that wants to help audit them.
Nice.
And if there's no backing it up, then you're just talking pointless shit. Happy to.
Hey, that's
happy to
right.
be
It's like
arguments
either
about
I
it,
could
but,
try,
yeah.
either I
so
could
mathematically
jeopardize the
minded.
entire resource by trying to convince Ruhif, who I personally know that if there's a subject that we're discussing and he's backed into a corner where he's wrong, he literally leaves the room, or I can just talk to the real life people that work there and try to actually accomplish something. So like, which one should I like? Issa showed me this quote from Theodore Roosevelt, and it directly applies to you guys. It does. The man in the arena, it directly applies to you guys.
All right, I'm going to do Kosho's problem.
You should read it.
Good luck,
You
Ruhif.
should read it.
What did the
Yeah,
pilot
I'll be
do?
back. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I don't know. if you guys
5
are
minutes
reading
now.
this.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see how long it takes. I'll be back.
Pink
Mic check,
crayon.
mic check.
I hear you. Were you talking? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, it makes sense. Ruhif is proud of his math skills. And there's like thinking mathematically is the way that the globe thinkers have to go into that mode. They have to think the math is all that matters. Like the common sense doesn't matter. Even though there's 2 vectors in landing a plane, somehow the math still, I don't know how, still works out for them to think it's a plane landing on a globe. I'm not sure how the math works, but it's pretty crazy that they can believe that still. It's like total common sense ignored, mathematics completely embraced. That's basically the mindset.
Let's not use any names, but like the giant medical company that paid the biggest medical fine in the history of the United States for doctoring medical reports and lying and paying off doctors and changing all the tests and and then they ended up coming out with something that they tried to convince everyone in the world to take. Okay.
Yeah,
If an employee
car
from that company reached out to
makers
me,
do the same thing when they go to pay off like a brake fault or something that causes like deaths and billions of dollars in damages. If the lawsuit is going to cost them more than the amount to just let it go, they just let it go. They just lie. This happens all the time.
if someone from that company,
Finish
if
your
someone,
thought. Wait, Vincent was finishing his thought. What was that you were saying?
if someone from that company reached out to me and was like, dude, I have inside information that they're intentionally lying about this. They knew that this was bad, blah, 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 blah. And I want to work with you to help me get the word out there. Right. And then say like one of these people were like, prove it with it. You're not really talking to an employee from far over there. you know, PF far, right? You're not really, no, prove it. That's not really, it's like, how ignorant would it be for me to go and take that person and try and convince them that it's real with their information and then completely jeopardize everything else? That wouldn't even make any sense. In that equation of this person working for that company, wanting to expose it, reaching out to someone to try to expose it, the person that's on the sideline saying, "Nuh-uh, prove it, you're lying," has nothing to do with the whole situation. They should be grateful that they even know it's a thing, that they get to be in a room where it's discussed. Like, I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm being realistic. They have nothing to do with it. Nothing. They don't have some like important position where we owe them some obligatory stance that we have to convince them that what we're saying is true. That's not real life. They're irrelevant.
But why would these people with so much to lose actually trust you? I mean,
Good
why
question,
would they put
Leflin.
all this in you that they would expose themselves to you that you wouldn't expose them?
Well, maybe they know that I have honor and I'm not going to expose them, Left Lane. Have you considered
Why
that?
don't you go talk to people yourself, Left Lane? Why do you worry about who Witsit talks to?
Wait, Left Lane, are
Go
you saying?
talk
Are
to
you wait?
surveyors.
Left Lane, are you saying
Go
that I'm
talk to
lying?
surveyors and ask them how long they use an auto level for.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
like,
Why
Left
do you
Lane,
worry about who
that's
I
not the
talk to or who
situation we're
Witsit talks
talking
to?
about. That's a different situation.
Yeah, it
than
is
what we're
talking to
about.
people. Yeah, knowing why they trust you.
Okay, well, they say
You don't
different.
talk to anybody. Go talk to people and tell us what they say.
They say different things, right?
You
So
only talk to people here.
I have a lot of people. They explain. Well, all of them are very specific about how, like, please do not release my information. Right? They're like, I've been watching you for a couple years. You've done a lot for me. Blah blah blah. I want to do what I can to help. I believe in your mission with NASA audits. They say, please just don't show anyone this. But just so you know, I'm legit and you can verify me. And because I was very specific that not just anyone and everyone's going to be thrown on the team to do it. And so they send me the resume. I can verify all the information. Technically speaking, I can call their employer like I'm hiring them. Right now, I'm not going to do that, obviously. I don't need to do that because I can verify them outside of that. But that's the answer. Almost all of them say that. All of them say that they've been watching my channel for a few years. And they trust that I'm not going to, like, screw them over. But would they trust would they trust MC Tune? Do you think? Think they trust FTFE?
Or you, Left Lane?
I'm sorry?
It don't even matter. I'm not like some special boy. My point is just like, it's just weird, right? It's like, you should be like, oh, that's dope. NASA employee wants to help. Sure, let's figure out, make sure NASA's telling the truth. That's cool. Oh, we can get inside information. That's awesome. But you're not. You guys instinctively want to like find a way to make it not happen. And that's just pretty objectively weird.
No, I would actually be interested in seeing these people come out on the side of the flat Earth and try to expose NASA for their lies. I would like to see that happen.
I believe there'll be more whistleblowers as time goes out. I mean, it seems to be more of an encouraged thing to do nowadays. So I'd expect more whistleblowers.
Yeah, it's only been.
Well, I think it's getting to a point where there's so many pilots and other surveyors they can't come out because they can't get hurt.
60, 70 years.
Damn, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Guess
That's
you didn't
all right.
hear me either.
No, yeah, it's all good. So yeah, it's only been a globe for like 70 years, Skylane. So how fast it's turning around is pretty real. Is pretty real.
Yeah, and there's so many surveyors and pilots and just normal everyday people who use the tools that establish a horizontal that can go out and do these measurements and tests. That's happening right now. That there's going to become a time where the airlines can't do the scare tactics of grounding them and taking their pilot's license away just because of their belief or whatever. It's getting to be too many people now.
Well, did you see what they released? They say within 7 years it will only be the upper class that are allowed to use plane flight. They're abolishing plane flight. That's one of their plans here in the next 7 years.
Where'd you hear that?
It was just released. I'd have to look at the news source. I think I saw it on Twitter actually. But yeah, they plan to end commercial travel in the way we know it. Since 2020, It's going to take 10 years, they say, to facilitate their plan. But it'll be more. It's not that you can't travel; it'll just be more difficult and more expensive.
I saw the opposite of that because, like, for
Yeah, I
instance,
did too.
what's that company called? Like the really cheap one. I've flown with them lots of times, but it's
EasyJet.
Spirit.
No, it's in America here, but I forget what it's called. It's
Spirit.
like just put it in. Let's say this company. Okay. So, anyways, this company, and they are doing a new thing where that's like they're making it subscription based. Like they're already like the cheapest airline company, but it's like now you can pay for a subscription basically, and then you can just fly whenever you want. So it's like it seems like the opposite of what you're saying is sort of become commonplace.
So
Well, that's
7
right,
years
isn't
is
it?
a plan.
Sorry.
7 years. 7 years is a plan to reduce airline travel. I'm just trying to find you the article. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, one article is it's tough because usually huge things like that are easily found. Like multiple, people researching it,
Does anyone have any? What do you guys think about this little
writing articles about it.
this little map?
So many freelance now; it's hard to hide any of that once you get to that. I was looking at it. All those small islands. It seems a little strange.
Well,
I've
did you know they
been
just
all
discovered
over like
7,000 new
Fiji.
islands in Japan? They just
I
discovered
do understand
7,000
that.
islands.
Yeah,
Is this the Delta or
it
the
is
United
weird.
Airlines pilot? No?
It's American Airlines.
American Airlines. Yeah, get her on and we'll talk about it.
No,
Well,
He said that to
or
troll you,
not.
dude. That is
Or not.
ridiculous.
no, he's serious.
You're an idiot.
But anyway, dude, I'm just
Ruhiv,
saying,
man. Are
Rakia,
you
like
serious?
Jaron sent me an article explaining that in Japan they just discovered 7,000 islands. It's 2023, dude. Now that might have been an article from like a couple years ago. So now, like a lot of the islands are smaller, but there are some that are like pretty significant in size. So how's that even possible?
I don't know if they. I don't know. You look at local maps and you look at a globe. It's reduced so much. It's hard to put like the small. They don't. They would just be like a dot.
Well, you can
Just
see it's a
being
little bit
honest. I
different than the
mean,
AE map, right? So
yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I was looking at. The positioning is different.
Well, it
So
depends
you
on
can
if
go to
you're. I mean,
Fiji. You can get local map wherever you go. Just get a local map and then compare it. It's often different, right? Like. But it's forever changing too. You got to be careful with that. Like I have islands here where I'm at that are underwater now. Like they're on the maps. They're even on my GPS. Like it shows like there's land there, but it's actually water, and vice versa. There might be water if you don't update your GPS yearly. There might be water now where there's actually land.
yeah, I mean, I don't even care. I don't even care about the islands or anything. It's just like the actual continents are laid out a little differently, and these are from her flight logs.
Yeah, as far as finding islands, I mean, it depends on if you're under the assumption or the belief that the entire Earth was navigated, every single line of imaginary latitude, longitude, or if it was calculated. Of course, we could find undiscovered land if it's just calculated, which is all it is. Yeah, it's just calculated from points.
Well, with this whole narrative that we have the entire Earth mapped out and we know where everything is, and GPS knows every
Yeah.
square inch of the Earth, it's a joke.
And satellites, yeah. Like you have real time Google now, right? You can get a service that's real time Google. It can show if someone's at your house or not. So
Who are they crediting with the discovery of these islands? They're crediting satellites.
Maybe
No,
I
it's
don't
not just
remember.
about it. It's just about how you count islands. The 7,000 islands are like in lakes and rivers. No one ever called them islands before.
Actually, they specifically talk about some of the bigger ones haven't been noticed. So,
And then maybe they didn't credit satellites. I don't know. I couldn't guarantee that part, but I know that nobody has traveled every line of latitude and longitude and completely just like put hands on every piece of earth and water. It's just calculated.
Anyway, really, I'm just saying, like, look, the map looks different than what we've seen, and this is on her flight logs.
Oh, I did ask you earlier. I don't know if you had answered. Why did she use pink crayon and green crayon? I mean, not like why as it, but are those to like demark something specific or?
I don't actually know. I don't know.
Huh.
I'm not in contact with this girl. I just saw this map. Yeah, I have no idea. I just saw this online, Facebook. All the people reaching out to me right now specifically want to help audit NASA. You know, on it. I'm not even talking to them about flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean it's a good thing. Yeah, I mean to your point, who cares what this like FTFE is going on and on. He wants to talk about it. He wants to talk about why you're trying to do that. And there's others who think that it's like evil of you or something wrong with what you're doing. But it's not like you're doing anything. Really, you're just asking them to be honest and
Wait. The FTFE has no say. He doesn't even live in America. He's not even allowed to talk about it.
He said you're not even allowed to audit a federal company. So,
Okay, well, he's an idiot.
Government agency. Yeah.
That's wrong. That's incorrect. So, but I'm just saying, like, why would some non-American dude get to tell me what I can or cannot do within my American government?
I don't know. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's just, to your point, he is taking issue with it. So there are people who take issue with it. And I've seen a bunch of people just dropping it in the chat like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to name names, but somebody's out there trying to get NASA. Like, all right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's very obvious what's really going on, man. Right? Like they don't have pure intention. If you can go read that website and get mad about it, then I mean, what's really going on?
Yeah, I mean, who
Doesn't
cares?
say anything about flat Earth. It's
It's
very like professionally written. It's open ended. It's like, we just want to. We think it's important here at NASA audits that government agencies are held accountable, and we prioritize honesty and transparency. NASA's been given almost $700 billion, not counting contracts, since inception, and we want them to be more accountable. They've been caught, doing stuff like releasing certain pictures and not being completely clear as to whether or not they're legitimate photos or computer generated until they're discovered. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, even in a Glover's best case scenario, like, are you sure every penny's accounted for? Like, that's how much one rocket costs is this much money every year for one rocket a year. Like, are you sure this is you're spending the money wisely and correctly? Nobody's funneling. Even on that note, yeah.
Now that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, any baller that doesn't support this is weird to me. Like, they should be like, "Whoa, yeah, that'd be cool." Maybe because their narrative right now is, "Oh, well, they don't show us stars in space because they don't have to prove stuff to flat earthers." When what we know in reality is that if they went out past the Earth's orbit to space and they were away from the Earth's atmosphere, that would block the ability to see the stars clear. They would show that footage. It would be the most epic video ever shown to man. To see stars in space live time, or just like footage, like a video.
Moving stars, yeah, sure.
People will be like, "Whoa, dude, you're like swimming in stars with no obstruction. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. This really makes space way more real. Like, this is what I think space would look like. Like, wow, look how far man's come. We're swimming in the sea of stars that is space."
They heard the story from Will Shatner where he said, "Listen, I went up there and I realized, guys, that there is no chance we are ever going to any other planet. There's nothing up there. Stop this." Yeah, I think they may have heard that story from Shatner already.
It's just weird, though. It's like, but the point is that their narrative is, oh, well, they're not trying to prove anything to the flat earthers. It has nothing to do with that. Like, literally nothing at all to do with that. Like, it's just, why would you not want to see that? Only people in this room would pretend they don't want to see it. If I went on the streets and said, "Do you think it'd be cool if NASA showed us videos of them being out in space where we can just see all the stars and videos of all the stars when they're out there on their space missions and stuff?" They would say, "Don't they?" They would just assume that they did that, and then no, that doesn't exist. Like, that's weird. Yeah, I would love to see that.
I was going to say, like, years ago, that used to be like part of my argument to like just regular people. That would be part of my argument. Is like we're giving them all this money. Like, shouldn't we have this stuff? They would say, yeah, we do, don't we? No, we don't have any of it. And then then yeah, we should. They'd be honest about it. We should have all this. Yeah, of course. I want more. We should be on the moon. Like, oh yeah, we should be on the moon. Yeah.
Or like, for example, if we request the uncut footage of them training in the pool, what reason is there for them not to provide it? And this is where now we have NASA defense attorneys that are going to tell me why they shouldn't provide it. They're going to start making stuff up, just like they say, "Oh, they don't show us stars because it's impossible because of exposure settings." NASA never said that. NASA never said that. They just become NASA defense attorneys. They know that NASA's not here. Who's gonna hold them accountable, right? They can just say stuff. It's just weird. It's just a weird like paradigm or
Yeah, I don't think.
dynamic.
Yeah, I think. I mean, just real plainly on that point. Yeah, I don't think NASA says, "Oh, we can't take pictures of the stars because our cameras aren't good enough." I don't think they
No,
say
only
that.
the anti-flat earthers say that. Oh, like, but then like some of them are more in the know, like Kosho, right? So he's like, no, they can see stars. They use some of the cameras in Artemis to navigate using the stars.
Most
So
of
they
them,
have to
yeah.
be able to see the stars. So it's
Almost
like,
all of them, yeah.
yeah, and so like exactly, right? So we should be able to see that. Um, that's the whole
Yep.
point. I mean, even like
I
everyday people that have nothing to do with flat Earth, when they were interviewing the people at the PR release during the Artemis mission, they were asking about the footage. They're like, "How come that we had live footage in 1969?" This isn't a flat earther. This is just a normal person that loves space. Okay, so the narrative, like they don't have to prove stuff to flat Earth, is just disingenuous. This is a normal person that loves NASA, that loves space. They're like, "Why could we get live footage from the moon in 1969, but we can't get live footage for this?" And they just stumble around, don't answer the question directly, and say that we have to process the information and then we'll get it to you as fast as we can. Just please be patient with us. Right? Like,
I would suggest to you that before you make any claims about what they can and can't provide, you maybe request it from them, because most of the footage or cameras were made to look at the stars, so they have that data. Did they make it available to you yet? Probably not. Will they make it available to you if you request it? Possibly. And that you might want to also look into what that lady and the dudes were talking about, the context of it, because I looked into that video that you posted, and the context is not about all the live footage from the entire mission, because they obviously showed live footage from the mission. They were talking about something specific. I think about the reentry.
okay, it doesn't matter what part of it they're talking about. Okay, it's still, the point is that it's nothing to do with flat Earth. That's a talking point from anti-flat earthers to dismiss the conversation and to be disingenuous. Okay, in reality, it's 2023. We should have incredible footage. In fact, if you go look at what the Japanese Space Agency claims to have shown for 13 years, they're showing like time lapse of Earthrise from the moon. The Japanese claim to show all kinds of stuff. You never hear the anti-flat earthers bring up the Japanese Space Agency. They never come in here and drop their videos because they look retarded, right? So my point is, you guys kind of know. You guys kind of know that it's like this gray area, and in reality, you would love better footage. You would love better footage and more thorough footage of everything revolving around the mission. You don't get it, so you just find a way to make it make sense to yourself. And again, in that interview, when she's asking questions, she's asking about the footage over and over, and then they go on to say, like, we know it's been imagery has been crucial to NASA since the beginning. We know it's very important to get you guys pretty pictures, is what he said. And it's like, then why are you not showing us like the prettiest part, like all the stars? Why would you not show us that, bro? Like, if I can go and just look at Artemis just staring at the same screen for hours with just all black with a little bitty Earth in the background in a low definition moon for 1/3 of the moon, then why can I not see the stars? If I can just go click on those files and stare for hours and nothing changes, there's no logical reason I wouldn't also be able to click the next file and it be the star cameras. Why do I have to ask for it?
Yeah, well, like I said, if you don't want to look foolish, I would wait for your complaints until you've asked them for it and see if they're readily available. Because what I'm going to assume is going to happen, and I'll make this assumption without knowing, is in a couple of days, the request that I made will come, and I'll provide the pictures for you. I'll show them to you, and everything you've been complaining about will be rendered just very silly. And
Are they pictures or videos?
it'll have no effect on you, and you'll just behave with the next issue in the same way.
Are they pictures or videos?
I don't know.
I want videos of them going to space and seeing stars. How is that such an unfounded request?
Because there's videos of that, and you know there is, because I watched them with you last week. There's
Oh,
videos of
you didn't.
NASA of stars in space. Videos of them.
No. You're talking about the ISS. I'm talking about
from NASA, yeah.
When they go out past low Earth orbit and seem to float around in space, there should be videos of that. The ISS is very easy. It has this very reoccurring route. Okay, you could easily fake stars. When you're talking about going around in space outside of the Earth's orbit, faking stars would be much more difficult.
Why?
Because you have to actually have an accurate position of those stars changing relative to where you're moving and where the stars are moving relative to your position. And they have to be intricate. And
Are you
would
going to be able to
see a lot. What?
Are you going to be able to spot the difference between what the stars look like from here to the moon?
Well, that would be the next part. It would require us all to actually examine the footage. But the point is that we haven't even got there. That in and of itself is sketchy. Any normal person would admit that it is just inconvenient.
Don't poison the well with it, for fuck's sake.
Answer to the question I asked would be no. It takes intense analysis of parallax, from one side of the orbit to the other side of the orbit, which, believe it or not, is much further than here to the distance of the moon. And that takes that. So from here to the moon, the analysis of the star position, and actually the reason why they use this to navigate is because it's not going to be different. They can use the stars of the celestial sphere or whatever, that they can treat it almost the same way as they do here on Earth. It's not very different.
No, as you move, the stars move. Duh.
Yeah, so like I just said, they use it to navigate for a reason, because they're in a fixed frame in reference to the stars. At least they treat it like that because they can do that.
Yeah. When you move, do the stars move?
Well, if they did appreciably, they wouldn't be able to use it to navigate. So I don't know what that tells you, but when they do parallax, it takes intense observations and analysis. Parallax, which is covering 190 or 86 million miles between the two sides of the orbit of the sun, compared to 240,000 miles between us and the moon. The difference is minute and not going to be appreciable, especially by amateurs like us here on Discord.
Oh, that's a cool story. See if you can just. Are you intentionally not answering my actual question? Are you doing it on
How
purpose?
does he know all that?
No, it's just irrelevant to what I'm talking about, though. So the angle to the stars changes as you move. Okay.
Yeah.
Now he's talking about the stars actually changing. He's intentionally not addressing what I'm saying.
They do. From where I'm standing now to 10 feet from here, the stars' positions, there will be parallax.
There you go.
The problem with that is that's not something even fucking God himself could see, because there's no fucking tool that's gonna tell you that. There's no obviously that's exaggeration, Rakia, but there's no, the reason we don't do parallax from here and 10 feet away of the stars is because there's no measurement that can be made that way. The difference is so negligible.
Let's get really simple with it. Okay, you're in Texas.
To do that.
You're in Texas. I'm in South Carolina. Are the angles to the stars the same star? Are they going to be different or the same?
By any tools that we have to measure them, they're going to be the same.
No way.
Really? So we can't
No
celestially
way.
navigate.
I'll take that bet.
Okay, so we can't find our location taking angles.
This is the problem, that in the year that we've been talking about this, you still don't understand what celestial navigation is. Celestial navigation. Hold on, Rakia. Celestial navigation uses the Earth or uses the stars as a fixed frame. That's why it works.
That's again not
addressing. It doesn't change as you move across the Earth.
You're intentionally not addressing my point, right? It's like you're doing it 100% on purpose. 100%. So how do we find our location if we use stars? Well, we take an angle to the star, right? So that angle's different in different places of the Earth, right?
Yeah, what does it have to do with stars looking different from here to the moon?
Oh,
so the angle will be different.
Now you're gonna so you're changing position.
You guys are talking like this doesn't like you don't understand this at all.
No, we understand that the angle will be different.
The stars being a fixed frame is how you can use them to navigate, right?
That is irrelevant to what I'm saying.
It's not difficult. It's not difficult to make a map of the stars from here to the moon.
That's not what he asked.
Because they're going to be.
He has no shame. He just keeps saying it. Like the whole room doesn't hear. I specifically said that's not what we're talking about. You just keep repeating it.
My point is the thing you're talking about is not the thing you're talking about is not effective in this. There's no the point of the stars being different angles from here on Earth. They're different angles in reference to your position. They're not different angles in reference to each other, which would need to be the case for there to be a problem with mapping them from here to the moon.
No, I don't need your opinion about what order.
It's going to be the same.
Oh my God! This is just. I already have a headache.
It's going to be the same stars in the same positions as they would be here. There's no difference.
Maybe ask your question.
You're just going to keep saying it over and over. It's like no respect whatsoever. Now Left Lane's going to try to act like somehow Kosho is addressing my point, and it's me being stupid.
I want to clarify what you're saying. Are you saying two different people in different locations observe the same star and get a different angle? Is that what you're saying? Well,
yes.
There's not a problem with that, though, because they can reference Greenwich and they can get their GP and their distance to the GP.
That's my point, Left Lane. So thank you. Now call Kosho out for ignoring my point for 5 times in a row. Oh no, this is where you.
Your point is irrelevant here. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. That's what you're saying, but I don't care what you say. So if they supposedly go 238,000 miles out to the moon, chill around by the moon, and come back, we get to see the footage and where the stars are changing relative to their angle and their mission route and the timing. We should be able to fact check that. It shouldn't be a question about whether or not I want to. It should just be a given that you can go to NASA's website, immediately access that information. We should be given that information live because space travel is real. NASA tells the truth. Everything is real. Space is a real place you can go. Everything they're doing is accurately represented. It should just be live time. This is let's all come together. When we go out in space, we see that we're all on the globe. We're all one family. Let's all unify and look at the data and look at the mission. That's what it should be like. That's what real life would be like.
That's what
I shouldn't have to go request this information.
They provide all the stuff that anybody normal would want, right? The stuff you're asking for is not relevant to anybody except for somebody who's trying to think that would debunk them.
That's incorrect.
That's incorrect. What you're saying would be difficult to produce is not difficult to produce. It's the same relationship in the stars as it would be here. It's exactly the same.
You just keep saying the same straw man, dude. So as you go, we would see the video of the stars changing in angle as they travel through their mission. I want to see that and fact check it.
Okay, what's it? Let's see if you're paying attention. If the stars are in the same place and Polaris is north of where they are and they're going forward to the moon, how would you expect that would change if they went 250,000 miles?
What?
Polaris is above them. They're flying. They're going to the moon where the Polaris is above them, right? It's at the North Pole. And the moon's straight ahead of them. Polaris is above them. They get to the moon 250,000 miles later. Is Polaris still above them?
Kosho doesn't get it. Like, let me. This is a good example of how you don't understand. Okay, and that's your fault. That's your fault, not my fault. So let's just use Polaris, just like you said. They leave from around the North Pole, and they leave, and Polaris is above them. They keep going. So we see Polaris change its angle. Then
why? No, hold on. Why?
Can you stop? Guess what they can do in space. Guess what they can do in space? They can keep going, and they can go down lower than the equator, and they can still see Polaris because they're up higher than we can be on the Earth. Which means I should see Polaris significant amount of degrees below the equator. You're out in space. The relative position of the stars is significantly different on the Earth than in space.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying you don't understand. If they left from the North Pole and they went straight to the moon, okay, and Polaris was above them when they left, and they went to the moon, I'm asking you, what reason would Polaris change its angle?
Oh, it just depends on all the specifics of the route. Like if they get lower than the equator where they are around the moon, the different parts of it, like relative to what they see with Polaris.
Oh, the answer is if the moon's straight in front of them and Polaris was above them and they left from the North Pole, they get to the moon and the moon was straight ahead, Polaris is still right above them.
It wouldn't be like that, then.
Oh,
so I should be able to just see all the
Can I-
video of the
can I-
stars when we go in space and fact check the relative positions and angles. It shouldn't even be something that has to be requested.
Yeah, however you're saying it happens, Coach, so we just want to see it.
Like it's so it's
That's
you
my point is
proceeded
do
to
what
do
I
the
did
very
and
thing that I said you would do, which is you jump in and be a defense attorney. To
Yeah,
tell
dude.
us why we
All I
should.
said was you're gonna look foolish when the information.
Worry
that
about
was-
yourself
you
looking
haven't-
foolish.
you
You've
haven't
debated
done
flat Earth for
yet.
7 years and you think it's
requested.
stupid.
That's all you do is request it. Just say, hey.
Worry about yourself looking foolish, though, right? Because you think flat Earth's stupid and you've talked about it for 7
I
years.
think flat Earth is stupid.
But
I
wait,
think
but wait,
Witchy. Conversation with that think they know more than they do, and they express things they probably should wait to express. That doesn't mean I think flat Earth is stupid.
We just want to see the star.
Yeah, like it's so funny. It's like you guys got to convince us we shouldn't want to see it. It's not important. There's no reason to see it. There's no way we could discover anything
Trying to
there. It's
make
100%
Just look
useless. It's,
foolish.
I literally said request it, dude. I didn't say there's no reason to see it. I said request it. What I did was when I wanted to see it, I didn't say, hey, there's no reason to want to see it. I said I'm going to request it. So like I don't know why you straw
You
man
don't have it?
what people are saying, but I'm just saying request
don't
it before
have
you
it,
make these
Coach?
claims.
Dude, there's a whole bunch of this that you just don't seem to understand. Like space looks different in outer space than the stars look from the Earth.
And how's that?
Well, we don't have the atmosphere blocking our view, for starters. So literally, we're gonna see more stars, right?
No. I mean, depending on where you're looking at, if you're looking in the same place that you were looking at from Earth, you're going to see the same stars that are there. I don't see what you're saying. There won't be the Earth blocking you.
Without the atmosphere?
There won't be the
That's not
horizon and everything like that blocking it. But the stars that are in the sky from here on Earth are the stars that are in the sky from space.
So we can't see
The only
stars
thing is
better in
the
space.
magnitude might decrease when you get to space because there's less what do you call that? Turbidity.
Okay, so then we should be able to see the positions correct accordingly based on the atmospheric obstruction.
Well, we already used the positions that are high in the sky for a reason because they're not being the refraction's not giving us an error. Like
What does that have to do with me being able to see all the stars?
Degrees.
Dude, look, it's so simple, okay? There's many factors of what the star should look like when you go out to the moon, okay? Based on what angle you are relative to those stars, where you're looking, what direction you're looking. All of this stuff should just be 100% bulletproof because we're really going to space. You guys actually believe as grown men that footage that sat there for 8 hours and showed you nothing and you didn't even get a high definition shot of the moon, you pretended it was a success, okay? That's what your life decision is. I don't believe that nonsense. I want to fact check it. I want the cameras they claim used the stars to navigate and constantly videoed them. I want the videos.
Yeah, but you don't want to ask for them for some reason. You just
I'm
want
going to
them.
ask them. Well, I'm literally going to ask them. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
well then that's what I'm saying. Like, why would you complain about it before doing that?
What are you talking? Complain about what? My point is it should already be available. I paid for it. I already paid for it. So did you have to pay for the footage? So my complaint is I already paid for it. That's my complaint. I paid for it. They work for me. It doesn't matter how triggered you guys get about that.
I don't get why you even have to pay for to go see the NASA rockets at their facility. It's not their facility. It's our facility. You still have to pay to get in.
Yeah, but it's pretty cheap. You can get an annual pass. But yeah, it's my point is like we paid for it. We should. It's like if you have an employee and you ask to look at their audit logs, they don't get to say, "Well, give me 3 weeks and it's going to cost me about 10 hours, so I need $3,000, and I'm going to redact a lot of it." No, you're not. Actually, what you're going to do is you're going to stand up out of the desk chair right now, and I'm going to look at your audit log. You work for me. I paid for your computer.
You sound like a fucking toddler.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. You do, man. I don't think you understand how this works, man. Like, you don't go to the police station.
No, but
and tell the
what
police
he's
to suck
saying
your dick
is that's
if you
how
pay
it
them.
should
Doesn't
be.
make any
This
sense.
has nothing to do with the police station.
Yeah, I know.
dude.
But you're saying that people work for the government, so anything you tell them to do, they have to do it.
Whenever you work for NASA and it's completely not political, it has nothing to do with national security, it has nothing to do with the military, it's space, it's just scientific organization. It has nothing to do with anything that's dangerous information.
Nothing to do with the police station. You want to talk about acting like a child? You just try to dismiss the fact they work for us by comparing it to a police station. Are you kidding me? They work for us. And you guys just want to like come tell us we should be glad that we're slaves. Slaves want to come tell me that slavery is good. No, I'm good. Thanks for your request. I'm good.
You're a little bit crazy, man. But if you go to
the guy who defends the government
see their
online.
logs, and you think they're expected to show you their logs, you'd be incorrect. Yeah.
Well, why are they not?
Because they don't work for you. It turns out that they actually do not work for you, believe it or not.
Well, they actually do. Turns out that you don't know how the government works, but that doesn't surprise me.
I worked for the government, and I know exactly what it's like to know who I'm working under and who I'm working over. And there's a chain of command, and in the chain of command,
Who are you working for?
Yeah.
Who are you
Who's the
working
highest in the
for?
chain of command for the government? Who's the highest?
For the job I had, it was the president.
Well, maybe you need to read the Constitution again. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. See, like what you're, and now Rue, if the guy who doesn't live in America is going to school me on it. Well, this is reality. Reality is that when the cops work for me as well. Okay. Now,
You
what
should
you
tell them
guys will
what
say is
to
the cops don't work for you. Well, guess what? They do. And I know that for a fact because I went around the whole country and made the cops work for me. Okay. So it doesn't matter what you say. What do the cops do? They come try to act like we work for them and they abuse their authority. And then you have to teach Mr. 105 IQ cop, this is what the Constitution says. This is what your laws say. Okay. Now, actually,
don't
you
have a
need,
binky
you
in a
need to
net.
articulate it. You need to have articulable suspicion of crime to detain me. Or what you can do is give me 3 forms of ID. Why am I allowed to make the cop give me 3 forms of ID?
Because he's not allowed to do certain things to you without certain requirements and stuff like that.
Why am I allowed to make
Which is
him give
written. It's a
me?
law that's not written by you. It's a
Why
law
am
that's
I
written by
allowed
his
to make
department.
him
It's a law
give
that's written by his
me?
department.
You didn't
He was
answer the
hired
question.
by
You
you.
didn't answer the question.
He wasn't
Why?
hired by you. He wasn't hired by you. His rules don't come from you. His rules come from, like I said, his department. His department's going to have or from the city or from the state, whatever jurisdiction he made his laws, and they're going to tell him what he can and can't do, and you can have access to that. That doesn't
You
mean
didn't answer the question. Hey, why am I allowed to make him give me 3 forms of identification?
Because he's asking.
I haven't ever seen that.
Okay,
He
okay,
doesn't
well,
have
you're
to give
ignorant.
you 3
I'm sorry.
forms of
You're
ID.
ignorant. So
He doesn't have to-
Hey,
he doesn't
wait.
have to do
Let's see if
that.
you guys can complete the
He
phrase.
doesn't
Police
have to-
officers.
He doesn't have to do that unless he's asking for
That's a
something
fallacy.
from you.
That's incorrect. You're wrong again.
Prove it.
He doesn't
Go
have
away.
to come asking for that.
Prove it.
Okay, I will prove it. So, hey, let's see if you guys can complete the phrase. Police officers are public
Servants.
Oh,
And they
can
do
we
not-
define that
they
word?
do
What
not
does
have to
servant
give you
mean?
3 forms of ID. They do not have to give you 3 forms of ID. That is a fallacy.
Actually, no, it's
Yeah,
not. It
that's
just
not
depends on the
true.
state. It depends on the state, and in every state
Prove it.
and federal rules, they have to identify themselves. Every single one of them.
They have to identify themselves. They don't have to give you 3 forms of ID. You just claim 3 forms of ID. That's a
In
lie.
almost every state in the United
That's
States.
a lie.
In
Hold on.
almost
Give me
every
one
state
state.
in the United States, they have to
Give
give
me
you a
one
business
state.
card, their badge number, and their actual their name.
One or the other.
Oh God.
Which fallacy it is, though, please?
One or the other, not all 3.
Can you
Well, to
can
give
you
you
name
their,
a fallacy?
to give you their name,
Prove it.
their
What's
badge
it?
number, and a card is not 3 forms of ID.
It literally is, Left Lane.
No, it's
No.
not.
Wow, you people are slaves. This is what I'm saying. And this is what's so funny. It's like you don't know shit. I
That was a
went
lie,
around.
Winston.
Stop
That was a
interrupting
lie,
me every
Winston.
time I talk,
No,
dude.
that's a lie. Post your fucking proof.
Okay, I will, Mr. Emotional Slave. So the point is, I went around the entire United States, and
Without your
stop
rambling, post your
interrupting
proof.
me, dude. Okay, every time I told them, they said, "Hey, I need your ID." I said, "Am I suspected of a crime?" He said, "No, just ID yourself." I said, "Am I being detained?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "Well, in order to request an ID, you have to detain me." "No, I don't. Give me your ID." "Yes, actually, you do. That's what the Supreme Court said. So you need to have articulable suspicion of crime to detain me, and then I will ID myself." And they get all emotional and they get triggered. And then I say, "Actually, though, I need you to provide ID. And you need to have a business card, and I need to know your badge number." "Why are you hiding your badge number?" "I don't have to do that." "Okay, get your supervisor here." Okay, then their supervisor comes. Now, this happened to me dozens of times in real life. You guys have never done it once. You have no idea what you're talking about. You've never done it once. I did.
You're not listening.
I'm waiting for these 3 forms of ID.
Okay, hold on though. You're
Where's your
not
evidence?
you're not listening, because you're saying that these guys work for you, and I told you whenever you said that this thing that you're asking for, you said that is required of them, is when they're trying to get information from you before you're required to give them that information. Whatever laws or in whatever states are different, but they're not required to give you this ID when you just randomly want to fucking harass them. It's when they're trying to get information from you before you're required to give information to them.
Incorrect. Incorrect again. You're wrong about everything. So, and this is why you interrupt me. So then I say, give me your supervisor. And then they have to bring the supervisor. Now, why do they have to do that? Because I said I want a supervisor and they're public servants. So then the supervisor comes and makes them ID themselves and makes them articulate a specific crime, or they can't detain me. And says, you're allowed to, okay, you can go. And I said, I'm allowed to stay or go, right? And now I did this in real life dozens of times. So you guys on Discord telling me it isn't real mean nothing. Literally means nothing. Can you guys define the word servant for me?
Can you show me where it's the law that a police officer, no matter what they're doing, or not no matter what they're doing, but them not doing anything that's provoking anybody, they're required to give you ID because they're
sure, absolutely. I'm sorry you don't know how it works. If there's a police officer,
it does. They're not required to do this whenever they're doing something else. Just because they're like those cops that in Ohio, they weren't wearing their uniform. They were undercover. Before they're actually asking you for anything or trying to enforce anything or anything like that, you bothering them or whatever, they're not required to show anybody who bothers them their ID for no reason. That's not a law.
If asked, they're required. I was reading the very article when you asked that question in Washington, D.C. The police officers were at a protest and they weren't in uniform, but people learned that they were officers and they had to identify themselves.
Yeah, dude, this is the thing. No, if I see a cop on the street, right? The only stipulations, they protected undercover cops. You can't just walk up to some random person on the street that's in plain clothes and be like, identify yourself, until they engage with you. If they are in public police uniform, in public, on the clock, they're a public servant. Okay? If they have someone pulled over, why are you jumping in? You don't know anything about it. If they have someone pulled over, you can walk up and video record them. Then they can get triggered about it, and then you can say, I want my ID. I don't do stuff like that. I don't provoke them, but that's not the point. The point is that they work for us. And it's called Stockholm Syndrome. You guys are trying to convince me that, no, they can do whatever they want to. They don't work for us. So can you define the word servant?
Is the word public servant or the phrase public servant in the legislation? I keep saying peace officer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're public servants. Yeah.
No, but is that in the legislation?
Yes.
That term? Okay.
No one wants to define the word. That's weird.
No, I'm asking what's in the legislation.
Can you define the word?
A servant does whatever I want them to do.
Doesn't it say protect and serve on every squad car?
Yeah, protect and serve. Exactly.
Right. Is that in the legislation? Right. When it all comes down to it, it's to the legislation, right? Not what's written on the side of the fucking car.
Dude, I don't think you even know about legislation, but anyway.
No idea.
Yeah, you probably don't. You probably don't know that there are rules and regulations that are technically unconstitutional because the Constitution specifically says, see, and you immediately like, oh, but here we go, because you just want whatever
the like a fucking sovereign citizen in those hilarious taser videos that I love.
It's a stupid gaslighting term to discredit what I'm saying. That's all it is. It's poison. You want to talk about poisoning the well, right? That's all you're doing. The sovereign citizen's a contradiction in terms. That's the stupidest term I've ever heard.
You sound like those sovereign citizens that I love seeing getting tased.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. You're what's wrong with the world, right?
That's weird.
Thanks, Richard.
You love seeing people get tased, like put in vain.
Sovereign citizens that think they know the legislation.
You sound like a bigot.
Okay, the people that think they know the laws better than
you
the judges. You
describe the group that you're being a bigot against and want to see them in pain. That's weird.
That's hilarious.
I want to call this group of sovereign citizens and hope they get tased so I can see them put in pain.
Yeah.
Who's the weirdo here.
Police officers have no expectation of no reasonable expectation of
What are
privacy
you
when they're
laughing
on the
about?
clock.
Weird?
This is
That's
all
true,
facts.
but doesn't mean they have to give you
the
3
laws
forms
and
of
the,
ID.
the
I already said that
Constitution.
that's relative to the state. Still City, were you not listening?
You made it as a global claim.
No, first of all, there is no globe. Secondly, I very clearly specified that it's relative to the state. But in all situations, they have to identify themselves upon request.
They do have to. They have to identify themselves when they interact with the public. That is true.
Well,
they don't have to provide. They only have to provide one form of identification, not 3.
Okay. Are there states that say 3?
I want to see the evidence. I doubt that there is, because it's not practical for a cop to always have to have this thing, and this thing, or they can't perform their duties.
No. What are you talking? They can't perform their duties. You sound like an apologist. They can't perform their duties if they have a badge. Wait. You understand the 3 forms of ID is they say their name, they have a badge number, and they have a business card. Oh my God! If the police officers have to know their name and wear a badge and a business card, they couldn't do their duties.
You move the goalposts. Go fucking much.
Yes.
With
I didn't move the
it.
goalpost. That's 3
stating their
forms of
name.
identity. Dude, that's 3 forms of
Stating
identification.
my name is not identifying. It's not a form of ID.
Oh my God,
Oh my
dude.
goodness. That's how far you want to go with this? Saying your name is
Witches claim
identifying
they had to
yourself.
have 3 forms of ID.
That's what he said in the beginning, which was what he meant by that was a name, a badge, and a card from the constable's office.
They don't have to have a business card.
What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, look up Texas, Louisiana, and some other states. Do you think their laws are different?
I doubt
I
that a
don't know
police
shit
officer
about
has to have a
Pennsylvania law.
business card. If they have to
Yeah,
have a
but
business card,
okay,
they
that's
wouldn't be
in
able to perform
Pennsylvania, dude.
their duties.
What are you
Oh my God.
saying? Cops are so incompetent they can't put
So
business
I'm out of
cards in
business
their
card, so
pocket?
I have to go back to the station tonight?
Hold on.
No.
I want to read this.
If you don't listen, man, if they don't actually have it, they're not going to say, "Oh, you can't do your duty as a police officer because you don't have your business card." The point is that they're supposed to verify their identity. It's for very common sense reasons. It's for
They're
very
supposed to
common sense
verify
reasons.
themselves.
All right, man. I bet if you keep interrupting with your
Steel
Stockholm
City,
syndrome,
look it up.
somehow you'll be right.
Steel City, look it up. I just did.
I
They
have.
have
It's
to have
wrong.
business cards. Go Google it right
They have
now.
to have business
First thing that
cards.
pops up. Go for it. I live in PA too.
I want
Smart
to read
guy.
this from Rakia's link or article. It says, broadly speaking, law enforcement officers do not have a legal duty to disclose either their identities or their agencies of affiliation, even if asked directly.
Oh, that's funny. I'm
It is
reading
funny.
something
That's
too.
why I read it.
Police
Yeah.
officers must tell you who they are at the beginning of certain interactions by providing their name, rank, command, and shield number. Police officers must have business cards to have this information.
That's right, they do, and it's any public interaction. If I walk up to them and start talking to them, that's public interaction.
It's them and them interacting with you.
No, it's not just them. Dude, you guys just make stuff
You can't
up.
just go up to them and do that. That's not at all.
Yes,
what
you
it takes.
can.
Jesus.
What do you think freedom of the press is, dude?
Yeah, freedom of the press is that's not freedom of the press, dude. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
it is. If I walk
No,
up
it's
to a
not.
cop and start taping them, I can do it at any point in
Yeah,
time.
sure. That's not what we're talking about.
They have no expectation of privacy. Once you have a public interaction with the cop, they are now in a job that they have to protect and serve the public. That's why when you go ask a cop, hey, where's this at? Hey, what's going on over here? Hey, can you help me out with this? Hey, this person's sketchy. Can you protect me from this? They do it because they work for us. And we live in a country now where they completely lost their mind. They think they don't work for us. They abuse us. They break all kinds of laws. They get away with it. And now we have people that live in the country defending it.
I got you here, Witsit. Check us out. Who's the guy who said he's from Pennsylvania?
Steel City.
So, this is from Pennsylvania General Assembly, section whatever 6308. Investigation by police officers. A, duty of operator or pedestrian. The operator of any vehicle or any pedestrian reasonably believed to have violated any provision of this title shall stop upon request or signal of any police officer and shall upon request exhibit a registration. This is from the cop to them. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. But no, dude, wait. Okay, the reasoning is that you can't just pretend to be a police officer, right? There has to be a thorough way to verify them, right? So you have to have your badge number. Now, what happens is half the cops don't even show their badge. Some of them don't even wear it. And when you ask for their badge number, they refuse to give it to you. They don't wear their badge, and then you ask for their badge number, and they refuse to give it to you. That's 2023 United States. That's what happens in real life. Because some of us go and actually interact with them and actually exercise the First Amendment. You guys don't do that. You guys don't. You sit back while our First Amendment corrodes, and then you try to gaslight the people that stand up for it as if they're the bad guys. Okay, so that's why I don't have any patience for this conversation, because it's people like you that's going to result in America being a prison. So the truth is the cops work for us. Does that mean that we should not respect them? No. Does that mean that we should abuse them? No. I don't even agree with harassing them. My point is that they work for us. They have to identify themselves. Okay? It's just common sense.
I agree that they're our servants and they're employed with our tax money, but I take issue with saying that they work for us. We didn't hire them. We don't write their checks. We don't sign their paychecks. I mean, it just kind of gets into an area. They work for the municipality in which they're employed.
Where did they get the money to pay them?
Who do
They're
they
not
work
an employee of the citizens. They're not.
They
An
swear.
Who does
employee
the
of the citizens.
municipality work for?
They swear an
Y'all
oath.
have lost y'all's minds, man. This is what's
They
wrong.
swear an oath. They swear an oath to uphold the Constitution,
Yep,
no matter
and
what
to
their
protect and
job might
serve.
have.
Yeah, where'd they get the money to pay them?
Taxpayers.
Oh, so we pay for their salaries.
No, we don't. We fund the municipality through taxpayers' money, but they're employed by that municipality. They're not employed by the citizen.
This is what you guys don't seem to
what the
understand. It's
frick
like you
are
guys
you
need to go
talking
to
about?
you need to go back to like 7th grade social studies, right? Even the president can be removed from office. Okay, the president also works for us. He can be removed from office.
You know how you remove him from office? You vote for somebody else.
No, that's not the only way you can remove him from office. This is what I'm saying. You don't know what you're talking about. Now, we have representatives, right? So it would have to be on behalf of the representatives. They represent who? Us. That's right. So on behalf of the people, the representatives can remove the president from office.
If he's done something illegal or if he's incompetent, that's not just because we want him to.
Okay, but yeah,
Correct.
because everything has to follow the law. Kosho, even the people. That has nothing to do-
So that's not us. That doesn't mean that if we want to remove him, we can remove him. So I'm saying these arguments that they don't follow. Like just because we vote for congressmen and congressmen can vote for if some president should be charged with impeachment, and the judge was voted for that who's going to rule on it or whatever. It's like it's not them working for us.
Oh, well, see, this is where you thought you had a home run there, but you didn't. So I got you. Don't worry. So the problem is, the reason that it's like that is because the people are the one that put him in office in the first place. So if you just had representatives from representing other smaller factions of people deciding on a whim that they want to remove them, or you had some crazy leftist say, I don't like the president, I want to take him out, and then they were able to make the decision, that would not be a functioning society. People don't agree on everything. So if I want to keep the president and you want to remove the president, we couldn't both have our way. So we have representatives. But of course, the only way the president got there in the first place was that the people chose them. So if some other person is able to just remove them on a whim, then you're actually taking away the rights of the people that chose to put him there. That's why we have a system. And all the system is built upon the foundation that the government works for the people. This is like 5th grade social studies, dude. This is the problem. People don't know any of this. Like, it's like the people in the comment section.
For the president?
Do what?
What are you talking about, dude? The stuff you're saying is silly. Whenever you say something and people don't respond, it's not because oh man, he got us. It's because you're saying some silly shit, dude. Like
you got no response. You got no response.
No, that's not true. If you don't realize that the police and every other government agency works for the people that they represent, works for them, then you're delusional.
Okay, so like I said, what happens is the police, they have a code. Okay, that code is written by lawmakers. Those lawmakers are voted in by us. So we have an avenue to change the law And that's through writing our congressmen and asking them and voting for them and getting them to do that. We have an avenue to do these things. We don't actually write the laws ourselves. We don't write the police code ourselves. We don't make the rules that they have to follow. We don't pay their paychecks. We don't do any of that stuff. There's an avenue for us to participate in our society, but that doesn't mean that these people work for us. They work for the whatever the jurisdiction that hired them, like NASA, the people we're talking about. NASA people, employees, they work for NASA, and that's it. And they have a chain of command which we're not a part of.
Oh my God! It's
You
just
need
like
to come to our next board.
You sound like a
You need to
slave.
come to our next city council meeting, our next board meeting, where we discuss what we're going to pay our sheriff and our deputies and our firefighters that work for us.
Of course they do, dude. It doesn't matter what these people say. These people
Ridiculous.
would never go into public and speak some controversial subject. These people would never have stood up for the children that were getting abused the last 3 years. They sat back and they abused the children. So of course they don't care. Of course they don't care that I'm talking. Of course they don't care that there are certain laws that are put in place that give us the right to do that and that they protect our
Dude,
right
you
to
sit
do
here and
that.
say that we abuse children, dude. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to fucking sit here and say that shit, dude.
A lot of you guys are the ones
I
that
should be able
sat
to call you a
back while
jackass
children
whenever I
were
like
being
you.
abused
Yeah.
for the last 3 years. It's a generalization. It's not everyone does it. But the point is that some of us went out and tried to stop it. Okay? And if we didn't have rules in place that allowed us to do that, then we would be screwed. Well, in America, the Constitution is slowly being ripped up. They're passing all kinds of illegal laws. And if they pass a law, your argument is, well, then now it's legit. Whatever they pass is legit. So basically, you are trying to make sure that people don't represent their freedom and that they lose their freedom. That's what you're doing. When you're saying, "Oh no, they don't work for us. They work for whoever's in here. Whatever they do go. Whatever they says goes. Whatever the law says goes." So you're not even like standing up for the primary purpose of our freedom or our Constitution, which is that no, the government's going to 100% get abused. That's what the founding father was asked. What did you just get through doing? Building you a republic if you can keep it. They specifically said 100% the government will get too abusive. It'll abuse their power. It's going to be your guys' responsibility to put them back in check. Here are the stipulations that's going to help you do that. Okay? This is just a basic understanding of how our country works. I don't need opinion from someone from Australia. I don't care about someone's opinion from Europe. I live in the United States. United States, we're the last country in the world that doesn't have dictation of speech. We're allowed to say what we want to. We're allowed to cover who we want to. We're allowed to have freedom of press. And we're allowed to go and check our public servants and hold them accountable. They work for us.
Hey, Witsa, can I say something here? I generally disagree with you, but in this case, specifically about police officers, I want to agree that in some states, they are required by law to provide identification to citizens. In other states, it's not required, but it's part of their precinct code to do it if requested. But it's not a law. But in other states, it is a law. Like in Washington, D.C., for example. I posted a couple different states in text chat, our Livestream chat, Livestream 2 chat, text chat, that talk about what their state laws are in regards to that. So I actually agree with you on some points, that there are states that are required by law for the police officer, when asked, to provide information about their service.
Well, I would be surprised if any states they don't have to identify themselves at all. I like the differences with how much, because think about it, it's a very simple concept. It's like, say a cop comes and starts abusing his power, like hypothetically. Just say a cop comes, he starts breaking the law, he starts doing all kinds of crazy stuff, he starts telling you what to do, and he's infringing on your freedom, whatever. And you're like helpless, right? This dude has a gun, this dude can take you to jail, like you have no choice. So you're just sitting there and you're having your freedoms abused. And you're like, what course of action can you take to get accountability? Well, you can be like, who are you? What's your name? Right? What's your name? What department do you work for? That's the only way you can then pursue some type of action after that. Where you're like, can I talk to your supervisor? Can I talk to who's above you? Like, you have to have some type of avenue of remedy for abuse by the police. If the police didn't have to identify themselves, they could just come slap you around. They could literally just beat the shit out of you, leave you on the ground, and then just walk away. They could do whatever they wanted because who's going to ever know they did it? they obviously there has to be something in place where they have to identify themselves. That's what keeps them accountable for their actions, because they can be held accountable because they did something, right? It's like not even a complicated concept.
I agree with you. For example, in Pennsylvania, there are no laws specifically that require police officers to provide identification upon request, but within the precinct itself, it's a policy that police officers should do that. But there's no law specifically stating that they should.
From what I'm seeing, it looks like, I mean, what just kind of makes sense. I'm kind of filling in some stuff too, but like if a cop is just, on duty, say he's just in his car clocking people, or walking down the street running the beat, right? Like he hasn't engaged you or anything. Yeah, if you just walk up to him and be like, I need 3 forms of identification, he can probably be like, no, but if he comes to you, starts harassing you in some way, he's gonna, if he wants something from you, then yeah, he needs to be able to identify, like, because you can't have people posing as cops or whatever, or you potentially could, so I think if they want to enact some kind of force on you, then they have to identify on request then.
Oh, okay. If I walk up to a cop and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Like, "Oh, I'm just watching the street, blah blah blah." Okay. Can you identify yourself? You're making me nervous.
Right,
Like
in one
standing
of
behind
those,
me watching.
like in that case, I think that's what the last guy was saying, where it's kind of on a like either precinct rule or whatever. Like they don't necessarily have to, but it's their policy to do so in most cases.
What I was stating is that it's not a law. Like in Pennsylvania, for example, it's not a law, but certain precincts or police stations may have policies, and in their policies it may state that they are required to show identification if someone asks.
Well, what they're doing is they're slowly corroding this protection. So now what's happening is state by state and city by city are removing the laws on the book. What they're doing under the guise of just updating the rules of procedure for the cop. So now we're starting to lose the ability to hold them accountable and make them identify themselves. That's why there's like in LA as an example, like LA is basically just let cops run crazy now. So they can just hide their badge, they can hide their name, they can do whatever they want, right? And no one even notices. Because then what you do is you have people in the public coming and saying they don't have to do it. They don't have to do it. It's like, yeah, now they don't, because we're losing our freedom, bro. It shouldn't even be. First of all, they actually swear an oath to the Constitution. Okay, how can someone not understand this concept? How could anyone ever disagree with this? The police officers should have to identify themselves, because what if they're not really police officers? Well, what if they're just abusing their power and they are really a police officer? How are you going to hold them accountable? How are you going to report them? How are you going to report a cop that breaks the law? You got to know who they are. You can't report them. Are you going to call the police, the station, and be like, "Hey, there's a cop. He's a man. He's over 6 foot tall. He was abusing my rights." Well, who are you talking about? I don't know. I have no idea. Well, how am I going to file a report? Just put man over 6 foot tall. Duh.
Then you know what? Yeah, but then you got to know what to do about that with that information.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole thing. But it's like, I just
But
think
you're
it's
so
crazy.
right. It's a great point, man. Great point.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy that it even has to be argued with. I mean, I don't even.
Do you see that I'm mostly agreeing with you, like 90%? I'm 90% on board with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't think it is necessarily required by state law that they should in most states, but they do require it from the police station. Not 100% disagreeing with you, or I mean agreeing, but I do agree with you.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So like there's a National Defense Authorization Act, right, which was recently passed. And if there's any response to a civil disturbance, whether it be federal or civilian law enforcement, they have to identify themselves. So that's a law that was just recently passed because it's becoming a problem where cops just are. It's normal that they don't identify themselves. Dude, I know this because I lived it. Most cops don't even wear their badge anymore. They don't even wear it. And when they're doing something wrong, and you say, what's your badge number? You don't have to show me your badge. I want to know the number so that I can report it. If you're doing something wrong, I can call and say, badge number 4732 did this. What's your badge number? They all know their number. When they're doing something wrong, they won't tell you their number, bro. They'll refuse to tell you their number. So in that situation, you're helpless, right? They can just abuse your power. Do you guys want to live in a country where like the police can just go crazy and do whatever they want? Like, of course not.
Hey, Winston, I do have a question for you. If a police officer is just walking down the sidewalk and a citizen walks up to him and says, "I'm nervous, can I have your badge number?" Is that the same as a police officer shoving someone to the ground and beating him?
No, and like I would never do that. Like
in the first case, would that police officer necessarily need to show his identification?
Personally, I think it's distasteful to do that. Right. But like I've never done that. I've never like just walked up to cops, taping them and all that stuff. But I think they should have to do it. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, I think 100% a police officer should have to do it. There was a crazy kid on psychotropic drugs who dressed up like a cop to go around and shoot people. So it's like, is that rare? Yeah. Like, is it distasteful to just like harass officers? Of course. But I think that if I'm doing my activism and there's a cop standing behind me, just like breathing down my neck, staring at me, it makes me uncomfortable. If I turn and say, "What are you doing, man? Like, well, who do you work with? Can you tell me who do you work for? Like, what are you doing? You know, do you have a reason to be here? Like, what are you doing? Like, well, what's your name?" Yes, I think they should have to identify themselves 100%, because what they do is they try to intimidate you. But once they know that their real identity is known, they change. They do a 180. All of a sudden, they're super nice. They're super helpful because now you have information that can go to their supervisor. So yeah, I do think 100% that they should have to identify themselves. Why do I have to identify myself? And the truth is they should be held to a higher standard because they're on the clock as a public servant. I should be left alone unless I'm doing something illegal. The cop has no expectation of privacy. He's a public servant. So if he's in his cop car and I come knock on the door, I can talk to the cop, right? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like that's just my opinion. It's just common sense to me because I lived it, bro. That's why I get so emotional about it. It's because like I know where our country's going. The cops, 90% of the cops don't know the law. They abuse their power. They refuse to identify themselves, and then they just get away with whatever they want to. I can't even fathom jumping in and being like, they don't have to identify themselves and like defending it. Like I lived it. It's terrible. It's the number one thing that allows the police to abuse their power is remaining anonymous. Just like people act so crazy here on the internet. They talk so reckless about my wife and my daughter, and right? Because they're anonymous. So what's going to happen? How are you going to hold them accountable? They're on the internet behind a keyboard, anonymous. It's like basic logic. All stem from NASA is also public, like it's a public entity. Okay? They work for us.
What's it? The problem is the status of the citizen, bro.
Well, that's true.
Not that you can't FOIA the fuck out of it and all the rest of it, but when you don't come across it, when you come across something that's redacted, that's why they can do it.
Yeah, because people absorb the citizen terms, what you're saying?
No, it's just that you're coming like your premise even is that we pay for it, like the idea that the citizen pays for it, etc. from that stance, which I think is, I mean, you're right, but that stance is mistaken to a certain extent, in my opinion, like, because the citizen, is not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal constitution, bro. So like the U.S. citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal constitution. That's a fact. That's Maxwell v. Dow. That's case law. So like when you're approaching them in that regard, you're approaching them from a real heart, like a status that is from the democracy and should be fed shit and kept in the dark. In my estimates, that's what they're that's what is their legal reasoning for having so many people pissed off that they don't tell them what's up.
Yeah, like okay, it's just hard for me to like.
Not to not try, not to tell you
I
not to
can't
try.
yield
I'm
any
just
ground
saying.
on this. He's like, I lived in it, pisses me off, and they made it legal all the way to federal court precedent that like they can literally only hire cops at to a certain IQ. And so you have a bunch of people. First of all, being a police officer is an incredibly difficult
That's
job.
false, Witsit. That's false.
No,
There's
it's not.
there's no maximum ID or maximum
I didn't
IQ
say
for a
that.
police
I didn't
officer.
say that, dude.
All right,
So
regardless, make your
what the
next point
you're
because that's
you
a moot
suck.
point.
No, Still City. Why do you do that? Okay? What happened
You
was
just
that
claimed that.
stop. What happened was some guy trained to be a police officer. He crushed the test. He did super good. He trained for years before he
I'm
even did
aware of
the
the.
test.
I'm aware of the case.
Stop interrupting. I'm going to correct you. So then, because what I said was very specific for a reason and it was accurate. So then he sued them. He brought them to court because they didn't hire him
Yes.
because he did so good. And then the court upheld their decision saying, okay, well, if they want to, because it's an IQ test effectively, they use the entry exam as an IQ test, literally. So they said, okay, this is about 105 IQ. We normally don't hire people above this because because of job retention. They won't stay here a long time. If they're smarter, they won't stay here a long time. They also made the argument that they're less likely to enter dangerous situations if they're smarter. Okay? And so then the court ruled that it was legal for them to turn down his employment and not hire him because he had too high of an IQ. So it set the precedent that you
It's
can
not a precedent.
hire.
It's not a precedent. It was an unpublished opinion. It has no precedential value. It was a circuit court case. It is not precedent. It's not Supreme Court. It was an
could be
appellate
used
court.
as precedent.
It was not. It is not allowed to be used. It specifically says not precedent.
Okay, I'm using the word as to what the word means, okay? It's now in America, right? The most recent time this has
That
ever
only
been brought.
applies
Hey, can
to that
you
one
cite another
city.
case? Can you cite another case that was brought up under this exact thing and they ruled against it? No, you can't. So you can use the legal term precedent because it's not actually the Supreme Court official ruling that sets the precedent. Cool story, man. The point is that in America, it went to federal courts and the courts upheld that they could refuse to hire someone because they have too high of an IQ. Okay? That's objective. Now, it doesn't even matter. The point is that shows that it's clearly normal that they don't hire people with too high of an IQ. For whatever reason, we know the real reason. They follow orders better. They follow orders better. They do what they're told, okay? And they'll stay there and work in that monotonous job for way longer because they don't have as high of an IQ. They want order followers. I don't care what anyone wants to say about it. I lived it. Most of these cops are around the 100 IQ, okay? And my point is that being a cop is, and you interrupted the bigger point, that being a cop is a very difficult job. It's unrealistic to think a cop could memorize all the laws. It's like an insane job on its face. You shouldn't be limiting intelligence, okay? Now, what has happened is the cops run around ignorant of the law and they abuse their power, they hide their identity, and they do whatever they want to do. And any little peasant citizen, quote unquote, that dares speak about their rights or inform them what the law says, they get abused. Okay? That's what happens in America, in the real world, out in the real world where people try to speak.
Yeah, and that's where I've found with the understanding of what's called capacity, bro, is that that's the trick. Is that you're not saying you're not a citizen, but you're not also giving them that you are. Like I remember one time, like there was an officer and he took my license. He says, "Is your name this?" And I said, "Oh, it appears that the people at the office didn't have enough room to put the last remaining letters on the end." Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't answer whether or not I was this thing. My name is your name this? And I said, "Oh, it just looks like the people who made this didn't have enough room." So it's really ambiguous. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
you
in
didn't
doing
answer
so,
or either way.
you're staying away from the the saying as much that you're not a like. I always think like one of the coolest answers and some thought exercises for yourself is to think like to yourself. If I'm put up, someone says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" Well, what do you say? And I've come up, for me, it's like, well, is it a crime to love Marilyn Monroe, JFK, apple pie, and fucking Babe Ruth? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying I'm an American. I'm not saying I'm a citizen. I'm not saying I'm those things, but I'm saying it.
Yeah.
With no legal effect.
So what do you think about this, right? So this is where we agree on pretty much everything overall, but this is where I think we may split. And it is the idea that, well, this is precious knowledge that, only certain people should have. But the problem is, and I agree with you, but I also disagree with you. So that's why I don't even know my answer. But
Hey, how about this?
like,
Let me say this, bro. How about
go
this?
ahead.
I think you are a master at disseminating this complicated information. I'm utterly impressed at your ability to put up with these idiots. I'm utterly impressed with your ability to fucking break them down on every point. I too have my own ways about me, right? Where I would be like, oh, critical of whatever the fuck it is, right? But it's you're out there fucking doing it. I'm impressed by it. I think if anyone could break it down well enough, it would be like yourself, man. You know what I mean? So I wish you the best. And if that's where you're talking that we split ways, I think you'd be mistaken because my point has
No.
been to come out here and teach people.
No, I
It's just
appreciate that. I appreciate it. But
I've found it so difficult, man. I have found it so fucking difficult.
it is, but it's really because of apathy, right? But like, I'm just saying, like, what do you think about this, right? So say, because what happens is you and I, people like you and I, like, we start to inform ourselves, we learn it, right? There's some people like us, but we live in a world that is directly decided by all these other idiots. So it's like when I went to, because I'm not like a get on the microphone kind of guy. I think that's lame. The fact that I did that's still insane to me. I did that because our country was like literally being taken over, right? And I went and did that, and I found out like, dude, our country is gone, dude. You don't have free speech anymore. You don't, you know, and
See,
you have to fight for every inch of it. And my point is that, like, yeah, I can inform myself with the knowledge, and you and I can know it. And if I get pulled over, I can handle it. I can get the charging instrument. Just, I can smoke them in my own personal life. But then when I go to the grocery store in 10 years, I have to go to the grocery store in the world that the idiots made. And it's going to get so
well, no,
bad.
dude, that used to be like when I came out here, like fire and brimstone. Like, dude, when I first came out, I was just like, look, I was like, you guys are so fucking stupid that I have to put up with you every day. So here I am on YouTube to fucking explain this shit. You fucking idiots. Oh my God. I used to that was my whole fucking thing back in the day, bro. I get it. Like, I got to bump into you every day on the street. Like, oh my fucking God. Someone needs to put their hands on the world and change it, right? And I'm still on that fucking boat. At the same stroke, I just think there's also that revelation that it's like flat earth or something. You can't make the penny drop for somebody. And that's its own level of kind of like, it's like a deflation when you realize like, all right, it doesn't matter how much I fucking tell somebody something. It's just the penny's got to drop when the penny's got to drop for them. But, there's no reason not to try also. I don't know.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's where I'm saying, like, it's not necessarily that we split, but this is where the road splits. You see what I'm saying? Where, like, dude, I
But
sat
that's
there and I
where
told
check
people,
this
like,
out
look,
though,
man,
Winston. But Winston, appreciate this is that that lesson is innate in law, okay? And that's why it's like it becomes so easy to bear for myself anyway. It's like the idea that like it's in law. There's a republic and there's a democracy. There's a private and there's a public. You can't give the public your private the way you think you want because they don't want what you think you want to give them. It's like you know what I'm saying. Like it's just this ebb and flow of the democracy in a republic, and then you realize the democracy wants like something different from you. What's up, baby? Good. Like, democracy wants your shit, and then you realize like your goal is almost to hide your shit from the democracy, and then you realize like, wait a minute, I've been out here fucking talking all this shit on fucking YouTube and shit, and you're like, oh wow, I just really don't want to fuck with it. You know what I mean? Like that's the revelation, and it's in the lesson of the legal shit and the lawful shit, whatever you want to call it. But I think we also are responsible for our fucking population that we are around. You know what I mean? And we do have an ability to affect it. So I think everyone, like I've said before, I don't know if you were here, but I was saying, all right, look, every Wednesday, everyone from this Discord needs to go find their local community center and do like a fucking civics class for your community. That's how you start doing it. You want to get this Discord shut down real quick? Every motherfucker in here, Go find the local community center and go start up and ask if you could have whatever days available and do a fucking civics class.
Yeah. Well, like this is what I. All right, like this is what I'm saying. So we don't really know what their next move is. And for me, what I realized was when they pulled this first thing off, we're drastically ill prepared. Like we just got sideswiped, like we got just snuck. You know, we got hit in the side of the head in the dark. And a lot of us were like, you know, we were seeing through it, but we were ill prepared. Every truther was
Forgive me.
freaking
Can you
out for a
start that
week.
again? Forgive me. Can you start that again?
Well, I mean, whenever this whole last situation happened, I found out that we were very ill prepared. That I didn't realize the power dynamic was quite as gross as it is, and it's bad. Where they just plainly used prison terms to give orders to everyone that lives on Earth, and that's kind of insane. Just the idea that that would even be a thing that they told us, prison terms. So I'm like, I don't know what to do. I ran out there and I try to tell people. I'm like, but we still live in America. You can tell people, dude. I was so naive. I'm gonna go to New York City. People are gonna be like, yeah, you know, no, people are gone, dude, and they don't care. If I'm freely speaking and a cop comes up to me and there's 400 people there, if they don't like what I'm saying, 399 of them will like cheer on the cop abusing my First Amendment, and one guy will have the balls to walk up and be like, "Yeah, that's what the First Amendment is." And that's my point. That's why I get so passionate when these people come in and derail and try and undermine it.
The issue with that though, like now it's like I always look for the why in things, right? Like for instance in the city, like it's like busking. It's like you're supposed to have a license for it to like be able to go out and busk even. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, to have that kind of, you know, of a thing, it's like people pay for that spot on Times Square for doing that shit. Like the idea, what you did, that's what comes with the territory. Like as a protester from New York City, bro, as someone who's fucking been a protester in New York City for like a while, like that's just what it is. It's pop and go, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like these things are understood also. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you hit them and like, you know, you play, it's like playing your music and they come, like, lucky they didn't give you like even a worse problem and take, dude, I got a buddy of mine. Check this story out. A buddy of mine went to fucking traveled the fucking world, came back to Brooklyn and got the cops took $200 from his wallet. That's it. Like went and traveled to China, rode fucking, you know, shit in like Mongolian fucking villages. Nothing happened to him. Comes back to Brooklyn and gets robbed by the cops. You know? Like the day of. Like just got off the plane. Fucking hilarious. However, that's why I could see, like, remember that the permits and like they're all over it. But it's the why, and then once you understand the why, you understand how to get around what they want.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can get around with it, bro, but you can't really make change. Like it's like
But no, but that's not the place for the change. The place for the change is at the community center that you rented. That from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, nobody can fuck with.
Yeah,
And
but
then
you
if they
say that,
try to
but think like you say that, bro. But think about what if I had succeeded and changed the law about free speech zones? That if it had gone all the way up, which I can't believe I got talked out doing it. It's pissing me off. But like if it just hypothetically, if it had gone all the way up to Supreme Court and they were forced to rule on it, and they rolled because it's never happened. What happens is they always don't let it go to Supreme Court. And like say when free speech zones are tried in a university, usually they'll just pay the students really fast. Like the university will change the law, they'll change the rule, and they'll pay the students off, right? Because they don't want it to go all the way up to Supreme Court. Because once the Supreme Court sees it and has to rule on it, they're going to set the legal precedent that free speech zones are illegal in America, and they don't want to rule on that. They don't want to rule on that. So I was trying to get them to rule on it. And these people that suffer from Stockholm syndrome, they're like, yeah, I hope you fell. You were outside the zone. You know what I'm saying? That's insane, bro. Your children are gonna grow up thinking they can only speak their mind in little marked off areas where no one can hear them, dude. Do you guys not care about where you live?
Take something to Supreme Court to have precedence.
What?
You don't have to take something to Supreme Court to have precedence.
Okay, yeah. Well, the point is, I wanted it to go to Supreme Court.
The
because technically it can always be overruled if it doesn't go all the way up. Like I had the federal court, which in my opinion, I smoked the judge, and she just ruled against me anyway. But anyway, I could appeal it. I was in the process of appeals. I got talked out of it by an attorney, and then I could have gone up to the circuit court. If the circuit court could have also pushed that up to the Supreme. In fact, you can write and request Supreme Court specifically, but it's like a shot in the dark, basically. Well, my point is that if you get all the way to Supreme Court, that's a Supreme Court ruling. So, like, if say the circuit judge had ruled on my behalf, I mean, like, yes, MPS has to change this free speech law. They can't do this. Well, then someone else could have come along later, pushed that same idea all the way up, and Supreme Court could have overruled it. Right? Now, if you have Supreme Courts making contradictory statements, now you still have gray area. So say I had got to the Supreme Court, then another case goes to Supreme Court and they rule the other way. Well, it's still competing precedent. It's like there's like this gray area where they have to still figure out what the answer is. And they never really contradict themselves, but they do create gray areas. So long story short, you want to go all the way up.
They never have to take the case though.
Hey, what's it?
I know. I just said that.
You could use any case as precedent in your brief.
Yeah.
Just so you know. You know what I mean? Like there are.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying though. Like the Supreme Court is the head honcho. Like just like you said,
Right,
they don't
you
have
would
to
have
take your
to
case,
see.
but-
This is where you could still remember this though. The only way you get to the Supreme Court is because the lower courts ruled against you, and you filed in the higher courts as an appeal.
You have to
So you
appeal
don't-
though. Yeah, that's right. I didn't
Yeah,
want
you
to do
can
with the appeal.
you can always go do that, like but the appeal process is based strictly, and this is where if you wanted to, we could bring up the charging instrument, and your appeal process is that they denied equal protection because they failed to provide the charging instrument when they arrested you. Therefore, your motion for whatever, and your motion to change the law was completely overlooked. You know what I mean? By their abuse of power, as evidenced by their failure to provide a genuine accusatory charging instrument.
But it's just like on the record. Like I walked in there and
I
Okay.
mean, like I'm just saying, that makes sense to me right there. What I just fucking said. But
yeah,
like
yeah, but this is what, I don't. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I don't understand. Like I walked in the court and they ruled against me. And what I also don't get from Still City, did you not read my motion? Didn't you read it?
I did read your motion. We
You think I
talked
was
about
wrong?
this before. I thought you wrote a good motion.
But do you think I'm wrong?
I think you're mistaken on a couple points, but I'm not about to go into because I don't have it in front of me.
Principle. Like in principle, do you think that my argument is wrong?
I think you had a good argument. I think that there are limits to free speech, that you can't just pick up a microphone and go stand somewhere and start talking.
Okay, but do you agree with where the Supreme Court said that you can't in public areas, that you can use amplification, and that it's illegal to outright ban amplification, and it has to be based on the ambient conditions, and that it has to be a certain decibel reading relative to ambient conditions?
I don't believe they say anything about decibel ratings.
Well, okay, so if I cite the Supreme Court, will you read it and re-examine your position?
I will read it, yes.
Okay. Because that's the thing. So what happened, and I don't want to make this all about me or whatever, but like what happened was I challenged just the MPS regulations. I didn't send in any other motions because I wanted to make the judge put her name on it, and she dragged her feet. She didn't do it till the last minute, and the government didn't help her at all because all their arguments sucked. If you read the case, they suck. They're stupid. They got destroyed. Then the judge had to make it herself. That's what I wanted her to have to do, and her argument's also stupid. She just says, well, the government can decide that national parks aren't actually public forum. I'm like, oh, how profound. You're such a genius. My point is, I had backup attacks on it. One of them is that the Supreme Court has already ruled multiple times, and it started in like New York City with like different trucks would advertise with bullhorn, and they tried to make it illegal, and the city kept on like arresting this guy. So it went to the Supreme Court, and they ruled you can't just outright ban the amplification, okay? Because they have the right to be heard by the target audience. You have to what you can do is implement stipulations based on ambient noise. So like if you're in like a peaceful private park, I can't just throw my speaker on there, turn it all the way up, and start being crazy. It has to be relative to where you are. The amplification has to be within a certain decibels or a certain range that it can be heard. That's what the Supreme Court said. Okay, and that's not what the MPS says. So I was going to attack that. The judge didn't even let me present my case. The judge just let the government present their case. didn't even let me present my case, didn't even like re-examine the actual like parts of the motion she denied, nor did she let me present the new stuff. I had all these other motions equally as good as that one written but they were like arguments to explain the legal precedent already set against the NPS regulation. They didn't even let it be heard. Right? So the point is that like the reason it's a big deal is like no one even cares about national parks or the rules. Most people don't go there to try to talk to people. It wouldn't just change the world overnight, but it would have a lasting effect where people afterwards, when they try to make these laws, they can't make the laws, right? And I don't know. To me, it just seems insane. I thought this would be a thing that everyone would agree on. The fact that people are cheering for the downfall of this, it's like insane to me. I don't like. Do you not agree with what I just laid out? That like you should have to be respectful of the ambient noise or the conditions around you, the environment, but you should still be able to be heard by your target audience.
I think that you didn't need to have a amplifier at
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Rushmore.
It doesn't matter what you think. Like what I'm saying, I'm talking about legal precedent. Okay, legal precedent. I'm asking what you think about that. Like, as in, what should the legal precedent be? Because it says specifically. Or do you disagree or agree with the Supreme Court ruling that says you cannot just outright ban amplification in public forum? It has to be relative to ambient noise.
I don't. There are ways to be heard. I think that your amplifier was excessive, and I think that they were correct in enforcing the regulations there.
Okay, but say that you're right and it was excessive. Say you're right and it was excessive.
You've got to consider that there were the people on that observation deck were with their families at Mount Rushmore to observe Mount Rushmore, and to have someone on a loudspeaker behind them talking about NASA lies and flat Earth was annoying to them.
It doesn't matter what's annoying. Okay, so anyway, you guys don't understand the tenets of freedom. So the point is that sure, you could say it was excessive. You know what I told the cop? I shook his hand. I said, "Thank you for your service." He was being a douchebag, and I was trying to be nice to him anyway. And I said, "Look, man, if I need to turn it down to a certain way, that's cool or whatever. But I have the right to be heard, and amplification is legal." Now, the reason that the idea that just banning amplification outright makes no sense logically, because the Supreme Court actually uses logic. They have to present logically coherent arguments and make the laws based on that. If you outright ban amplification, well, what happens if I'm just like whispering on my amplifier and it's turned all the way down, and then some guy goes and just starts screaming at the top of his lungs? Who's more disruptive? So that's not a good law. That doesn't actually maintain peace in the public. Just saying no amplification. It has to be a certain decibel relative to the ambient conditions. You can't be this much louder than what's going on around you. That's what the law has to be. That's why the Supreme Court made it that way.
You can't expect the police to carry around a decibel reader to enforce someone who's being disruptive and obnoxious and whatever else. I mean, there has to be some practical way to do it without saying, "Look, I'm 100 feet away. Get up the tape measure, and it's over 87."
Well, it's either or. It's either a distance or decibel. And yes, you can expect the cops to either hold a decibel reader or be able to know that something's without a certain distance. You're saying the cops should be able to just make their own subjective decision?
I'm pretty sure they keep one in their car. They might not want to have one on their person, but
I doubt they have one in every squad car.
I'm pretty sure they do, because dude, that's how they have to be able to know if you're breaking the decibel laws. Like when it comes to people who have way too loud of car stereos, or if they're playing their home stereo too loud after a certain period or whatever else. There are actual literal limits that are allowed at certain times and places, and they can't just say, "Oh, I determined it was too loud." Like, it would just, they have to be more specific than that.
It's like you guys.
All right, so there's a law where, hold on, Witzik, can I get in real quick, or?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you just came in after me. I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. I called next, but so there's a law where so much tint on your window for your car, right? You can't enforce that law unless you have a fucking tint measuring device, right? So you can't pull me over and give me a ticket for my tint if you don't have a way to measure how much tint I have on my window. Just like if Witz is out there screaming in a megaphone, you know, they can't fucking say, "Oh, you're above the decibel level," if they have no way to check how much decibels he's
You
there.
would think so. You would think so, dude. But actually, you can give people speeding tickets without using a speedometer. Cops do this all the time. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the actual point, right? If you actually understand how law works, then it's about the Supreme Court makes rulings with the intention of solving the problem for good, right? That's why it's the Supreme Court. Okay, so when they make a ruling, the new rule in place has to be able to solve the problem as a whole. That's why they get paid the big bucks or whatever you want to say. Okay, that's the whole point. Now, when it comes to this specific thing, it's about disturbing peace. Okay, and it's also walking the thin line of in public forum, there's no expectation of privacy. What Left Lane was saying means nothing. Whether someone's annoyed or not doesn't mean anything. And this is the part that you guys don't know about, I guess. The reason that it can't just be left up to the cops, oh, I think he's being too loud. Oh, I think that he shouldn't be talking right now. Oh, it can't be left up to the cops because that encourages what's called content-based restraint of speech, okay? Content-based restraint of speech, meaning that if the cop doesn't like that I say the moon landing was fake, well, we can say, oh, I think he's being too loud. And if the law says he's allowed to just subjectively decide he's being too loud, then he can secretively censor based on the content of the speech. This isn't what I say. This is what the Supreme Court says dozens of times. It doesn't matter what you guys say. Okay? They can't do that. Just like when I got the body cam of the dude that arrested me at Rushmore, and he was noticeably drunk and slurring, talking to his supervisor. He's like, I don't have the decibel reader. So he thought he did need a decibel reader. He got lucky because the law actually says he doesn't, but he thought he did need it. He's talking to his supervisor saying, well, I don't have the decibel reader, so I think I'm just going to try to get him on something else. That's literally word for word what he said. And then he says, and I still have it. And then he said, well, when you're just talking to people about the earth is flat, you know? So he specifically articulates to his supervisor that the justification for arresting me is because what I was talking about was flat earth. That is exactly what the Supreme Court says is illegal. You don't censor people based on what they're speaking about.
I don't disagree with any of that stuff. But at the same time, they put certain areas where you're able to go and set up with a banner and a speaker. You could be there without a permit, and that's fine. If you want to go to certain other areas, you have to get a permit for that if you're going to have a speaker and a banner. I don't see where that's a problem.
Well, I even admitted to the judge that I see the middle ground where, like, obviously everyone can't just come to Rushmore and set up tables everywhere and it just looks like a junkyard. Okay, I agreed with that. But the problem is that the law in its current form is unconstitutional. Therefore, I have a legal obligation, a constitutional obligation to disregard it. According to the Supreme Court, an American has a legal and moral obligation, not a right to do it, an obligation to ignore unconstitutional laws regarding free speech. Okay? To just outright ignore them. The problem is, if the law you have regulating speech is unconstitutional, now what parameters do I have to go on? Now I have no rules. Now I have no law. The law you have is unconstitutional. It has to be disregarded. So now there's no law. There's no law to go based on. Okay? So that's what happened. I knew it was unconstitutional. I ignored it. The Supreme Court says that's not only my right, I'm supposed to do that. Supreme Court also says that if everyone there's annoyed by what you're saying, the cops certainly don't have the right to come and censor you based on that. They actually have the moral and legal obligation to defend you against them and ensure that you're allowed to say it anyway. So Left Lane's argument is the opposite of what the Supreme Court said. That's what all the anti-flat earthers have been saying to me since it happened. No one wanted to hear that. It doesn't matter. The law says the cops are supposed to protect me against them if they're mad I'm saying it.
And after you got charged, you went back there and you went there for an hour without the amplifier, and no one bothered you.
Yeah, but this is only but technically I was still breaking their law, Steel City. So you're making my point stronger. You're making my point. Yes, I was. It says you're not allowed to have a demonstration outside of the demonstration area, and a demonstration is defined as anything that gathers attention of onlookers, anything that makes people look at you, anything that makes people gather around you. Anything that's conveying a message you want other people to be convinced of. So I
I know how to get them
specifically
on that
did
with
break the law.
all of the flaming trannies and stuff out there being trying to get attention. Freaking use that. That's a demonstration. They're demonstrating outside of the demonstration area.
It's just funny though because my point is I broke the law, and if I had gone there without amplification, and I had done that at first, I would have also been arrested. Right? Now, the reason they didn't come arrest me is because they had already arrested me for free speech, and they had like 10 people come up to me and be like, "What are you doing? That's the First Amendment." Multiple people came up to him. "Oh, you heard like 20 people that were scared to breathe oxygen were clapping. Oh my God." Well, people that actually have balls walked up to the officers and asked them why they're doing that. And they said that, dude, whether I agree or disagree with what he says, he has the right to say it. And they're like, "Oh, well, this isn't the free speech zone." He's like, "America's the free speech zone." And multiple people came and got upset with the cops about it. That's what actually happened. I lived it. I was there. I don't care what anyone else says. I lived it. I know that's what happened. You can hear half of them on the freaking live stream. So they weren't going to come arrest me again. They weren't going to come arrest me when I had the balls to walk back out there and then still ignore the law and still speak just without the amplifier because they stole it. Then they weren't going to arrest me a second time. That's why I didn't get arrested. According to the law, I was still breaking the rules. You're not allowed to do any demonstration outside the free speech zone. Well, I was standing up there talking loudly, walking around, trying to get everyone's attention, talking about what I was talking about. I was blatantly breaking the law. Okay? So that's reality. Doesn't matter how you guys spin it. "Oh, you were allowed to go do it without the amplifier." Well, I went and sat in front of a federal judge. She didn't bring the amplifier up one time. She didn't mention the amplifier at all. I wasn't charged under the amplifier. It had nothing to do with what they presented in court as evidence to find me guilty. It had nothing to do with the amplifier. You guys on Discord and on YouTube and with Audit the Audit channel, you guys know everything. It was about the amplifier. In reality, I went to federal court and defended myself. It had nothing to do with the amplifier. Okay? It was that I was outside the free speech zone. If you want to live in a country where you have free speech zones, please continue to defend the totalitarian nonsense that is the rule, but whatever.
Did you ever get your amp back?
No.
No?
No, but I
Are they
also
gonna
haven't
give
paid,
it
I
back?
haven't paid the $200 fine, though.
Okay, so if you pay the fine, you'll get the amp back?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably will eventually pay it, though, just to move forward. It's obviously not about the $200, though. It's just about, like, the principle. Like, they called me and offered me $200 before I even went to court or anything. They were like, "If you'll just pay a $200 fine, then it'll just be over." And I was like, "No, I don't pay fines for free speech." And this is what's so crazy is you guys can paint it however you want to. I went around the whole country, and when cops were like, "Yo, can you turn it down a little bit?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course, man." If they're like, "You can't have that," then I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, I can have it, and it's allowed to be a certain decibel, or it can be heard within a certain distance." So, when they were nice and they were just like, "Look, that's a little loud. Can you turn it down a little bit?" I'd be like, "Yeah, maybe it is a little loud." Like, you guys can paint it however you want to, but I do try to be respectful of other people. And like, yeah, I was at Mount Rushmore. Well, that is the faces of the founding fathers. That entire place is built upon the premise of political and free speech. So what better place to speak about how America apparently has lost its mind and now we have lockdowns and curfews, which are prison terms. They're prison terms. Okay? Why do I have people clapping? Why did I have people coming and thanking us? How come at Yellowstone people were lined up at our RV thanking us, asking for our business card? You guys want to paint a narrative that we were just a menace to society and everyone hated us. We had hundreds of people gathering around us in different cities, half the time not streamed because I was talking about the jab. Clapping, applauding, asking for our information. So, if say there's 100 people and 50 people want to hear me talk about it and 50 people don't, are you guys saying I shouldn't be allowed to talk about it because 50 people don't want to hear me? That doesn't make coherent sense, right? The law would never be that.
I don't think anyone said that.
Well, he is. Left Lane's saying people didn't want to hear me there. Well, there were people that wanted to hear me there, though.
The issue is permits, man.
Which means permission to do something that's otherwise illegal. That,
For
should never apply to
right,
speak.
and a U.S. citizen applies and gets it.
Yeah, but the problem is that they have up to they have like a month to respond. They can turn it down and not tell you why they turned it down. You have to tell them what you're talking about. So that's all
Right. Well,
bullshit.
I'm just saying, like, that's why you pop up, and when they tell you to keep it moving, you keep it moving. That's the move. But they, because they're not stopping you. They're just saying, "Hey, not here, not right now, not at that level." And it's about just that respect to the place.
Well,
and
yeah,
then if you come, well, I mean, if you come with the argument that like, well, I'm one of the people and I pay for the taxes that pays for the federal fucking, you know what I mean? They're never gonna have that.
Well, normally I actually invoke Supreme Court rulings, though. And the cops have never heard of them, never read them, probably couldn't read them, don't know what they are, and just say, no, respect my authority, And dude, when I went to national parks, the free speech zones are in the middle of the woods most of the time. So, like, now in Rushmore, it's just really small, so it's like at the entrance. But in most national parks, it's literally where no one will even see that you exist. So if you take me and you say you can only freely speak 1 mile to the left in the middle of the woods, then you might as well just say I'm not allowed to freely speak because no one can hear me.
Well, they're like, yo, get the hint, dude. Get the hint.
Well, they suck. Yeah, they say get the hint in a country that was giving people lockdowns, and there were 50 children around me in Rushmore wearing masks, right, being suffocated. So, like, that's what the only reason I went into the country was because we had lost our mind. It went crossed the line.
Right, but this is where the remedy for that, and this is what you are allowed to do, is like I said, you rent the community center, hand out flyers, prep it for 6 months, tell everyone and their mother about it, have them come to the freaking, you know what I mean? That's what we're allowed to do. And that's where you get into constitutional protections because, you've got a place that you're doing your event, somebody shows up, they don't like it, and they're going to try to get it shut down because it's flat earth. And let's say that place canceled you because, you're flat earth and it's just whatever like that, then you probably have the right to sue them. You know what I mean? Because and then that's your route, but not at the Mount Rushmore. But I hear what you're saying.
I think the Supreme Court said that public parks are the zenith of free speech. So
right, and they put you right out in the public park. They're like, "Yo, go tell it to the birds, bro."
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but that dude, it's some
like,
drunk
they're
dude
like, "Yo," because you
that
know
was
why
mad
people
about.
come to parks? People come to parks to get the fuck away from people, and that's probably why they're like, "Yo, stand over there, man." You know what I mean? And that's kind of hilarious. You know what I mean? If you think about it, that's how I've come to look at things. It's like,
Well, yeah, but I get that. But this is the point, dude. It's just, it's the ramifications that come with free speech. It's like, I didn't travel the United States to tell everyone about flat Earth. I traveled the United States because we were in lockdown. Okay, so there are moments that's why the laws are important. Now, like, you can't selectively enforce them, so you can't say, oh, well, when the government gets really bad, you can speak freely here. So that's the negative side of free speech that you have to deal. And a lot of Globers would say I fit that bill, and even flat earthers would, right? Because I'm like talking about flat Earth and killing the vibe, and everyone just wants to look at stones and worship the apotheosis of men engraved into a stone that was stolen from the Native Americans. But it's like, okay, the point is that when it gets so bad that the government needs to be called out, that's when free speech matters. Okay, we reached that point in 2020. So that's when free speech mattered. That's when it mattered. We should have been able to go to. So if you want to go speak out against the government, where's the best place to go? If you can't go to national parks and do it, then where can you go? You want to talk about the American government is abusing our power, abusing their power and abusing our freedom. You can't go to the national parks and talk about it? Then you can't do anything. That's the reason the national parks are important. Right? So it's like, yeah, I just fundamentally disagree. Like, look at what's happened now. Now we have people still wearing masks. Now we have people still taking the jabs. Now we have people ready for the next lockdown. Now we have people just waiting for them to say the word lockdown again, and they're going to be like, oh, I know what to do this time.
You know what, though? Here's the thing, though. You still got people dressing like it's 1986. You still got people fucking who don't fucking shower. You still got people who can't fucking read. You still got people who fucking don't know shit about a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's a litany. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, but should they be locked down, Issa?
But no, of course not. But and that's why I think like the idea that you would teach people at a community center makes this is what it's or even like traditionally it would be at a church. Do you know what I mean? Traditionally, it would be at a church or something like that where you could, but then everyone's all like 501c3, all the rest of it. But you that's where you're entitled to. It's like you'd be entitled to have like a farm and invite people to come to it for a talk. And if they tried to stop you doing that, that's the epitome of blasphemy as far as like law goes in America, because you'd be on your own property. You know what I mean? Like, just because you do what you're talking about, like that's a Supreme Court case.
Yeah, I mean,
Doing
we
it
definitely disagree on this, right? Like for example, Flat Earth is a good example. It's like Flat Earth is censored and we're in a corner and we can only reach who we're allowed to reach, basically. Like Flat Earth should be allowed to freely fly through the algorithms, get as big as it's supposed to, and whoever sees it, and everyone should have free access to the information. It's the same with this. I did activism against the jab and stuff in Colorado, right beside a COVID testing center. And the person that worked there would have never gone and been like, "Oh, Austin Whitsit's gonna do a speech in the woods at 3:00. Let me go listen to him." But what they did was they took their phone out, they started recording, they started cheering me on, and they took down their COVID testing center tent. That girl would have never been reached if I couldn't go into the public wherever I wanted to and set up and done my speech.
Well, yeah, you got her done. You got
That's what
her
I'm saying.
done. You didn't need to stay there for the arrest.
Well, yeah, but they did. That's what I'm saying. It's
But
only
I'm
the
saying,
national
but
parks
you
that
see what I'm
arrest.
saying? No, it's like, get her done and get out. Like, because their job is to come and, it's like being mad at the squirrel for getting in your roof. You know what I mean? It's like being mad at like the squirrel. I don't know. It's like, it's what this shit is designed to do. It's like, but we do have the right to do it. You do have the right to go set up real quick, pop up shop, and they don't just roll up on you with guns drawn and get you on the ground and arrest
Oh,
you.
before we even started, they told us we couldn't do it though.
Well, no, that's cool too. I mean, like I don't know if they arrested you for what you did, or
They came and told me
give you,
that
did
they
give
came
you a
and told me
chance
that
to
we're
leave?
not allowed to do it.
Did they
So,
give
I
you a
mean,
chance to leave after you did what you did?
after I did it, no, they came up and was asking for my ID because they were going to cite me. So I mean,
Okay.
technically,
Got
leave,
it.
sure, but
Yeah. And then they had a warning on you too.
yeah, that was
it's
after
tough.
that, the bolo.
It's
If they had
tough.
come out and been like, "Look, man, I don't know, I probably wouldn't have cooperated. I'll be honest. Like
Well, yeah, maybe if you didn't have a mic, maybe if you were just sitting there talking and you just had a group of people around you talking, that would
Probably.
be different. I
Probably.
don't know. That's wild, but yeah.
So
I
that's
just
what I'm saying. I think
looking
that
for
I think the
why.
mic's important, man. Like when I went to these big cities, now parks are a little different. They're usually quieter. I told the judge all this. I'm like, I get that national parks are a place of peace and tranquility. You don't want people just screaming on the mic. And unfortunately, because your laws are unconstitutional, I had to disregard them. Therefore, I have no parameters to go on. So that's actually a reason you need to update the laws to be constitutional. That way, that can't happen. But like in a city, it's like you can't be heard if you don't have a microphone. You literally can't be heard. So, like, the only way we reached anyone in the major cities was to have a microphone. We would walk through, he would roll the, speaker like a suitcase a few feet behind me or in front of me, and we would talk to people as we pass. The only way you can hear people, like in New York City, everyone has a microphone that's talking, or you don't hear them. And it just kind of became the norm, right? And we went there and we just became our routine, so we did that at national parks as well. So, like, yeah, sure, maybe at the national park, it wasn't as needed, and I'm happy to concede that, but it's just yeah, I was just on one. I'm like, there was like a ruling that came out from the government that day, that same day of Mount Rushmore that was just like egregious, and I'm like, dude, I just like yelling at the man. I'm like, I agree that it doesn't work, and that it's kind of ignorant, but it's much more about the principle of it. You got slaves that don't do shit. You got people that don't do anything. They sat back and complied. They sat back and cheered it on. And they want to come talk to me about like the stuff I did wrong. Like it's just like that little meme, bro. Yeah, sure. I went in the arena. I messed up. I got caught with a left hook. I stumbled. I messed up. I failed. I didn't do Rushmore perfectly. Whatever. But what did they do? What did they do? Nothing. They sat back and watched our country get raped. And children are like permanently scarred. They did nothing. So yeah, I didn't do it that good. Maybe some of those people
Hey,
would have
brother,
done it
no,
better.
man, no, that's irrelevant, man. Like, you know, that's an honorable hill to fucking die on. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, like, you know, and all I say is just like, I'm just trying to fucking perfect it so we win. Because, fuck yeah, dude, I'm in the same. Like, good for you, brother. Fuck yeah, and don't worry about losses or don't look at it that way. Look at it like now you fucking learn it. Fucking awesome, man. Good for you, bro.
Mm. All right, I'll stop talking so much. I'm sure I'm annoying people.
No, it's good, man. I'm doing my dishes over here, actually listening. I fucking love it. I just had to chime in and fucking drive my hand off to come and tell you this.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know, man. I get worked up about because it's like, it just does kind of make me mad, bro. It's like, if you had to talk to the founding fathers about it, they would have checked these anti-flat earthers so hard, dude. They would have checked them so hard, you know? Like, they would have just absolutely roasted you people, bro. Objectively. And all you have to do is go read what they wrote if you want to know that that's true. Just go read it. They didn't just write the Constitution. They wrote a bunch of stuff. Go read them. They would have checked you people. You don't deserve it. You don't stand up for it, you don't deserve it.
Dude, when you hear where fucking Chuck, wherever you're at, fucking said that he would gladly give up a little bit of liberty for a little bit of security.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just fuck it, you know? Why not?
I was like, the most like baffling part was like, have you not heard the quote? Do you not know what he's clearly setting you up for?
He had no idea either, I guess. He just, I mean, I don't know how you don't know that.
The funny thing about that is it's the illusion of security. There is no such thing as like being actually secure. You can have I mean if somebody wants to get you, they're gonna get you. If some the main thing about security, like private security companies, they'll tell you it's by the time they get there, it's too late usually, or that's the same thing with the police. But they put on a show, a presence, and it gives that illusion of security, which makes people feel safe.
Well, there's a couple of things to say about that. First of all, like, surely liberty includes the right to defend yourself. So you don't need their security if you have liberty in the first place. But the other thing that's interesting about that quote, I feel like it's one of those quotes that people only know half of. You know, like the other quote that people tend to know half of is great minds think alike, right? So people say great minds think alike. But there's a second half of the quote, which is that, and fools seldom differ. So the idea is that if you agree with someone, then you don't know if you're both like really smart or complete idiots. It's not that you're just both clever because you agree, right? So people completely don't understand the meaning of that. And the liberty and security kind of quote is he's basically saying you're not going to have either if you're prepared to sacrifice liberty for any securities. Don't even start. Right? He's not saying, oh yeah, it's a balance. It's like, no, don't even sacrifice your liberties. It's not worth it. You're not going to get security.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just simple concepts. Simple concepts. Profound but simple. Of freedom. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It is what it is. Basically, what it comes down to is free speech is the right for people that you don't like to say things that you disagree with.
Right.
And yeah, these anti-flat earthers think that free speech should just be that the people that they like can say stuff they agree with.
Right. But then there's no point. Like, freedom of speech is pointless then, because no one needs freedom of speech to say, "Oh, aren't puppies cute?" Right? No one, because no one's opposing that. The whole point of the freedom of speech is for the challenging and difficult things that people want to say. It's the whole point.
Right.
So you can't just say, "Oh, that's hate speech. You can't say it." Well, then, like, there's not the free speech is not. It's not a concept anymore. You've just shat all over it.
Yes. And like something else that always gets left out, people don't seem to know whatever you think about history, right? Like the story is still important. They don't even know why that was the First Amendment. The people came from a position where they couldn't critique the monarch, Okay, back then people like wrote things intelligently and people read. And you couldn't publish things against the government, against the monarch. So they came here. The first thing they wrote down was, "You have to be able to do that." You know, like that's why we had to leave. You got to be able to check the government. You got to be able to say whatever you want to say. You got to be able to have freedom of press. That's why it's the first thing.
Right. Yeah. This is the most important. And second, I mean, Second Amendment's the right to bear arms, right? So,
Yeah,
so it's almost like saying if they stop number one, you've got number two as a backup.
Correct. Yeah, like number one's so important that here we're going to give you the ability to make sure they can't take it away from you.
Yeah, right.
Crazy. And like that's also debate and discourse is what society is built upon. So you have to have people that disagree.
Well, the thing is that often people who have, like, nowadays especially, people who have sensible, normal decisions are the ones being sidelined by the, let's just call it the neo-monarchy of kind of like metropolitan leftists, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy, man.
So is it really that revolutionary to say that men can't get pregnant? Really? Is that a revolutionary idea? Like,
Well, yeah, same thing with my tool, right? Like, is it revolutionary to say that America's not a prison? Is that really so rebellious? Like, where have we gone wrong where I need to be stopped from saying America's not a prison? Crazy. Or water fine at this level. Oh my god. The cop literally said, like, he was trying to supervisor was like, "This, I don't like this, you know, this doesn't look good. You know, we've had this issue before here. We're trying to avoid it. We made national news from it." The cop's like, "Well, when you're talking to people about the earth is flat." Like that was his justification to his higher up of arresting me. What the
Witsa, have you traveled much out of the country?
No, unfortunately.
Yeah. You need to travel and then come back and realize how we actually, in ways we're not free, and in ways we're so much more free than the rest
Oh,
of the
I
world.
bet. Yeah, I bet. I don't
I'm
even.
fucking A, man. Like, I mean, you know, I don't know what to say. Like, Europe is awesome. Definitely go to Europe. But fucking, like, I just, you know, you start to realize what you're dealing with isn't that bad. Just so you know,
Sure.
bro.
Yeah, sure. But if you're the fastest kid with no legs, that doesn't mean you're fast. You know, like, yeah, America's cool and all, but we're losing what we're built upon.
and it's like one of the things that made America so awesome before was the Constitution and its kind of, let's just say, the zealous upholding of it by the population. That's like, I mean, do you know how many people talk about the Magna Carta in England? Like, no one cares. And it's like, it's a really important document. And yet you've got Americans talking about the Constitution all the time. I think that's actually really healthy.
Yeah, that's a good point. The reason I think America's always stood out from the rest of the world is like the general public is like so about their freedom.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's become a meme, hasn't it? It's like Americans talk about freedom units when it's like, it's like, I don't know how much you lift at the gym or something, and it's just like, oh yeah, here's it in kilograms, and then, you know, a couple of my American buddies would be like, can I have that in freedom units because I don't do kilos? It's like, okay, cool. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's become a joke. It's become a joke, but now it's even becoming a joke in America where it's like, those are the same, don't tread on me folks, right? Where like, the don't tread on me idea is what America used to be across the board 30, 20 years ago. Yeah.
In most nations, there's no FOIA, there's no freedom of information, there's no discovery in suits even. I mean, so yeah, there's a lot more avenues here to get information from, you know, public entities.
Yeah, but again, I mean, that kind of talk, like, well, it's better than anywhere else, so don't complain. Like when it's not perfect, you know, you have nothing to complain about because it's still better, like, or it could be worse. Like, no, it's you can always do better, and especially if you're going backwards from what the liberties you once had.
Yeah.
It's more a point of we have avenues. You know, we have protections under the law. We have amendments to the Constitution. We have FOIA rights. We have the ability to bring suits against people who have wronged us. So
Who does the Constitution say can make laws? Steel City. It says
legislative branch.
well, yeah, specifically, Congress shall make no law, blah blah blah. Okay?
Yes.
So when we have federal agencies passing laws, well, they call them regulations and they call them rules, but they're enforced by officers with guns. Federal officers enforce these rules. They didn't go through the constitutional parameters. They're completely irrelevant. When I began to research the history of the First Amendment rulings, I was like actually very sad. I'm like, dude, America, if you really step back and you look at the whole thing, beginning to end, it's very sad. We just see like, oh, we're better than everywhere else. We can say what we want to. When you look at what the Supreme Court's been doing, the Supreme Court's not some hero. Okay, they've been slowly chipping away at the Constitution. When you really look at the progression of events and the rulings, it's bad. Like where now it is the norm that federal agencies get to make rules and regulations, and they're considered legal and lawful until challenged successfully. That is fundamentally unconstitutional. And in reality, every single thing that a federal agency says can be disregarded. They have no authority to give you a law. So
That's a bit like,
that's the problem.
it's a bit like saying if you go into a shop, anything you steal and that they don't catch you stealing, you can keep, and it's fine.
That's exactly what it is, man. And like, so it's like the regulation from MPS that I was arrested under. It used to be even worse, and then it was overturned as unconstitutional in 2010. But only because some little kids had the balls to go protest, got arrested, then got a lawyer who fought it and got it changed. And if they hadn't done that, it would still read the way it did back then. You know what I mean? And it's like that's the problem is that doesn't make any sense. That's just fundamentally illogical. You're guaranteed to get unconstitutional totalitarian rules if the federal government can just make whatever rule up they want.
Yeah. But then, of course, the
That's why we have
roll-off.
checks and balances.
But you have to do it though. Like the checks and balances are specifically that they are not allowed to do it. Like that's what the checks and balances are. It's that Congress is the only one that can do it.
Congress empowers the agencies with the ability to make these regulations.
It doesn't say that though. And the Constitution doesn't say that Congress can choose who else can make laws. It specifically says that only the Congress can make laws. It doesn't say that Congress has the ability and the power to facilitate the right to make laws. It doesn't say that. That's how they got us. It's that smooth little finesse where they took if Congress is in charge of making laws. They took that and twisted it to Congress can decide who all can make laws. What? And then who do they give it to? The government. Right? The federal government. So, yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. When you read through the Supreme Court, the progression of it, it's very sad. And the next thing up on the chopping block is free speech zones. That is the next thing that will be ruled on. And if someone drops the ball and doesn't make a good argument, we may lose that battle. And that's going to be a very sad day for America.
Why do you say it's the next thing that's going to be ruled on? I don't know that there's any current cases.
No, I mean, like that's the next subject within the realm of free speech that it needs to be addressed because universities across the United States have free speech zones. Okay, and every once in a while, someone there challenges it. There's like that little political revolutionary at their college that's like, you know what, no, and they challenge it and they always win. The university breaks them off 30 grand, tells them to be quiet, and it goes away. Okay, but that's the point is that that's the next thing that the Supreme Court's going to eventually have to rule on. Now, technically, they don't have to rule on anything, right? They can just keep ignoring it. That's why someone has to come and shove it down their throat and make them answer. And that's the point, bro. And I don't know anyone. Well, unfortunately, I do actually now know people that actually support free speech zones. It's like, well, you don't support free speech then. So how about you just go sit down? How about you move out of the country?
About that checks and balances comment also, like we the people are that we're like the fourth branch of the government, and the government is the people. It's supposed to be anyway. government of the people, for the people, by the people. But we, the people, are a part of that checks and balances system. Just like what Witsit was saying about how you're obligated to basically fly in the face of any unconstitutional law. It's us, the people, who have to keep the government in check.
Yeah.
Well, we are supposed to be the government too.
Like, Witsit, what you're saying about the free speech zones, right? It's one of those things again where they kind of, it's a Hegelian dialectic. Like the idea that there should either be free speech zones or no free speech zones. I mean, both of those ideas are silly. The whole country's meant to be that. So why would you need a zone? Shouldn't it be everywhere?
Yeah, except for like residential or private areas. Yeah, and like
Sure.
yeah, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's what even like I said, there were people that were definitely not flat earthers that were walking up to the cops saying, "Wait, I don't even agree with him, but like he's allowed to say, no, he's not in the free speech zone." The guy was like, "America's the free speech zone." You know, like everyday Americans that are completely ignorant of the law understand this, and everyone just kind of thinks that's the case. And it isn't the case anymore. It isn't the case, and it's starting with national parks. It's been normal for over a decade in national parks. It's moving to universities. It's been normalized for about a decade in universities, and then it's going to spill over into cities and metropolitan areas. Because in Europe, they already have free speech zones. You have your like speaker's corner. You know, your cities have speaker's corners. Well, if you want to speak, you can go over there. Well, that's what's going to end up happening here. And to correct Lou, it's not really that we're the fourth branch of the government. The three branches are like subcategories of our company. Like we own all three branches.
Yeah, right. I think I sort of corrected myself in the mid statement there. Like not the fourth branch, but a fourth part of that checks and balances system. Like it's not just the executive, legislative, and judicial branch that do this. Like there's a certain amount of responsibility on the people to keep all of them in check, because they can all get, you know, when things get out of control and they stop representing the people and they're buddy with each other and taking bribes and freaking all kinds of stuff, all of a sudden it becomes a government against the people, and it's up to the people to keep them in check.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that when they've got the weight of the military behind them, though. You know, because ultimately all of this is backed by violence. Like if they didn't have the ability to, you know, basically commit acts of violence against you, then they wouldn't have any real power over you. I mean, they would have like it'd be written down on a piece of paper, or you know,
right.
We can do it. Ultimately, they can't do shit unless they can force you to do it.
The military won't ever. It's highly, well, nowadays it's starting to become questionable, but traditionally, yeah, the military, you know, they swore an oath also to uphold the Constitution, and they tend to be very, like, you know, patriotic that way. They're not gonna. They swore an oath to defend the country against foreign enemies, and defend the people. So, if they're aware of what their duties are, they would never turn their weapons on any of the American people on American soil for any reason.
That's why the term terrorist is so dangerous, because now you are a threat to America, right? Even if you're a domestic terrorist, right? Now you're a threat to America, and now they can deal with you how they like. That's the whole point of that term.
Yeah, and again, you know, like you're correct in saying it's all based on like the threat of violence, but that's again a reason for that second amendment. You know, like we're supposed to also be armed. It's not just the right to bear arms so you can go hunting. It's the right to bear arms against an unjust government.
Yeah, of course.
So I mean, it's right there, like a duty, a patriotic duty of yours to fight against your government if necessary.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're carrying like if you and 10 of your mates have got a couple of assault rifles and the military wants to just bomb you, there's not a lot your assault rifles going to. And I'm not saying that I'm not taking the brain dead Joe Biden take of therefore they're completely useless. I'm just saying that ultimately they can bring more firepower than you can, and that has to be considered.
In this country, it's supposed to be democratic republic where there's 3 ways to vote. You vote for your leaders, you vote for your laws, which is where you could also fight, and then you vote as a juror. And that's where you could really hold up any court based on your opinion of what's being tried at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
but
said that Democratic Republic thing a few times and every time been corrected. It's a constitutional republic.
Yeah, but real fast, what the problem is, what they've done, and it's very smooth, is anything to do with amendments. So like free speech for sure, right? If they charge you under a free speech law in America, they the maximum penalty is usually 6 months. Okay, so anything under 6 months, they don't have to let you sit in front of a jury. That's what they made. Now that's just completely unconstitutional. Doesn't say that anywhere, right? It says if the government's going to try to charge you with anything, then you have a jury, right? You have a right to a jury. But they made the rule that, well, if it's under 6 months, that's too petty. It doesn't really matter. If the maximum penalty is 6 months, you don't get a jury. So for free speech laws, they charge you under that parameter that they maximum penalty you of 6 months. That way you don't get to sit in front of your peers, right? Because if the peers heard my motion to dismiss and my argument about free speech in Wyoming, they would have ruled on my behalf, much less would everyone rule against me, right? So that's really the point, is like, yeah, they've removed the jury. They've removed the people. All it is a slow process of removing the people.
Trying to get people motivated, it's going to be really hard.
Well, I agree with that. But like that's why I'm like, how about you guys sit over there and just don't know and I'll change the law. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it, and that's what I was at least trying to do. It's just we're way past like rallying the troops. The people that see it are going to see it. The people that are going to stand up are going to stand up. A lot of the people aren't. A lot of the, for lack of a better word, slaves are going to actually try to stop you. They're going to actually come against you. But who cares?
Looks like there's open house at JPL, but you got to submit like your group number and the exact names and such like that. Like you'd have to have a solid group wanting to go there.
The Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I have to get into all the specifics. That's why I want to create this little team. Information like that is useful because I haven't been able to do any of that because I've been like working on the summit. But we'll have to be tactical. You wouldn't want to go in there as NASA audits. You'd want to go in there with a different name. But that's crazy. That's just crazy. You should just be able to go in individual capacity without permission. Like they should just have hours of operation.
You could kind of do that too on visitor day. Parties between 2 and 10, things like that. You could do that.
Okay.
I can't figure out where I left the link.
Hey, I got it right here. Free on-site and virtual tours.
Yeah, and then I swing over to SpaceX because that's near me too. Nothing close, man.
Yeah, because they're private.
Yeah, they were not interested in even mentioning picnic day or anything like it. It was one big kind of get lost. Now maybe it was on their Twitter page or somewhere else. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever be able to get to the. I don't know though. I think that anything they do under contract with the government should also be accessible to the public, right? I mean, they're basically work for the government. Like when I went to New York City and I tried to go to the Statue of Liberty and they told me I had to wear a mask to get on the boat. And I'm like, no, I don't actually. They're like, well, this is a private. I'm like, this is, I paid for this whole thing, so I'm going to go get on the boat. And the cops wouldn't let me. And they're like, this is actually a private company. I'm like, no, this is a company contracted by the government, which means that they're the government, right? These are public employees right now as they operate, in contract with the government. But the cops weren't really listening, of course. They literally physically prevented me from going to the Statue of Liberty. I'm like, do you not see how insane this is? You're telling me I can't go to the Statue of Liberty? But yeah, you get my point. Like, do you agree? I mean, like, if that company works for the government, it's basically like the government. That ship, if that ship was owned by the government, it's the same as if it was a private company that works for the government. It's a public commodity.
I don't know. Law gets pretty gray, man. Gets pretty gray in all these cases.
Yeah.
I mean, one time I was working in music publishing, and I ended up with the master rights, but I only had 2 years worth of rights, but I signed a deal for 4 years. It was really, and then it all got stolen. So it's like really weird when you can't fight. And in that case, they came to me with what looked like a 50-50, saying, look, I can't go into court unless I represent you as basically a co or whatever you call it. And it turns out that by having what was called a divided interest, the publisher had his own interest in mind. Like it truly divided my interest into two parties, mine and his. It was awful. I still think the cops are on our side. Maybe educating the cops would help.
I agree. I say they're on your side once they hear you lay out the situation.
They're
That's my
civilians anyway, right? They're people.
Yep, exactly. Like they have family and stuff. Like most of the cops, like when I was in Seattle, some people got triggered what I was talking about by the beach, and then the cops came and told me I couldn't do it, and I'm like, actually, yes, I can. And a female cop came and was like hearing my whole explanation and like, look, I respect what you do. I know it's a tough job, but I have to stand up. This is the First Amendment. And the girl was like on my team. You know, like when she heard me explain it and she could see like it's just the principle of how the First Amendment's important. She was like in agreement with me. She's like, you tell him, you know, she was like responding for me to the cop at one point and like, I hear you, I'm with you. And like, she's like, do you care to identify yourself? I'm like, no. She's like, you're right, you don't have to. You know, like when you really break it down to the cops, a lot of them are just everyday people, you know. Some of them are, you know, some of them power trip, but some of them aren't so bad. That's not a bad idea. Maybe they can only do so much though.
Did you hear my idea to streamline government into an app so people could participate through their phone instead of having to show up downtown? You know, they've already made Zoom, you know, part of court proceeding. It just seems like the whole idea of voting is archaic based on gathering the village leaders, and we could speed up all these processes, file injunctions, bills, and do things
That's
right
just,
on the phone.
that sounds like a disaster, though. In my opinion, like it's so easy for there to be fraud. You know, to fraud the right. I'm basically commit fraud, whatever. I can't even think of the right word that I'm trying to say, but you know, they could make the appearance like you're actually participating. That's I don't like. A lot of people don't like electronic voting machines, or you know, they could some hacker, somebody who's really good with tech could just spoof things with you know, bots or whatever. I think it's pretty important for people to actually participate in person if they're going to do it. Technology is not as great as people like to make it out to be for everything.
But it is going to a paperless world. I mean, the whole reason for most of that was to get your signature, to get a copy. You know, most of that going downtown to file crap can be eliminated. It seems like it.
Just, I mean, yeah, you think it's easier. You're just trying to make it easier. but it's easier also to forge or falsify or, like I said, commit fraud, whatever. All these when you don't have somebody who has to show up to, it has to present ID nowadays, which at one time you didn't even have to do that, right? Somebody wants to go and cast multiple votes at different schools or whatever. It's a lot harder for them to do that, and they still might get caught if they then trying to basically anonymously online, masking their identity, creating some kind of algorithm that can beat the system.
Yeah, I just think the efficiency would far outweigh that. Your ability to bring something to bill and to gain signatures, our ability to even know what the voting, what we're voting for, instead of relying upon television. It'd be nice if there was an app that went through everything, and it wasn't swayed by financial interest. It'd be nice if there wasn't like lobbying groups in the way of things. I don't know why that's legal.
Yeah, lobbying is just it's a nicer, more pleasant sounding word for bribery.
It's hard to believe, to tell you the truth. And who lobbies for Earth? Who lobbies? I mean, it makes you appreciate any of these do-goody good groups.
Well, yeah, the lobbyists. I mean, that's why. I mean, I would argue that this isn't. Well, it's not even meant to be a democracy, but this isn't the republic that it was designed to be. We've for quite a while now been under basically like a new form of fascism, techno-fascism, or like the medical industry, whatever, like the pharmaceutical companies. Like if these guys have lobbied the governments, all these big corporations have lobbied the governments. They spend so much money doing it that the government doesn't represent the people. They represent these multinational corporations who have bought their way into their pocket. I mean, and it's gotten so bad where, like, if you bring that up to them, they'll just kind of laugh at you and be like, "Ha, well, it's just the way it is. Get a lot of money, and lobby yourself. Outbid the highest bidder. That's the way it works. That's capitalism."
Is it imploding? It seems like it's imploding. It only works if there's people to exploit.
Yeah, maybe we might be reaching a point where they've already gotten every last little drop of blood to suck from us.
It's becoming increasingly clear we can't mobilize anything as flat earthers. As flat earthers, we can continue to gain the attention we get through first ridicule and then interest or the triggered. There's three different types of people that are interested. There's the people that want to come and laugh, the people that are interested in what or why we think, and then there's the insanely triggered. But we do attract attention. I think as soon as we have it, unfortunately, we need to divert it to something useful. So I hope Austin's on the right path there. That was clearly my first reaction, was to piss people off about where their money was spent. I think unless people are personally offended and feel robbed from, that we'll never get their attention. We literally have to make a fool of them by showing them how blind they've been, and that's not going to happen by pointing and laughing at them. It's really not a pleasant sight for them to look at the culture they were born in and think of war for what it is, and capitalism for what it is, or whatever. The culture of money and war is so entrenched that it bought the news, and they just don't tell us. I mean, it bought the news, it bought the government, it bought everything.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like I came in here and kind of took over the room and killed it. I'm sorry.
It's serious stuff, though. It's just depressing to try and to become a force, without doing politics, so to speak.
Have you signed up for Audit NASA, bro?
I have not.
All right, you should, man. It's free. Just like you have an email, right? I mean, just tell me it's you. You don't have to put a resume or anything. Just if you want to, you can just go there, and then you can sign up for the newsletter. You don't have to, but again, it's free. It'll kind of explain what we're doing. It's actually pretty dope. It's embedded with links, so you can click everywhere we're going. It'll have our private Telegram on it, and that's where we're gonna. Do you have Telegram?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's up to you, obviously. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm just saying, I'm about to do this soon. Where I'm gonna put together like a team, where it's like, obviously work at your own pace or whatever. But it's like, oh, well, I'll look into JPL, for example, or whatever it is, and then we're gonna like have an occasional time slot. We try to all kind of talk. And anyway, so the newsletter is on there. It gets sent out on the 28th, so in 3 days. And then at the bottom, it's like, we're accepting applicants, quote unquote. If you want to be a part of it, then just put your name in there and put like Dan the Waterman. Because what I'm going to do is just go through that list and shoot out the private chat for whoever wants to do that. But
All right, cool. I just don't park it in Telegram.
you don't like Telegram?
Not really. No, it's
Why not?
just
Why not?
a whole nother place to go, right?
Oh, yeah. But like basically what I'm doing is replacing email with it. Do you use email?
Not very often.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I just like it because it's like you can send. There's no file limit, so you can just store everything on there. You can have like a saved messages portion, and you can just put everything you need in there. You can create folders. You can create sub-private chat. You can have audio calls, voice calls. Video calls. So it's pretty cool. I get you, but it's, I guess, all encrypted, and it's just better than email. I can't really stay up on my Discord because I get so many DMs from like people that are like, unmute me, or you're such a stupid flat earther and stuff, and it's like Telegram helps me kind of sift through it.
I have kind of an identity crisis between my name, and my business name, which is also Dan the Waterman, and anything else like Flat Earth Hollywood or Flat Earth Anonymous or anything. So I sort of get lost in a identity crisis really fast when I sign up for something. Kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean, do whatever you want to, man. Like I am specifically keeping Flat Earth completely out of it. Yeah, I think that's the move. We kind of like start coming up with stuff that doesn't say Flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, we have to take advantage of what it does for us. It does attract people.
Yeah, we should never shy away from it, right? Like I like when someone asks me if I'm a Christian, like technically no, I'm not. But I'm never gonna be like, no Christian, no, I'm not a Christian. I mean, like, well, that technically means to follow Christ, and I do think Yeshua was the Messiah, and blah blah blah, right? Like, Same thing with flat earth. Someone's like, "Are you a flat earther?" I'm never gonna be like, "No, those people are stupid," or something. I'm always gonna like step in and be like absorb it. I just think that branding wise, yeah, I don't know. I guess you have a good point that flat earth kind of has a little bit more of an impact in people's minds, like to capture their attention. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, when I go to the street again, I got nothing better to do than to invite people to audit NASA. Really, I mean, I got people that want to participate. I don't know what to do with them now.
Well, don't you think that that's such a good avenue? It's like if you never say flat earth, like say whenever I was in Hollywood, remember, and we were talking to people, say that the whole everyone's table, everything set up, never said flat earth. And it was just about like showing the ISS glitches. We had iPads set up where you see the glitches. We have like the faked pictures, the analysis of the pictures. And it's just about like NASA's history, who they were founded with, what they say, how they contradict themselves, blah, blah, blah. Right? That's a whole like people can get lost in that and you're gonna retain way more people's interest than flat earth they just check out. I think that what happened to Kai was she found out that NASA was lying, right? And then her whole life changed, right? Then all of a sudden she's a flat earther before she knows it. If you talk to any of these Globers in here, they defend NASA like they're God.
Mm-hmm.
So it does seem like a dividing point where when someone realizes that NASA's faking stuff, well, the next step is to find out like, oh, well, the Earth isn't really what we think it is, maybe.
It's a chink in their armor.
Yeah, it's the best avenue. I think it's also you get to use astronauts for optics, which are like very captivating. I just think it's a whole better vibe. Like if you go look at my website, it's like it looks pretty cool because there's astronauts everywhere, and like astronauts look cool. So does space. Space looks cool, you know. I just think the optics of it, like the flat Earth disc, doesn't look cool. Very bad optics, in my opinion.
I made this single page little thing here because your graphics are they move. You know, you don't have a like on the header. There's nothing I could have grabbed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like there's a video.
Yeah, so I made this so there was something you could post.
Okay, that's actually a good point. I should think about trying to make something. My newsletter is actually super fire, dude. Yeah, dude, I think it's cool. I think it's gonna be very successful, dude. You should see the list of people that are signing up. It's like freaking legends, bro. Like there are legends. I'm getting legendary resumes. And they're not faked because I went and checked them because I know how anti-flat earthers are. But they're also not very creative. So they're just like Witted to dickhead. That's like their name, you know? and then they send a message like you shouldn't reproduce or something. But then there's a few that try to be slick, so they're like they still can't help it. They still can't help but be obvious. It's obvious. And then there are people that like here's 20 years of experience in this field. Here's my resumes. Here's my real name. Here's where you can, you know what I'm saying? And I have like a bunch of like epic people. Like the people that are gonna do this, it's gonna be pretty fire.
So check this out. If let's say JPL, like I talked to this dude about working, and he said he was like an engineer for satellites or some shit like that. And the dude was young, and what happened is he got a grant or a scholarship, and in return for that, he went on tour to high schools and colleges, and he spoke on behalf of space as part of their outreach program. And so they don't have to do their dirty work. Basically, they get people indebted to them to run around touting space. And it was pretty interesting to note there was an entire agency that's designed and divvying up the monies. They're called the USRA. I'm posting it now. And they're the ones that separate funds to go out as part of outreach to schools to make sure that there's always newbies coming around that are already indebted to the program, and it's connected to the money. and low budget for them. They just spend, let's say 30, two guys, $15,000, and next thing you know, for the next year, they're running around that area, that college area, speaking on behalf of NASA. So their outreach program trickles down really far, and I'm wondering if some of your best success might be comparing budgets in and out from what other countries, convincing other countries that their systems are being abused as well. I always laugh about the Canada arm on the space shuttle, because like that sticker probably cost about $40, and they get jillions of dollars for it, and everyone's really excited. But man, I'm about to make another post that was like a NASA audit page, and it's deep, man. I don't know how you'll ever get anyone to review this or hold them accountable. It's deep, man, just gruelingly deep. And I think we're going to have to catch them at lies. I don't think you're ever going to catch them on money because of the
I
way
catch them on money. Yeah, I don't like. The word audit isn't just about money, right? It's like yeah, like you're never gonna catch them on money, dude. Never.
And so I just want to make sure that you knew that, because they've got it so spread out between the ULA and the NRO and SpaceX, and they got it so spread out at this point.
Yeah, yeah, and plus they would have to be majorly incompetent for you to be able to just look through their books and find out that they're lying. Like,
when you were talking about imagery that doesn't come out of the ISS or anywhere else, Dish Network had a satellite up many years ago, and it showed the Earth and the Moon going by. And in Starman, for a brief moment, the Moon went by a couple of times. NASA's never bothered to show the Earth and Moon together. Never.
except that one that's like super fake.
Epic.
Yeah.
And they're still proud of that one image, right?
Yeah, like even the ballers are.
15 images, right? A little GIF.
You think the ballers are actually proud of it, or you think they just pretend that it looks legit?
God, they use it like it's something.
I'm just
They
kidding.
use
Like,
it every time I ask for video, and then it's like, what the fuck is at 1,000,000 miles away anyway? What satellite is looming around at 1,000,000 miles distance? For what reason? And why don't we see more action out of it? If it could take that shot.
is insane. Yeah. You would think that one of the coolest shots ever would be like a space view of an eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you obviously wouldn't, just like showing like the syzygy. If you can get 1,000,000 miles out, we'll get 1,000,000 miles out from the side and look at the eclipse.
I think the lack of imagery out of the space station probably does say a lot to it being unmanned.
Yeah, I agree.
And the post-production, that silly night shot, with the green hue and the lightning and the stuff that it's all post-production.
Absolutely. I think that's a good place to get them on too. I think that one of the things I'm going to do is file criminal complaints about fraud regarding the ISS, and they'll ignore them. But that's when it's ignored, you go to the next step up, the next person up, the next person up. Then you start filing federal criminal complaints about the people that are not actually investigating it, because the law says that based on probable cause, they have to investigate it, and they'll just keep throwing it out. Well, then they have now personal capacity federal criminal complaints. And eventually what happens is you get all the way up to the DA, and because the DA is the one that decides whether or not you investigate something, right? And so then the DA is dismissing all this, so you send in a federal criminal complaint against the DA. So when you do that, obviously the DA can't open it up and choose whether or not to investigate himself, but he will, which is blatantly illegal. And I'm not just talking out of my ass. Like, I know people that do it, like have done it. Like Randy Kelton is one, like he does this regularly. Anyway, so you can put on, what you do is you put on the front, do not open, give to grand jury, right? It's like a trap, though. In a way, you kind of want him to open it, because now you have definitive evidence that he is hindering an investigation and conspiring. And now he's forced with a decision. Okay, so like, do I fall on the sword here, or do I just investigate some of these other criminal complaints that are lower than me because they messed up, or do I fall on the sword for them? Because by law, if you end up filing against the DA and stuff like that, it goes straight to the grand jury, which is just everyday people, right? So like, the grand jury is supposed to get to read the evidence. A criminal complaint is now you have to know what you're doing, though. If you just send in federal criminal complaints, just typing it up willy-nilly, you can get in trouble, right? You have to know what you're doing. That's why I'm creating this team, working with like Rule of Law Radio and stuff. But because what they can do is they can come at you for frivolous lawsuits, and they can also come at you for harassment, and they can come at you for filing false criminal complaints, like false information. But in order to do that, right, if I file a criminal complaint against you, right, so I send it to the people about you, and you're like, dude, Witsit keeps on, frivolously harassing me with these BS criminal complaints. You have to then provide evidence specifically addressing the claims against you and why they're not true. So you couldn't challenge it as harassment or frivolous unless you provide evidence as to why it is. Well, that's all we want NASA to do anyway. Now, I'm conflating a bunch of stuff. I'm talking about civil lawsuits and I'm mixing it in with criminal complaints. But the point is that they're all the same. The principle is the same in all situations. To go at someone for coming at you unjustly, right, under the idea of it being frivolous, you have to provide evidence that what they're claiming, what their accusations are unfounded or untrue. You have to provide evidence that they're untrue. And that's really all we want NASA to have to do anyway, right? So it's like, it's a win-win.
Maybe psychologically, we can equate gunfire to standing up for yourself, so we can get Americans to understand that this is our way of shooting. By shooting at the system, not at people.
What's one of the problems? Well,
You're good. Go ahead.
okay. One of the issues with bringing it to the grand jury is there's no absolute right to go to the grand jury. You'll never know if it goes in front of the grand jury, because that's all. There's a secrecy there, and it's been shot down in the past year. And here's the court case. We tried it with 9/11. They never found out if it was even given to the grand jury.
But I would imagine that they tried to like come in with one fatal swoop about 9/11 with tons of questions, and like, you want to analyze it.
They filed their evidence that they put together. 9/11 truthers put together their best evidence, and they asked it to be put in front of the grand jury. The attorneys said, "Yeah, we have your petition," and they answered no further questions. They sued for discovery to find out if it was ever given. They never found out. Absolute secrecy. You can't find out about a grand jury.
Yeah, and that makes sense because they're supposed to be protected, right? So
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah, but I guess basically what Randy Kelton finds out is, you understand, of course. Like, say you send in a criminal complaint against the DA, it's illegal for the DA to read that. Not that he won't, but you agree it's illegal, right? Like it just fundamentally doesn't make sense. Like, if
If it's a criminal complaint, I think it's public record, isn't it?
Once it's filed, you know, okay, what I mean more so, like the DA can't open it up, read it, and decide not to investigate it because it's about him.
Yeah, he can't.
What
Yeah,
I mean.
as soon as he sees it's about him, he has to hand it off to somebody else.
Exactly. And they don't do that. But there's a way to like hold him accountable. Like this is one of the things that Randy Kelton does because he wants to get his door into he wants to get his foot into Discovery. So he kind of sets him up with this stuff, and then he comes at him from the side, and he gets into Discovery. He said like a lot of people think that Discovery is more difficult than it is. Like I'm not gonna lie and act like I'm as experienced as he is, but you should. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but you should check it out. If you have Telegram, you should go to Rule of Law. I'll drop the link. But if you go to the files section, because Telegram's awesome. If you click on the channel, it has files, and he has his cases. But I gotta take this call.
It's going to be a lot of writing for you because whatever you file, they're going to file motion to dismiss, and it's going to be 40 pages long, and they're going to kill you with paperwork.
He wanted to take a phone call. Are you an attorney, Mr. Steel City?
No, I'm not, but I work with them.
Yeah, I have a mathematical proof that it was impossible for them to go all the way to the moon.
Shoot, dude. I love
You
mathematical
ready?
proofs.
You ready for this? It's a paradox. Also, you could suck a paracox. Anyways.
I was going to say something about you in a pair of socks, and I regret fucking being that. But go ahead, dude.
Okay, so in order to go to the moon, you first have to go halfway, right?
Okay, you're a dumbass, dude.
Dude, this is math, bro. This is math. Don't hate math. Math is reality, right?
You understand?
Math reality.
Yesterday, somebody brought up Zeno's paradox, and I specifically told that person that math and logic are not how we experience reality. So,
who brought this up yesterday?
I think Paul did.
How's he one day ahead of me?
Yeah, well, you're 1 day behind. A day late and $1 short. So you're not getting a $1 blowjob tonight from a homeless whore.
So you agree in order to go to the moon, you have to go halfway first, right?
That's right. And actually, you got to go all the way because they don't allow virgins to go to the moon.
So you went halfway. Now we're halfway. Now you got to go. Now you're at that point, and there's a distance. You got to go halfway to that distance, right? Well, you know what it is. I mean, you can never make it. You can mathematically never make it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you travel in increments like you described, you can never.
Until
of course, you get to the Planck length, and then
we always travel in
increments.
What do you mean?
You never travel in increments of halfway. No one does that.
Oh, so is that just a zinger, or do they really not allow virgins to go to the moon?
That's what I heard.
For what reason?
Because they're lame. They don't let lame people go up there. Although there've probably been lame.
Are you telling me Don Pettit? He's not lame?
I don't think so, but he's never been to the moon either.
Neil Armstrong was lame. He went to the moon. He never fucking did an interview or nothing. Just sat in his house till he died. Fucking lame.
Blowjobs, and he probably swam in a pool of dollar bills.
So it's just the moon. It's not the ISS.
No, there's probably been lame people on the ISS. There was that one chick who wore a diaper.
There's the virgin rule.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, no virgin rule. Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's like a fuck fest up there. So,
This is a big red herring to distract from the fact that you can mathematically never travel the whole way to the moon.
Why would you travel in increments of halfway? That doesn't even make sense.
We always travel in increments of halfway. We go whenever you go somewhere, there's a halfway point, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm halfway there. Whoa.
Yeah, living on
a
a prayer, praying that
Yeah.
Jeremy's not the one who's making our maps, because we'll never get there. Yeah, that's not.
I'm just saying, no. I didn't make this up. This is a mathematical proof that you can never go all the way to the moon.
That's if you went in increments of halfway.
You always
What if
go in
instead?
increments of
What if
halfway.
instead you
Every
said?
time you go somewhere, Posho, every time you go somewhere, there's always a point where you're like, oh, I'm halfway there. That always happens. Every time. Yes, every time you travel somewhere, there's always going to be one point where you're like halfway there.
Sure.
Okay, so we always travel in increments of halfways.
No.
Yes, we do. It always happens. Every time you can't travel somewhere and never be half. There's always that one point in your trip you're going to be halfway.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree. You always travel in halfway segments.
No.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
You just agreed. There's always a point. There's always going to be one point in a trip where you're halfway there.
So let's say count to
Oh.
100. Let's say I count to 100. I like counting to 100 all the time, dude. I do it all the time. And
this ain't about counting. This
yeah,
isn't about counting.
it actually is about counting because when I
No,
count to
this is
100,
nothing. It's a red herring.
count to 100, and I can
Objection.
I can pretend I'm doing it in increments of 1/2, but it turns out if I do that, I get stuck. Even though I did it, I count to 100, I count to 50, I count to 25, but I count to half of that. And actually, what I do is I count to 12 and I count to 13. I passed the half.
We're not talking about counting. We're not talking about counting. We're talking about traveling somewhere. This is a red herring.
It's the same principle, dude.
No, not the same principle. Red herring.
Okay, man.
Not
What happens is you pass the halfway point. You don't have to actually stop there and count it as an increment. There's no. I don't know.
Jeremy, are you actually making this argument?
It's high, man. Pretending he didn't hear the
that
conversation.
may be true.
Dude.
That may be true, but listen. This is the math that they live and die by, Gio. All right, they want to play mathematical fuckery games. I can play some mathematical fuckery games with it.
Well, you would have had you could have gotten Arma, dude, but he's not here right now. Arma would actually have seen that.
Be able to armbar Arma with this one, but
I'm messing around. Arma's a cool kid, but
we always travel in halfway segments.
Okay. Like I said, I counted to 100 because my resolution is digits. That means that there's going to be values that's like odd numbers. When I split that in half, what happens is I reach the halfway point in between two different numbers. I don't actually stop there because I can't stop there. And the same thing happens when you're traveling. We don't travel in this infinite resolution thing you're talking about. We pass halfway points, and that doesn't make it a paradox.
Yeah, you pass the halfway point. Now you have one length in between you and the destination, and then you travel halfway to that point. Now you're halfway again. You're always going halfway, and then you can never get there. I mean, it's a paradox, though.
You know what? You were there yesterday.
I was not there. I did not know Paul even brought this up.
Dude,
I'm actually disappointed that I was a day later than Paul on this.
Yeah, you brought up the fucking 99.99 repeating is equal to 100.
Oh, I caught that part. Yeah, I didn't hear
that was the same conversation.
I didn't hear the part before it or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
You were the only flat earther who agreed with us.
I don't. I hate that. That's a thing.
Well, you hate yourself then because you agreed with this.
That repeating 9 thing. I hate that. That's a thing. I don't like it at all. I fought you guys for that for like 2 days in Gems.
I could provide to you 5 or 6 or 7 or more actual proofs that that's true. Like I know.
I've seen them. I've seen them.
So then I don't know why you don't believe it.
I didn't say I didn't believe it. I don't like it. It doesn't fit well with me. So in conclusion, we always travel in halfway segments.
Jesus Christ. Oh, you're lying.
Is that not a real paradox or what?
There's no such thing as a real paradox.
So, okay, what's it called? It's called Zeno's son.
It's called Zeno's paradox. It's called Zeno's
How's it not a real paradox?
But there's no such thing as real paradox is what I'm telling you.
So Zeno's fake paradox?
Paradox
maybe it's a pseudo paradox. Is it a pseudo paradox?
Yeah, it's a pseudo paradox. So paradoxes are usually like linguistic. So it's usually there's a fault in like communication or translation or things like that. All paradoxes exist in that way. There's no actual paradoxes.
Mathematically, though, you should never be able to do a whole distance to a place, though, right?
Yeah, you can get to a whole. Oh my god.
I know you can get to your destination, but mathematically, I can make it look like you should never be able to get there, right?
If you only had increments of 1/2, that could be true. If there also wasn't anything, a thing called the Planck length, then.
And we agree that you always travel in halfway segments, right?
Oh, we don't agree on that.
We do. You already said it. Every time you go somewhere, there's a point where you're halfway.
Yeah, so if you count to 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 or a quadrillion or a Google and you go in halfway increments, and you're using only digits, it turns out that you're not going to always be at a halfway point. Sometimes you're going to have to pass a halfway point in between two other values.
This counting thing. Why you keep bringing up counting? This is a huge non sequitur thing.
Because that's the simplest version of what you're talking about. The same thing applies with traveling. If you travel, if you travel, let's use inches. Let's use inches in your traveling. Let's say the place is 1,000,000,000 inches. They'll do the same thing. Cut it in half. Blah blah blah. Same argument.
No, counting is not. It's a kind of weird red herring thing.
Dude, I'm supposed to move a bed and a carpet, and I can't talk right now.
All right.
I'm supposed to be done in 1 minute. I haven't even started.
That's what she said?
Yeah, that's what she said. She told me to do that.
Yeah. Kosho's handler is a female.
Yeah, I'm already not getting paid this week.
So you don't like this mathematical game of being able to travel a distance?
Well, no, I like mathematical games. I like ones that are clever and have real problem solving, necessities, But this one isn't one of those.
This is silly. Is this silly, Gio? This is the weird mathematical bullshit that they try playing with us all the time.
Let's see, Gio, do you agree with the 99.9 repeating is equivalent to 1? And by the way, that's the way that you should word it. You shouldn't say is 1 or is equal to.
Well, 99.9 repeating is not 1, first of all. So that's
It's
not the way you
equivalent.
should phrase it.
Well, okay, whatever, dude. Hi, guy is going to correct me. Fine, 100.
I think I'm going to pass on that one.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It never sat well with me either, Gio. I don't like it at all.
I'm not a fan.
Gio got caught.
Yeah,
Gio got caught fucking being an agent earlier. I was just messing around with you earlier. Anyways, Gio, if being friends with you or whatever, knowing your personality, it makes sense the way you responded. But if you were a stranger and you responded that way, it would be suspicious.
Not at all, because I just directly said what the truth is.
I know, but I'm saying a stranger who's like assessing it, who doesn't know you, that you're a stand-up guy, he would, he'd be like, wait a minute, this guy's being too, forthgiving with his.
He said the same thing. He said absolutely not. It was the same thing he said when we asked him.
Then when you did your impression of me, my God.
It wasn't really an impression of you. I think it was just a characterization.
Well, it made me take a step back and really assess, the way I answered it. So.
I don't know if there's anyone on Discord in these communities, the Kosho, that has been called an agent more than you.
That might be true, but it might not. I mean, Peyton has to shill. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Called him an agent. I mean, I've never heard anyone call him an actual agent.
Yeah, you're probably right. Actually, it was offensive at one point, just because you remember, like when I was in 24/7. Actually, it was P-Link was a good friend of mine, and a bunch of you guys were friends and stuff. So the accusations at that time was, and then getting banned because of that, it was sort of it's probably the reason why it persists in this community.
I remember one time it was on a different server, and I'm trying to think which server it was, but it was a server. Maybe it was like a politics server. I forget which one it was, but you were in there as like the guest, like doing a whole debate thing. I just remember the whole room was like, "This guy's an agent. Who is this guy?"
I don't remember that, but it sounds funny.
Well, you're just very like calm and calculated with your, sort of debate style. So it's a little monotone. Like, I'm not trying to like criticize you. I'm just saying it is a bit scripty sounding. Now that might just be your style. I'm not saying that it is a script or whatever, but
yeah, that's what they in 24/7. That's what, because I asked somebody to go in and figure out why I got banned, and they said it was because I was too nice, and they could tell I had ulterior motives.
It sounds like you're an agent at a job you don't want to be at. That's the monotone sound you put off. Like, God, I hate being here doing this, like doing this to these people, but if I'm going to be here, this is how I'm going to sound.
yeah, it's like you're cringing as you're talking.
To be honest with you, a lot of times if I sound like I have little energy or something, it's usually because I'm working at the same time. It's hard for me to think and have a conversation at the same time. And
Well, that's what I was saying. It could fit if you're compromised, like if you did something, that got you in trouble or whatever, and they're like, all right, you have to do this. And then, it's like you have to or whatever, because it does sound like you're like bummed out about it or something.
Like, say you caught like 7 felonies. How many felonies?
That's exactly right. I've caught 7 felonies and I beat all.
Let's say you catch 7
like,
felonies.
this is your sentence. You got to hang out with Jamie.
They're like,
Coach, what's your day job?
I do software.
Software.
They say, we'll give you a non-guilty. We'll let you go on these 7 felonies, but you got to go fucking harass these flat earthers for the next 10 years. That's a good deal.
Well, that's what I was going to talk to Steel City. I was going to say, because in my experience, my limited, is he still? Oh, yeah, he's still here.
Yeah.
In my limited experience, well, not limited. Like I said, I beat 7 felonies, and that's not guilty. That's literally getting them dropped. Is the real way? Like, the legal system is fucked.
You got charged with 7 felonies?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I got acquitted of 7 felonies. But anyways, yeah, the way to beat the system is to work the system, and you just pay an attorney, and you pay an attorney. The attorney talks to the prosecutor. The prosecutor, it's his discretion to charge you, to drop the charges, to do anything.
Oh yeah.
So that's all you got to do.
Your lawyer's like
pay
my
your
lawyer.
Pay an attorney.
What were these cases for? Like a software infringement or something, or?
Use your imagination.
7 different things. Yeah.
He dreams about dudes during the day.
Gay public sex felony.
No. I was literally in this server 2 times. Anyways, I was literally in the server, and I was talking to one of the cops about flat Earth for like an hour while we were chatting, because my thing was on. You could hear the fucking thing.
Jesus, that's a heck of a record.
Well, no record. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
it's
yeah,
completely acquitted, like completely
acquitted, but yeah,
it doesn't show up anywhere.
I don't know. I bet you applied for like the NSA, those charges will show up. Or like a state police job. Yeah, they'll still see them.
But all that, though. He's already in.
No, but that's to apply. No, but that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so that aside, if you're acquitted of them, they don't pop up as even being charged.
Yeah.
You look it up. So it's like you know, and technically it'd be wrong of them to judge based on if they could see that, but I can't find any place where you can find charges like after the fact, like if charges have been dropped. There might be it might be in the system somewhere, but I don't see them.
If you were in Pennsylvania, you'd still be able to see them. I mean, you can see like traffic tickets that people beat. And there's
probably somewhere.
There's a site in Pennsylvania that has traffic tickets to felonies. I'll find it here.
Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking of like background checks and stuff because it doesn't any background checks or anything.
No, well, most companies are they'll search for stuff and they can only report convictions probably. Whereas, like if you're applying for like to be a state trooper, you know, they're going to pull the real background and they're going to see every speeding ticket that you were acquitted of.
You're probably right. You know what's funny?
I know. I know that because I applied for the state police and I wasn't accepted because I had too many traffic tickets that I beat in court. I never had my license. Suspended. Well, that and the guy that did the background check also told me I was the wrong color because they were.
Are you green?
They were trying to hire blacks. And I'm a white guy. They had a unofficial quota at the time.
That's too bad. You said in Pennsylvania? Where are you at in Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
Pittsburgh.
I'm in Pittsburgh, but the state police had an unofficial
name. Yeah,
yeah.
I'd like to know how that's not racism.
It was eventually overturned. The city had 4 lists. If you passed the test to be a city of a Pittsburgh cop back in the 80s, they had 4 lists: white male, white female, minority male, minority female. They hired in batches of 4, one from each list.
Right. The military does the same thing, and I always thought the same thing too, where it's like they don't say they have a quota, but they do say they have a quota, but they also say they don't have a quota. So it's like, I know the recruiters have one, and I know that I've been to training while I was in the military, and they talk about like their projected numbers and stuff like that. And it's because they have basically quotas for, you know, women in races and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, the lefties will freak out about it, but yeah, affirmative action, which was supposed to be a way of fighting against racism, saying, okay, we're not racist. We're going to make sure that people hire minorities. It is racism. Affirmative action is racism because you're now
going against
you're not. It's just the reverse. Yeah, you're just because even
though I don't agree with affirmative action, I don't think that that's necessarily affirmative action because it's more like, because it's not even just black people. Like I said, even in the case of the military, for example, like they had quotas that, you know, for Latinos, for women, and so it's just, they're just trying to. It's like a PC kind of thing, like where they're trying to change the demographics of the whole community or whatever.
Yeah, anytime you're hiring or anybody or firing anybody or making a decision of like that based off of somebody's skin color, it's racism.
I mean, you could say that if you want. I'm just saying I don't think it's affirmative action. I said I don't agree with affirmative action, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily it. And yeah, like I said, that's part of the reason I don't agree with it for the reasons you said. Yeah, because it's kind of. I agree with like if it seems like there was people were held back, then it's good to, you know, have something there to, you know, give them a boost or something. But I don't think that that's really the way to do it. Is to have like a quota for what kind of people you're hiring and stuff.
And same thing, really. Like for example, like the Artemis moon mission, where they want the female crew. Like that's sexism. You're supposed to just take whoever's best qualified for the job.
because of these types of things, like being a white male is now like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily true either. It's like it's true that sucks. Like if you want to make it all Ghostbusters women cast, or if you want to say only women can go on the mission, but I don't think that's makes it. I don't think that's like a sign that it's hard for white men in the world. I think that's just that just means that there's not going to be any benefits for white men in that regard. You know what I mean?
And the whole idea of minority groups, like saying that people of color are minorities, like white people are more of a minority. Like there's less of us. I put an offer on a house today. Hopefully I get it. It's a pretty tough market right now.
Congratulations.
Yeah, well, it's just an offer. Congratulate when I tell you guys I got it.
Well, you're taking a swing. That's the best you can do, right?
Yeah. I'll probably get denied because I'm a straight white male.
They can't deny you on that. But
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Is this like are you moving, or is it like in the same neighborhood, or for you? What is it?
It's
First house?
Yeah, first time home buyer. I've been a renter.
That's cool.
And it's like not terribly far. It's just like I'm in the Milwaukee area. I'm like north of Milwaukee. I'm moving more to the south and west of Milwaukee.
Getting out of the city a little bit.
Well, I'm not in the city, like I said. I'm trying to stay out of the city. The city sucks. But that's really like the city. That's what's making it tough to find a place. Is like, pretty much the only things that are available for any kind of a reasonable price range are all in the city, and I don't want my work truck getting broken into every month.
Yeah, it's a tough market to buy right now. I know that I got my house because my father-in-law passed away, and my mother-in-law didn't want it, so we bought it from her. And so we're in my wife's childhood home, basically. Nice neighborhood, nice yard, not far from where I grew up, even as well. So
cool. Yeah, I'm moving. Basically, the goal is, I mean, anywhere in this whole area is open as long as it's the right place. But I'm just, my daughter lives primarily with her mom, and they've moved kind of far out. They're like an hour away, so I'm trying to get a little closer to that. So the place where I put an offer is like 20 minutes from my daughter, and like
that's cool.
Yeah, so it's a little better.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I know the housing market in Pittsburgh is just shot up. I mean, I'm seeing houses selling. It's 250,000 minimum for like a one story.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the same thing even around here. There's really like, luckily I'm in the trades. I'm capable of buying a little bit of a fixer upper. Yeah. I don't want anything that's going to be, you know, too much.
Yeah.
I don't want too much
Yeah.
stuff wrong with it, but
You want to be able to move into it. Yeah.
yeah, I want to be able to move into it and just kind of take my time doing fixing things up. And so yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for there. But yeah, just like you said, the market is there's no inventory, and places are flying. Like they're only listed a couple of days before there's an accepted offer, and and you pretty much are having to offer above asking price to be able to get places.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Like buying a new car. I had to buy a new car like 3 months ago. The dealership had like 8 new cars on its lot. And that was it. They had like 400 used cars. So I had to buy something used because the new was, like you said, above asking price.
Above asking on new? I suppose, yeah. I guess it could happen too. But you're
Above
better
sticker,
off.
yeah.
You're better off buying just a new, like a slightly used car anyway. And a
Yeah,
brand new car loses all of its value the moment you drive it off the lot.
Yeah, I got a 2020 Subaru. I like it. It's a nice car. It's just like, you can't even like shop for new cars. Or like, if you want to buy one, you have to order and wait 6 months.
Right.
It's just insane.
Yeah, my work truck was new. It was a 2021. It's not mine. It was the boss bought it, but yeah, we ordered it, and it took like 6 months to get the damn thing.
Yeah.
But that was because the whole supply chain issues and the whole scamdemic thing, freaking laying everybody off, or so yeah, this shit was kind of crazy for that. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a fixer-upper, but it's in a really nice little town, so it's a good neighborhood, good area, real centralized for where I need to be too, for like where the jobs are going to be for work, and like I said, my daughter, kind of right in between there.
You got a yard?
It's just under half an acre.
That's perfect.
That's a pretty decent little yard.
Yeah, that's that's about what I have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bigger lot than the neighbors. So
Yeah, I'm in a older neighborhood where the houses are well spaced and apart. So my neighbors are 40 yards away from me on either side. So I got a nice spacing in between them. A lot of the houses that have been built up from when they were built, 50, 60 years ago.
yeah. Yeah, that's kind of thing with this one. It's actually a really narrow but long lot, so it goes back kind of far, but it's not very wide. The neighbors are actually pretty close. I wish it was wider, but it's a starter home too. Be there maybe I'm only there a few years, fix it up a little bit, turn it into a rental.
Well, I hope you get it.
Yeah, thanks. I do too, because I got to find a place. I'm a renter right now, and this place is getting sold. So I gotta get out.
I volunteer and I work some landlord tenant hotlines and stuff, and man, with the stuff you hear people going through, it's like, fuck, I'm glad I'm not renting. There's so much abuse on both.
Just lost you. Yeah, quiet.
Landlords are always looking to kick people out. The tenants are trying to get away with shit. It's unbelievable. A lot of drama.
Yeah. Well, seeing as how, yeah, I'm in a situation where I'm kind of being forced to get out, and I know it sucks, like given short notice, and I'm being given a pretty long notice, but like the place I'm in is actually right now it's a rental, and when I buy it, I'm gonna have to kick the tenants out. They're on a month to month, which means I only have to give them 30 days to get out, and like I'm just thinking about that. I'm like, that doesn't feel good. Like I'd want to give them more
Yeah.
time, but I'm not going to be able to,
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I got to get first. We got to close. Then once it's mine, then I got to give them the 30 days. Then I got to, yeah, I'm gonna want to get in there and maybe do some painting or something, just a little bit before I move my stuff in. I don't know. I guess that's stuff that I can do while I'm in there, though.
You should have the owner give them 30 days as your once you have a closing date.
Yeah, that might be something I can throw in there on the contingency.
Just speed the process up a little bit. That way, they're out or almost out by the time you're ready to move in. Because
yeah, that's a good point. And then I don't have to be the bad guy who kicked them out.
Yeah. Well, they have to know something's happening if the house is for sale, right? They probably know.
Yeah. So, Mom and Dad there didn't. They seemed friendly enough about letting us in, but you could see the stink face on their older teenager. Their teenager is like, I don't like you guys being in here. I don't. It's fully like the fenced in backyard and everything, so I'll probably get a dog. Probably get a dog again.
Definitely. That's what the fenced in. That's what the fenced in yard's for.
Oh yeah.
There's one of mine sleeping at my feet right now.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I had a old English bulldog that she was my girl. I loved her like so much, but she ended up I had to put her down somewhat young. She was only like 8.5 years old, and they don't typically live that long anyway. But yeah, no, it was a tough loss losing her, and I haven't replaced her yet. So I'll do that when I move out of here.
I'll tell you what, putting down a dog is one of the most difficult things in the world. It's terrible.
Yeah, I've gone to family members' funerals and not felt so bad.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up to say out loud, but it's true.
Most of the family members who aren't immediate family, how often do you see them? Holidays maybe.
Right. And never once have they been so happy to see you as your dog is every day when you get home.
That is very true. Yeah, I have 2 dogs right now, and I'm fostering a 3rd dog. I don't know about this fostering. He might be staying. Supposed to be fostered. But I don't know if we're going to give him up.
Well, you don't have to, do you?
As family, I kind of know him, but we'll work something out maybe.
Yeah, I got you there then.
He's actually supposed to be a bulldog mix.
Mixed with what? Do you know?
English bulldog and Spitz, I think, or something.
Bulldogs are awesome. I mean, there's a bunch of different kinds of bulldogs, but yeah, like mine was the old English, like OLDE English Bulldoggy. It's actually a AKC breed. It was a newer breed and started in like the late 70s. They're a very rare breed. But like the typical English bulldog that most people think of, the one that rides skateboards on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like they've got major health problems. Like, like they typically can't reproduce without artificial insemination. They have breathing problems, skin problems, all kinds of things. So in order to try to like fix some of those traits, what they did is they took 50% that breed and mixed it with pit bull, bull mastiff, and boxer.
It's my puppy in the chat.
Oh.
And yeah, that was they made them back into the tough athletic dog that they were meant to be for bull baiting.
Yeah, I'm a big firm believer that kind of breeding is kind of a little sick, if you ask me. Because yeah, you're right.
When you just keep breeding the same breed over and over again for traits.
Just breeding these animals that, like, for instance, like I'll say this about like what you said about the British bulldog. Like, if I don't think the solution is to breed it with other dogs and try to get get it have different traits and so it's healthier. I would just stop breeding them altogether, because that's kind of the same thing with pugs. Like they have a real hard time breathing, and it's not real.
Yeah, those super snub noses, they have problems with that. So yeah, it lengthened the nose and got rid of some of the joint problems and stuff like that. I mean, they still are prone to hip dysplasia, but it's because they're a big dog. Like, even though they're not very tall, like yeah, my dog was 2.5 feet tall or at the shoulder, and like 85 pounds. They're big dogs. They're
Yeah, I have one puppy and then the two Shibas. I tell you, I found that the female Shiba Inu is one hell of a hunter. She will catch anything in her younger days.
I'll dig up a picture of the dog I'm talking about from when she was in her prime. It is adorable. Oh, her puppy picture. Oh my god. She had her little stuffed animal is a Marvin the Martian. She loved this thing her whole life. Here, I'll do this one first.
Look at her. Skyline. What's your dog's name, Skyline? Hoot?
Yeah, I call her Poop Poop. She's not with us anymore.
Oh, sorry about that. How old was she?
She's probably 15,
Wow.
approximately. She was
A lot of
she was a
years.
rescue. My daughter brought her home from visiting her mom's. Some little boys in the neighborhood were playing with her like a football, throwing her back and forth, and yeah, they were about to kill her. Yeah, she was an interesting little dog.
I think I did. Or where did I put it? Yeah, I think I did.
I'll tell you what, this is the first time I had a puppy. Well, when I had adult dogs at the same time, puppy training is going much better with the adult dogs to show them how to do it.
Where did I post that? Livestream text in Earth Awakenings. That's where I'm at, right? Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go. English Bulldog, you said?
Yeah, Old English, yeah.
That's a pretty dog.
The puppy
Friend
picture.
a friend of mine had one of those dogs. She said he ran like a bowling ball. Once he started going, just get out of his way because he couldn't stop.
That's exactly right. She just loved it. Like literally like a bull would. She would run straight into you. She wouldn't try to, some dogs will run at you and then they'll dodge at the last second being playful. No, she would just try to take you out at the knees.
Like everyone get out of her way.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'd see her running, somebody would come over or whatever, and she'd come running. I'd be like, dude, either brace yourself or move when she gets close.
They got some speed going, but yeah, they have no control after they get that speed.
And she was actually kind of more, I mean, being a girl, she's not nearly as big and tough as a lot of the boys are, especially a neutered one. Like in the breed description, they say that it looks like God created their arms as an afterthought. Like or their front legs, yeah, their shoulders. God created their shoulders as an afterthought. Look in Google for there's some just beasts out there. Going to Google Images. There's a few different looks that you get out of them too, because of like I said, the mixture of English Bulldog and then Bull Mastiff and Boxer and Pit Bull. So some of them are more Pit Bull looking, some of them are more Boxer looking. Mine was more of a Boxer looking one, Here's a good example of what I was talking about. You got to see this stance. I'll just take a screenshot of it. Get that thing running at you like a bowling ball.
Yeah, that's a lot of muscle. I've only seen a couple of them, but everyone I saw was just very friendly dog.
They're big lovers.
Just come up and say hi and lean against you, and you have to like brace yourself.
If they wanted to do damage, they could do it, but they don't want to. They got there's even because there's a lot of restrictions on like pit bulls and stuff in neighborhoods. Some places will put the same restrictions on these things because they do actually get that the lockjaw that a pit bull has, where if they want to clamp down, it's not good.
Yeah,
but they don't ever want to. So
frankly, any dog could be dangerous. The owner, the owner has to be aware of the temperament of your dog, and just
Yeah.
learning them.
And with those jowls too, everybody's like, "Oh, I bet that's a slobber." No, she had a dry mouth too. They don't slobber.
Yeah. I gotta drop. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Hello? Anyone here? Anyone here willing to dismantle Tataria? I am. Going to bring it down. Done being lied to.
Hey, what's going on, guys?